Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Earth Magic in Fairy Tail? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a dream come true. Standing before the doors of Fairy Tail wasn't something Lucy thought she'd have done so soon after leaving home. Rather, it was one of those dreams people told themselves about but didn't really believe they could achieve. Just a nice distraction as they got themselves ready to sleep. Like a bedtime story. Lucy heard a lot about Fairy Tail. Who hadn't at this point, right? They were one of the most popular guilds of Fiore, trending amongst the top 10 most well-known in Wizard Weekly. There were enough articles written about them to fill a small library and then some. Lucy would know, she collected most of them. But this wasn't a dream. This was reality. And never would she have expected to stand in front of the guild. Mere meters out of the door. Joining Fairy Tail had been her goal after she left home. To become a powerful and famous mage whose name would be known through the country, no, the continent. That was why she put up with that creep back in Harjan. That was why she left the name Heartfilia behind. And now, she was here. After a few hiccups and the surprise help of a fire-eating hothead who punched most of her problems away, Lucy was starting to feel like her luck was changing for the better. And she owed it all to Natsu for helping her out. Though she could have done without nearly getting arrested by the Rune Knights. Fortunately, that was the last problem she had to deal with. Or so she'd like to say. There you go makin' trouble again. You half destroyed Harj Dash. That info about the salamander was a lie, wasn't it? From that point onward? Pandemonium. A big fight breaking out as the members of the guild took Natsu's cue and started duking it out with each other. Bottles and tables flying around as the mages tried their very best to wreck the place with each other's faces. One after another, more and more people joined the fight as the brawl grew into a full-on battle royal. This is madness. Squealing in terror, Lucy ducked under the massive form of a white-haired man as he was sent flying by one of Natsu's kicks. Turning a table over on its side, the celestial spirit mage crawled for cover behind, blonde locks peeking from over the edge of the furniture as she spotted Happy bouncing around the top of people's heads like a pinball. Lucy knew the stories about Fairy Tail. How could she not? But she assumed the stories about them being destructive hooligans who just needed an excuse to get into a fight were scandalous rumors started by smaller guilds to try and make the larger, more popular ones sound like a bunch of troublemakers. Only now was she realizing that what she thought were unfounded rumors to be a very serious warning about the guild. Oh, it's a newcomer. That was when she met her. There, sitting behind the bar counter was a mage Lucy knew all too well. How could she not? Half of the issues she owned of Weekly Sorcerer came with a full-spread photoshoot of the white-haired beauty. Her smile was angelic, and her full blue eyes were something mere paint or film could never fully capture. It was her. The real Mirajin, in the flesh. Gee, good morning. Is it a bad time? Mira Jane giggled in amusement. Lucy wanted to ask for an autograph. Don't mind them. It's always like this whenever someone comes back from a job. Natsu must have been really bored, huh? Cleaning one of the glasses, the model gracefully ducked just as a massive bottle flew out of nowhere and smacked the wall where her head had just been. Miming pitifully, the long-haired brunette sitting at the counter sipped from her cup. It's always such a waste of booze though. Mira Jane refilled her cup. Now, don't be like that. Lucy didn't know what to say. Rather, there were 100 questions she wanted to ask at the top of her voice, but with the ongoing brawl, it was all she could do not to hide behind her improvised barricade as what she could only assume was a man wearing underwear was sent flying into the table, breaking it in half. Jumping back, Lucy looked askance at the older mage. Is it really okay to leave them like that? She was pretty sure the entire guild had gotten into a fight by this point. It's nothing serious. Though if you see them start casting spells you should probably duck behind the counter until they're done. But it's just furniture. So we can just have it replaced later. The woman drinking in front of them snorted, turning to look at the young man sitting beside her. Hear that, handyman? Make sure to do a good job replacing it later. Wait a second. How come she hadn't noticed him sitting there before? Nursing a glass of grape juice, a freckled young man looked at the brunette beside him with a mixture of exasperation and surprise, dark green curls making him look like one of those young men her father used to hire to work at the garden. From the gloves to the loose shirt covered in grass stains and what looked like a clump of dirt sticking to his hair, Lucy couldn't help but edge backwards. She had a pristine appearance to maintain. That's a bit mean, Kana. Lucky and I aren't just for rebuilding the guild. She waved him off with a hiccup. I will be fine. You guys always do such a great job. We ought to pay you guys more for it. The young man smiled sheepishly. We don't get paid for that, Miss Kana. The drunkard looked pensive for a moment, before her arms lashed out like vipers, dragging the squeaking young man into an embrace as the woman, Kana, cradled his increasingly reddening face against her rather sizable assets. She hiccuped. Well, that's not fair. We shoulda give Master a talkin', to so you, to get something. Kana. Too close. This is too close. Unfortunately his pleas were unheard, hands slapping against the table in a clear call for help as the drunk lady continued, doting on him. Getting grime and dirt all over her jacket as the boy kept trying to struggle in. Come on, stop squirming like that. Big sis needs some love. Come on, sit down and have a drink with me. I think you've had too much, Miss Kana. Lucy didn't know what to make of it. Instead, she opted to look at the barmaid in confusion, just to make sure they weren't actually being witnesses to a crime. Should we do something? Mira Jane, angel she was, giggled. Don't worry about her. Kana is actually harmless unless you ruin her dash. Drinks. A random mage flew into the counter, rattling the wood and making the wine glass the older woman had been sipping from to fall off and shatter against the ground, leaving a large purple stain on it. More concerning was how the playful drunk seemed to go ramrod straight at the sound, letting the boy go with a desperate gasp as her eyes zeroed in on the spilled drink like a hawk. My booze. Mira Jane stepped back with all the grace of a ballerina, and the green-haired boy stumbled away just in time for the brunette to let out a growl of inebriated frustration. Which one of you idiots spilled my drink? That sheet is expensive. Expensive? Your butt is cheap, Kana. Apparently someone was brave enough to clap back, earning himself a kick to the face as the angry drunk joined the brawl. Cries of surprise and fear erupting from another dust cloud alongside the sound of kicks and punches. It was almost cartoonish just how eager these people were to get into a fight. That was close. I thought I was a goner there. The green-haired boy took a deep, steadying breath, nursing a sip from his undisturbed cup as the chaos of the brawl raged on. Mira Jane reached forward with a glass bottle to refill it when it ran dry. That hits the spot. Thanks, Ms. Mira Jane. He was very polite. My pleasure. He finally seemed to notice Lucy though, cheeks coloring ever so slightly as he looked away. And you are? All right. That was her cue. My name is Lucy. I am here to join the guild. Thank you for having me. Bowing hastily, Lucy barely avoided smacking the counter with the top of her forehead. A lifetime of etiquette lessons flashing through her eyes as she tried to make as good an impression on her, hopefully, future co-workers. The young man bowed back with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Lucy. I'm Izuku, a fairy tale mage. Wait a second. That didn't make any sense. I thought you were the handyman though? Polite as the boy was, he didn't look like a mage. He looked like he'd finished mowing a lawn. Hardly something Lucy thought a mage of such a prestigious guild would stoop down to. Hey, it's not that. I guess it's because I work so hard cleaning up and fixing things around the guild that everyone started seeing me like that. I don't mind though, but well, I kinda wish they'd stop breaking the furniture, or punching holes through walls, or spilling drinks all over the carpets. You don't believe how hard it is to get wine stains out of the floor. And then there's the burn marks. Mr. Natsu really ought to tone down his flames when he is indoors. The building is not nearly insulate enough to handle dash. Izuku, you're overwhelming her. Lucy's eyes were dizzy spirals, brain struggling to keep up with the torrent of words that spilled out of the boy like an endless current. It was like one of Ribbon's lectures. Way too much information for a single brain to handle. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Lucy. He hurriedly bowed his head before making sure to steady the dizzy blonde. I'm okay, just give me a bit. The barmaid took pity on her, pouring a small glass of water for the blonde, all the while deftly avoiding a stray knife, which buried itself on the wall behind her. That neither mage reacted to the flying blade just served to make Lucy's migraine worse. And then, they started. The spells. Oh dear, seems like they are about to get serious. Mira Jane noted as cheerfully as ever. Though the green-haired boy looked downright pale as he vaulted over the counter and ducked for cover. My, not going to join in on the fun? The green-haired boy gave her a watery smile. No thanks. Lucy didn't waste a second and joined them, watching warily as Natsu's fists ignited in flare. Cold mist emanated from another boy. The large white-haired man formed a giant stone arm over his own, and other lights seemed flickered to life around them as more and more mages prepared for round 2. This is gonna take so long to fix. Was that all he was worried about? The heiress in hiding ducked behind the younger boy, peeking over his shoulder as it looked like the fight was about to start again. Stop it already, you brats. And then the giant showed up. Towering over them, the massive pitch-black figure's shout made the building itself shake as everyone suddenly stopped to gawk. Like children who'd been caught with their hands stuck on the cookie jar, Lucy felt the green-haired boy, Izuku, she reminded herself, slacken in relief as catastrophe was averted. Wasn't he too calm though? There was a giant in the middle of the guild. Welcome back, master. Before Lucy could ask anything, the white-haired beauty walked around the counter, approaching the massive creature with a warm smile as it turned to nod their way. The rest of the guild, however, remained stuck in place, trying to make themselves look as small as possible. That's the master? Natsu chose that moment to burst out in laughter, breaking the tense silence. You lot all got scared, victory is mine dash. And promptly was stepped on by the giant's foot. He sputtered in misery, reaching out for help. Natsu, careful with the flames. If you scorch the floorboards, we'll have to replace them too. Do you know how expensive that is at this time of the year? Izuku didn't seem to care at all about the literal giant in front of him, instead pulling the pink-haired boy from where he'd been squished, still mumbling out random factoids about wood quality and demand for it all the while. The massive being, however, finally seemed to notice her. Oh, we've got a recruit? Before her very eyes the giant seemed to shrink, a powerful gust of wind leaking from his body as it steadily grew smaller and smaller, until he was nothing more than a tiny elder in front of her with a cheery smile and a funny hat, wearing a plain white shirt with the guild symbol of a size too large for him, nearly going down to his knees. She gawked. Lucy, this is Fairy Tale's guild master. Master Makarov. The tiny man raised his hand in greeting. Glad to have you on board. Off to the side, Lucy saw Natsu push himself off the ground, no longer stunned but looking about as dizzy as she was when the green-haired boy kept mumbling at him about something she couldn't make out. Izuku, you're overwhelming him. Happy, the dragon boy's earnest pet, flew over to the duo, covering the younger teen's mouth with his paws. The freckled boy at least had the decency of blushing as he finally noticed the dragon slayer swaying side to side, steam leading out of his ears as his brain overloaded trying to comprehend what he was saying. The guild master sighed. Ah, kids these days. Vaulting over them, the elder flipped through the air with all the gracefulness of an acrobat, slammed his back against the railing upstairs, and then dragged himself upright with a grimace of pain. By that point, the entirety of the guild's attention was on him, eyes glued to the master as he stood over them like an angry parent. You've gone and done it now, brats. Seriously, do you guys know how much trouble you're causing me? Producing a stack of papers from his pocket, enough for a small novel, he slapped it against the railing with a heavy thump. The crowd winced. Natsu, you nearly burnt half of Harjin with that stunt. Elfman, don't beat up the client you're meant to escort. Kana, stop sending your tabs to the Magic Council. Look, hooking up with the mayor's niece. His engaged niece. Max, damaging a priceless landmark. Vegeta, you've been banned from 3 dance schools already. Gray, indecent exposure. A surprised shout of, "My clothes," echoed from the crowd. Mickey, Assault and battery of an endangered species. Croft. Sleeping on guard duty. On the list went as the master aired out his grievances with the mages. Lucy honestly felt bad for the older man as he pinched the bridge of his nose, probably trying to stop a migraine. Izuku. The boy stiffened like a plank. We got another gift basket from one of your clients. Seriously, the mail is gonna start to complain if they keep having to drag a cart full of produce over here every time you go out for a job. Lucy blinked in confusion. Wasn't that a good thing? Seriously. All you guys ever do is get into trouble and make the council angry at me. Groaning in frustration, the aged master took deep, calming breaths as a somber mood fell over the crowd. Lucy felt uncomfortable standing there. The entire situation was far too familiar to her, getting scolded and yelled at for doing something or getting into trouble for whatever reason. She bit her lip at the unwelcome memory. Maybe this was a bad time? However, the heavy stack of papers burst into flames. Screw the council. Tossing the burning paperwork away into the waiting maw of the dragon slayer, Lucy watched in surprise as the older mage crossed his hands behind his back, somber mood dispelled as he addressed the guild once again. Listen up, brats. Using magic is a big responsibility, that much those dusty old fossils are right. But it's not a responsibility they get to dictate. Every mage, every guild has its own way of doing things, its own path to walk. The same way magic is a power that connects our spirit with the world around us, the actions of a mage can only be measured by how they affect the world around them. The crowd remained silent, but for a different reason. They were enraptured, completely focused on the man's words. Even if your actions have consequences that inconvenience you, one should never look away from doing something good. Whether it be throwing a party to a ravaged town, or breaking up an arranged marriage. If you feel the need to act and help others, they will in turn help those around them. The master raised his hand, pointing upwards. A gesture mimicked by everyone else. Never mind what those blowhards of the council have to say, or what anyone else. Doing what you feel is right, and pouring your all into it is the essence of a fairy tale mage. The crowd roared in agreement. From fighting and arguing with each other, to being scolded and then uplifted in a single move. The blonde felt her own heart soar at the words. This was what she was here for. What she dreamed about since she was a little girl. To become a mage, to join a guild. But not any guild, but the best guild. This is fairy tale. She yelled with the others. Even if she wasn't a member yet, the energy was just too much for her to contain. Smiling brightly alongside the others, Lucy found there was nowhere else in the world she would have rather been at that moment. Having fun. She forgot about Mira Jane. Fortunately, the barmaid didn't look bothered in the least, rather she looked the recruit up and down, as if trying to access some sort of quality. Lucy couldn't help but feel conscious, being sized up by one of her idols. Was she even wearing the right clothes for his meeting? Was this entire thing some sort of hidden interview? It just looked like everyone was having fun. The poster girl nodded, as if satisfied. Pulling what looked like a stamp from her pocket. Lucy's eyes widened as she noticed the sigil on the bottom. Lucy smiled, rubbing some moisture from her eyes. Do you have a favorite color? She didn't hesitate. Pink, please. On my hand. Chapter 2. Her first week in Fairy Tale didn't quite go as expected. Then again, Lucy didn't know what she expected, exactly. Mages went on. Jobs, they got paid, they got popular based on whatever great deeds they accomplished while at work. In fact, a great part of her knowledge about Fairy Tale and guilds in general came from the articles of Sorcerer Weekly, its interviews of famous mages and whoever was trending at any given time. But I sure hope nobody finds out what I've been up to. Getting stuck in the mountains fighting a giant ape. Being abducted by said stupid ape. Rescuing Macau on her first day was an adventure. And while it was dangerous and terrifying at times, Lucy couldn't help but feel like it was her first real adventure as a fairy tale mage. Even if it was an adventure, she hoped her first job would be the kind of story that would make her more popular. Unfortunately, reality was often disappointing. Infiltrating Duke Everloose Mansion was an ordeal. And not exactly a legal one. exposing the man for the piece of filth he was and taking back the treasure of a long-dead father to his son. KB was lucky he had such a wonderful father, and Lucy normally wouldn't care if someone found out about the embarrassing parts of that job. Unfortunately, telling anyone about it was akin to admitting she and Natsu had invaded a man's house to steal his property. The only reason Everlu hadn't said anything was probably because he feared the book they stole contained some form of dirt on him. It wasn't a clean ending, but it was a happy one for their client. I hope the next job is something cooler. Feeling the warm water cascade down her back, Lucy sighed in contentment as she rinsed the shampoo from her hair, breath coming out in puffs of mist as she luxuriated in the bathtub. Mages got popular by doing cool things. They could also get into trouble and become infamous. But Lucy didn't want the latter. She wanted to be popular, trendy. A household name who would capture the hearts of the public with her dazzling beauty and tales of bravery. Like the stories she read back when she was a child, becoming a mage was what she wanted to do and how she wanted her name to be remembered. Lucy, a fairy tale mage. Lucy, I'm definitely picking the job next time. Rising from the tub, Lucy toweled herself off, watching the movement down the street through her window. It was still way too early for most people to be out and about, but if she got early to the guild, there would be a high chance of her finding a good job. No more apes in the mountains. No more dukes. And there was no way she was letting Natsu rope her into another mess. Harjin was one thing, but Lucy was not about to be the bait for every single scheme the pink-haired mage cooked up. Getting a reputation for being a damsel in distress was the last thing she wanted. Hopefully, I won't get into any more trouble. Mornin', Lucy. My room. There, standing right on top of her coffee table was a familiar blue cat with a cheery smile and a red backpack, tail wagging side to side as he greeted her with a raised hand. Natsu's partner in crime and wings on call, Lucy felt a surge of exasperation at the unannounced visit, before noticing that something was off. Happy. Where's Natsu? The two of them were usually glued at the hip, Happy often leaving just to keep Lucy company or tease her while Natsu got into a fight, or got lost, or got into a fight after getting lost. Seeing him here in the middle of her living room without the pink-haired boy around was a relief, but also a worry. Natsu's at home. He's sick. Sick. Lucy felt her heart sink at the thought of the energetic boy being bedridden. It brought uncomfortable memories. While she liked to complain about Natsu's choice of jobs, Lucy could say with certainty that the Dragon Slayer was a friend she cared about immensely despite the short time they've known each other. Being hot-blooded, energetic, and perhaps a bit dense, the blonde saw it as her responsibility to make sure he didn't get into trouble. Is there anything I can do to help? Does he need any medicine? Fortunately, the winged cat shook his head. He's just got a cold. He's not working today because his sneezes keep setting stuff on fire. Master got mad the last time he went on a job like that. Almost burst down a town. That, she could see happening. Seriously, how ridiculously strong could you get? Well, at least it's not that bad. You headed back to your house. Natsu's cranky when he's sick. So I'll catch him lots of fish. Lucy giggled. Fish isn't medicine, you know? The cat looked insulted. It's not. But I always feel better when I eat, so it's gotta be good for you. Lucy shook her head at the argument. Maybe Happy had a point, but she wasn't sure the pharmacists would approve of him replacing their medicine with a fish panacea. Though Natsu probably would eat all the fish just because his buddy was the one to bring it. Well, at least make sure he drinks plenty of water then. And get some sleep. Aye, sir. Happy nodded sagely. I'll let everyone at the guild know about Natsu, so you can go back to him. She was already getting ready to go there. She'd just skip breakfast and have something to eat at the guild. The thought of eating something Mirajane made did make her giddy. Oh, I forgot. Looking down, Lucy adjusted her towel, watching the cat stiffen in place. Was there something else? Natsu said not to worry, and to have fun at the guild today. Having said his piece, the cat flew out the open window, leaving Lucy to contemplate how her morning had just taken a turn for the weird. She almost wanted to follow him back and see if there was anything she could do for the Dragon Slayer, but if he was telling her to go out and have fun, well, then maybe he wasn't feeling that bad. Besides, That meant she could finally pick a job. Maybe it's my lucky day? The guild hall was quiet. Way too quiet. While Lucy hadn't expected to walk in on a brawl, she learned from Mira Jane that the guild members were prone to being a rather noisy bunch when they weren't working as a way to de-stress and unwind from difficult jobs. Getting into fights and roughing up each other was just the way some of them chose to let off steam. Terrifying as the thought was, Lucy didn't see herself throwing tables at people for fun anytime soon. Not as ominous as the nearly deserted building was. None of the usual groups were around, only the odd stragglers here and there. Well, at least that meant Lucy would have all the peace and quiet needed to make the very important plans for paying her rent. And if there was no one around, that meant she could take her time with picking and choosing the jobs she thought best suited her, right? While strange, the situation was definitely to her advantage. There was only one tiny little problem. What do you mean we don't have any jobs? Not even the welcome sight of the guild's barmaid was enough to prevent her from recoiling in shock. We had a bit of a job rush yesterday. It's the end of the month, so most of the usual jobs are already taken. The white-haired young woman patted her on the shoulder, though it did little to detract from the empty job board which, much like the guild itself, usually had plenty of people standing around it. Only now there were none. With how quiet things were, she should have seen this coming. Sorry, Lucy. I should have warned you, usually guilds get batches of jobs at the start of every week. But as the month goes on, the batches get smaller as most of our clients will have already made a request. When the shortage starts, most of us will jump at whatever jobs are left to make some money before the beginning of the next month. It doesn't happen often. So it's bad luck? Just a little bit. The blonde despaired, slumping over the counter. Dark clouds hung over her head, thunder echoing in her ears as she contemplated whether she might have insulted some kind of god in her past life to warrant this sort of treatment. Why else would her solo debut as a fairy tale mage happen on the very same day there were no jobs? There was also the issue of her rent. You can't think of anything? I'm really begging here. Scarfing down the food, Lucy tried not to whine. After all, a mage should be dignified and cool-headed, capable of taking all problems in stride. She was still working on that. The waitress wiped the counter, humming in thought. Well, you can always convince someone to take you with them. And split the reward. A lot of jobs get easier if you have the extra help, or if you don't have the right kind of magic but still want to take the job, you can just invite someone who can. The blonde considered it. It had some merit. But that would mean not going solo. And having to split the reward means she might not even get enough to pay rent depending on how much the job was offering. Some money was better than no money. Lucy couldn't wait another week to start working. By then she'd already be living under the bridge. But who could she ask? Maybe that pretty boy, Loke? He wasn't likely to refuse if she asked. But that meant dealing with a playboy. Natsu was really the only one she knew. Is Mikao around? He was really the only other mage she could think of. Still recovering from his job. He was lucky to get the reward for the job you and Natsu helped with. That should hold him up until he's back on his feet. Well, that was good. She wouldn't want him and Romeo to go through tough times. But now she was back to square one. Can't you think of anyone, Mira? Surely her luck wouldn't be that bad? Kana and Gray left yesterday. Elfman has been out since the day before. Wakaba took off last night. Loke left around that time too. Looking pensive, Mira Jane continued to rattle off names. Most of those Lucy didn't recognize, although some did sound at least familiar. Probably from some of the articles she read? I know. Give me a second. Running around the corner and towards the upper floor, the white-haired mage vanished for a few minutes only to come back with what looked like a small stack of papers clutched against her chest. The familiar parchment drew Lucy's eye, stomach leaping to her throat as she recognized what they were. I thought you said there weren't any? I usually set these aside, so I forgot about them. Blushing slightly, the waitress settled at the bar before putting the small pile of jobs on top. Spreading them out, there must have been at least 5 of them. Lucy felt like getting down to her knees and praying for whichever god was looking out for her. But then, she read the requests. Urgent help needed. Harvest my crops. Reward, 10.000 joules. Urgent help needed. Hiring farmhands. Reward, 15.000 joules. Urgent help needed. Pest control. Reward, 10.000 joules. Urgent help needed. Rebuild our barnyard. Reward, 15.000 joules. Urgent help needed. Chase out invaders. Reward, 25.000 joules. Pest control? Helping at a farm? What kind of jobs are these? A far cry from the ones she saw on the board, these were both lower paying, not to mention outside the scope of what she thought mages would do. Not that there were any restrictions on what you could do with magic, but wasn't it a waste of time for a mage to go do farm work? Pretty awful, aren't they? You could say that again. I can see why nobody would want these. A lot of hard labor for low compensation? Even if she took all of these at once, it would be barely enough to cover her rent. And that was after doing 5 jobs in a row. Who knew how long those would take? You did say you were desperate. Besides, even if you wanted to, these are already taken. Taken? Seriously? Someone was doing these crappy jobs? Mira Jane smiled knowingly. I did tell you that I was holding on to these, right? We have someone who usually comes by and deals with these lower priority jobs. He makes good money out of it, and the guild doesn't have to worry about losing face by letting the requests hang around for too long. Lucy frowned. Still, pest control wasn't exactly what she thought she'd be doing when she decided to be a mage. At least consider it, okay? You're just starting out, so these should at least give you a better idea of how we do things without as much collateral damage. We all did jobs like these when we were starting out. Putting the papers back into a neat stack, Mira Jane put them to the side, focusing once more on the blonde. The blonde sighed. She really was hoping to get a good job today. Ms. Mira. Sorry for the wait. She heard the front door of the guild open with a loud groan, the familiar voice snapping her out of her fun as the green-haired boy she'd met a few days ago jogged over to the counter, carrying on his back what looked like a massive camping bag that was nearly a head taller than him. Much the same as she'd seen him before, he was dressed in the same beaten gardener clothes as before, though his hair wasn't dirty. What was his name again? Raku? Kudzu? Izuku? Good morning. Taking a seat beside her, Lucy kept her eyes on the young boy. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen him again since she arrived in Magnolia nearly a week ago. The trip to and back from Everloo State had taken a couple days, but she was sure she'd have recognized him any other day. Was he out on a job? Did I keep you waiting? Not at all, Lucy was keeping me company. Turning to her, the green-haired boy smiled awkwardly. Ah, sorry. I was in such a hurry I didn't notice you're here. How are you liking the guild? Nobody's been giving you trouble, right? It can be really confusing when you're starting off, and I wasn't sure whether Natsu wouldn't drag you into something weird. Please don't be mad with him, he's just really straightforward and doesn't. Oh dear. The room was spinning again. Izuku, you're rambling again. Clamping both hands over his mouth, he let out a miserable whine. I'm sorry. It's okay. Lucy slurred, trying to reassure him. How could someone talk so much so fast anyway? Was it some kind of magic? Actually, Izuku, there's something Lucy and I would like to talk to you about. With a beatific smile, Mira Jane leaned over the counter. The green-haired boy reacted as any hot-blooded person should around the poster girl and blushed slightly, trying to avert his eyes in embarrassment. Lucy was confused though. What did they have to talk about with him? Really? He smiled awkwardly, not that Lucy thought he didn't want to talk to them, but something told her that the green-haired mage wasn't the best when it came to social niceties. Not that she could blame him, she didn't like having things sprung on her from out of nowhere either. Even if they were important. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to take Lucy with you on your next job. The celestial mage blinked slowly, jaw completely unhinged as the older mage spoke. I don't mind it, but are you sure though? My jobs don't pay well. And it's a lot of hard work, and it's gonna take me at least a couple days to travel back and forth, and He stammered, face going from tomato to cherry red when the waitress stopped him with a finger, pressing it against his lips. The boy deflated. Sorry. Mira Jane shook her head. Wait, all those jobs are yours? Turning in shock, Lucy couldn't help but stare with her mouth agape. She'd looked at those crummy jobs, most of them were barely enough spending money for a week, and the work involved was more than anyone was willing to put in for such a low reward. And he was planning on taking all of them? Yeah, I usually take a lot of them, so I asked Ms. Mira to set them aside for me. Why do you want to go though? Aren't you working with Natsu? I thought you guys just came back from a million-jewel job. The reminder of the lost money was enough to make Lucy tear up. About that, the job turned out to be a dud. So we didn't get a reward out of it. Not that she was about to blab about the secret of Daybreak or their clients' actions. The less people knew about that and Everloo, the better. Izuku winced. That's unfortunate. Sorry, I've taken bad jobs like that before. It's never fun when they don't pan out. That's why you're in a rush to get some work. Fidgeting in discomfort, the green-haired boy reached across the counter to take the stack of papers from Mira. Sorry. I know it's inconvenient. She apologized out of habit. The boy was just so polite that Lucy felt obligated to match that, and the decade of etiquette lessons she'd been forced to attend made it an almost instinctive reaction. No, it's okay. I don't mind taking you along if you really need it. He still looked uncomfortable, but Lucy could tell he wasn't lying or trying to act humble. With jobs like those, she probably would have thought twice about inviting someone too. Mira Jane, as if sensing the awkward air between them, clapped her hands. That's wonderful then. Thank you, Izuku. You're always a big help. Lucy looked away with a blush. Her idol was truly too good and pure for this world. Ironically, the green-haired boy seemed to agree, rosy cheeks matching her own. At least we'll have something to talk about on the way. She only hoped this decision didn't come back to bite her. Chapter 3. When she was younger, Lucy loved trains. She remembered asking one from her parents when she was young, feeling dejected when they only gave her a miniature rather than letting her drive the massive ones she sometimes saw when Dad took her and Mom to work. The smell of smoke, white overpowering, was a familiar one. The sound of its wheels on the tracks, the screech of the brakes as it came to a stop. The slightly unsteady feeling on her feet as she boarded. For a long time those had been her happiest memories. A perfect family. An idyllic life. But Lucy only felt an aching hollow in her chest. Father never took her to work after Mom died. He barely paid attention to her after. Those happy memories became a constant reminder of everything she had lost. The mother she loved, the happy childhood full of joy and fun. The home that was now colder and lonelier than a cage. Lucy didn't care for trains nowadays. She could do without the reminder of Heartfilia railways. There were still things she could enjoy about the experience, however. Watching people going up and down the walkways, dragging their luggage around, talking or eating, or rushing to get into the train before it left them behind. She wondered where they were going, what they were doing. Were they going on vacation? Were they late to work? Were they going back home after a business trip? Back when she still lived at the manor, everything and everyone was the same. She woke up at the same hour every day, breakfast was served at the same time every day, her classes were always the same, the faces walking about the mansion were all the same. It was the same thing day after day. That wasn't to say she was miserable. The servants did their best to cheer her up, but it wasn't like they could treat the cause of her feelings, only leaving did that. Meeting new people. Seeing new places. Eating new foods. Sleeping however many or however few hours she wanted. Getting into trouble with her friends. Actually having friends who weren't hired to live with her or cater to her every whim. Leaving home was the best choice she could have made, even if there were quite a few consequences. The money she took with her had pretty much been spent, and as a novice mage Lucy didn't feel confident in going for the high-grade jobs that sometimes were posted. She didn't feel good about taking a bunch of low-grade jobs either, but well, rent money is rent money. She tried to convince herself. She wasn't very successful, but it paid to be positive. Plus, she was working with a different mage today, so she needed to make a good impression. For the sake of her reputation and to build a good working relationship with the rest of the guild, she couldn't afford to act spoiled and whine about it before they even left Magnolia for the job. Even if he was a bit odd? Hey, sorry for the wait. There was a lot I needed to pick up. Speak of the devil. Lugging around a bag was nearly as tall as he was, Her fellow mage had to drag the bulging pocket-ridden monstrosity into the compartment rather than just walking in as she had, plopping it next to him with a sigh of relief. Like before, he was still dressed like, well, he was working at a field. Which finally made sense for her. It's no problem. Lucy smiled disarmingly. She could already tell the younger teen was the skittish type, from how he fidgeted on the doorway to how his eyes seemed to flit between her, his own bag, and the window. Everything about the green-haired mage screamed awkward. It was really weird for a mage. She always thought they were all confident, but well, maybe that just was how the magazines liked to portray. The rest of Fairy Tail wasn't at all like she imagined, so what was one more puzzle to piece together? Lucy was nothing if not persevering. So, is this your first job? I mean, you told me you went on one with Natsu and I heard from Mr. Wakaba that the two of you helped Macau come back from the mountains, but since neither ended up being official I wasn't sure if you counted them or not. But maybe being rewarded is a bad way to describe whether a job is real, so maybe. Oh yeah, he also had this habit. A nervous motor mouth, what a strange combo. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling again. Lucy waved him off. It's fine, I get confused thinking about stuff too. I'm sorry Mira dropped me on your lap like this. No, it's entirely okay. Really, I'm just so used to doing all these jobs myself, I didn't even think someone wanted to come along. Your help is very much appreciated. Sitting down in front of her, the young man apologized to her, again, for what must have felt like the third time since they started talking. Okay, maybe she should change tactics? How many jobs did you take anyway? Mira showed me some of them, but there was a whole stack of those. And the ones she did show were enough to make her feel like this was gonna be a rough trip. Perking up, Izuku reached into his bag, pulling out what seemed to be a good dozen or so paper slips. I'd say there's 13, no, 14 of them? It's a little more than I usually get, but it should be doable. 14 is doable? Lucy didn't feel nearly as confident. Well, it's not like these are hard jobs. They're actually pretty simple. Most mages just don't take them because they're time-consuming. Stuff like helping farmers or villages in the countryside harvest crops, or dealing with wild animals, or even give a hand when they need to build something. There's no quicker way to go about it than with a mage's help. The boy across from her scratched the back of his head, eyes still flitting from her face to the window. The blonde nodded, absorbing the information. She was starting to get used to it. Still, isn't that still a lot for just one person? Izuku hummed in thought. Well, maybe. Sometimes I try to get people to come with me. Elfman did help when I was starting off. Laki and Max also take these jobs from time to time since their magic is the same type as mine, but they were pretty busy with a bigger job this week, so I had to pick their share. At least he wasn't doing this alone. But Lucy's curiosity was stoked. What would push someone to only do jobs like this for a living? Splitting an average reward 3 ways. Well, that might not make much money either, so maybe the reason he didn't join his friends was because of that? Even if he got to keep the full reward from these jobs, most mages just weren't physically strong enough to bear with. Here, let me show you. Pulling out another larger slip of paper from his bag, the younger mage unfurled what looked like a map over the small desk between them. From the looks of it, it was one of those basic maps that they handed out at gift shops or tourist spots, with Magnolia emblazoned proudly in the center of it, and a line representing the railway crossing through it. Picking up a pen, the green-haired boy went through the job requests, underlining words before turning to the map and marking spots on it. Then he added numbers to it, and then, with all the skill of a burgeoning cartographer, crossed and linked them. Turning the map around, the young man tapped a random spot along the railway. It almost looked like a spider web. So, if we get down in Tulip Station and take a wagon from there, we should arrive at Cocoa Village by lunch. We have a job there first with fixing up a barn, and from there we can walk to Veggie Town. We have 3 requests there. 2 for helping out in the fields, 1 for pest control. He traced the line, following it to the next stop with number 5, 13 and 1 circling it. Then we have 3 other requests here. I think these are the ones about the invader issues. It's a bit of an ongoing problem, so usually they send more than 1 request. Lucy nodded. This was quite comprehensive planning. You were really planning on doing all this by yourself though? What kind of magic helps with that? The blonde shuddered at the thought of asking Aquarius for help watering fields. If nothing else, she'd end up flooding the town and destroying everything out of spite. For the first time, the boy looked at her fully. Like a switch was flipped. Oh, I use earth magic. Putting his hand forward, there was a brief flash of light as a brown magic circle formed over the boy's hand. A symbol resembling a hexagonal gemstone proudly adorning its center as slate-gray stone formed out of the circle, shaping itself into a doll. A hand-sized doll of a very muscular man flexing his very muscular biceps. Talk about weird taste. It's super handy for stuff like this. Tilling the land, making buildings, or just fixing stuff. It used to be way harder for me, but Locky and Mr. Gray helped me out and I've been able to get way more done. Gone was the awkward, muttering teenager. Instead, he seemed to almost bounce on his seat as he described all sorts of things his friends had taught him about using magic. It reminded Lucy a lot of how she was a couple years ago when bringing out celestial spirits for the first time, even if got into trouble with them at times. Something wasn't right though. You haven't been a mage for very long, have you? Well, I've only joined Fairy Tail 6 months ago. And before that I never really used magic, so I had a lot to learn before they even let me join in as a full member, let alone take jobs. It was obvious, and the way he deflated almost made Lucy feel bad saying it. Magic was a wonderful thing after all, beautiful and dangerous and dazzling. Everyone started off treating magic like this special thing only they could do, having fun telling everyone around them what they could do. But then the more time spent doing it, the more mundane it felt. Lucy still felt a rush of excitement whenever she got a new key or made a new contract, but it had been a long time since she felt like she was doing something special. It wasn't. Not nearly special enough to get her father to pay attention to her. Ms. Lucy? He looked at her worried. Crap, she got distracted. Activate teenager bullshit defenses. Sorry. I was just thinking about how I could help. I'm not sure most of my spirits would be useful at a farm or building anything. Face screwed in thought, the boy seemed to take her excuse. Well, you're a celestial spirit mage, right? Mr. Loke told me once about them, said that you guys basically summon magic spirits to do tasks or fight for you. I never saw any type of mage like that before. It must look very cool. Puffing up her chest, Lucy basked in the attention and praise. It's like you said. Celestial spirit mages are pretty rare. And we're limited by the keys we have. Reaching for her shorts, she pulled out a familiar leather pouch, flicking it up to show off the keys inside. She carefully laid them out across the desk so the other mage could look at them separately. 3 gold keys. Aquarius the water bearer, Taurus the bull. Cancer the crab. 4 silver keys. Horologium the clock. Crux the cross. And of course, Lucy's latest acquisition. Wow, you have so many already. He marveled. Really, all that praise was gonna go to her head. Lucy may have been proud of her appeal as a woman, but being praised as a mage was something she wasn't used to. The green-haired boy hadn't checked her out a single time since he got there. So this was good for her self-esteem if anything. Want to see one of them? Can I? It would be so cool. Feeling giddy, Lucy picked up the last key from her pouch, twirling it in her hand in a display of showmanship. All the practice she had playing with batons in dancing class came through as she slashed the air with the silver key and her own magic circle flared into view with a burst of green light. Open. Gate of the Canis Minor. Only for a familiar white creature to pop out, landing on her lap with a cheery smile, Plu greeted her with a wave. As far as celestial spirits went, Nikwara weren't very strong and acted mostly as companions or pets. Anyone who knew a speck about gate keys wouldn't be impressed by Lucy bringing him out. Izuku, however, didn't seem to be one of them. He's adorable. Oh, look at that smooth skin and the pointy nose, he's almost like a little snowman. Leaning over the desk, Izuku's eyes seemed to sparkle with stars as he got a closer look at Plu. The tiny spirit, of course, just waved at him with his customary greeting, earning a coup from the young mage. Does he have any magic? Besides looking adorable, you mean? Afraid not. but Nikora like him are still very popular. Plu. Plu. Izuku took the offered hand with a small smile. Nice to meet you, Plu. I'm Izuku. Plu. Lucy smiled at the exchange. It was nice, talking to someone who seemed to see the value in things the way she did. Even something as simple as meeting a Nikora for the first time, or talking about magic. Things she never had friends to talk about with. Even Natsu, who was just as good a friend, was the type to not sweat details and take things as they came. I think he wants your doll, Izuku. The boy's cheeks colored. This isn't a doll, it's a figurine. A collectible. Or well, it's supposed to be, but I never managed to get it quite right with my spells. Really, I never quite get the smile right, and one of his hairs is always crooked. And it's still way too hard to put the details on his hero suit. Really, I'm still far away from making a quality All Might figurine. What? Was that the name of the doll? Some kind of comic strip character? She'd never heard of a mage going by that pseudonym before. Really, anyone going alright calling themselves All Might would probably attract trouble, so it was probably something from a comic strip. It did look quite marketable. Plu. Plu. Looking down at the tiny spirit, Izuku looked somewhere between embarrassed and flattered. You still want it? The teen looked like he was about to cry. Wait, no, he was actually crying. Gingerly handing out the small statue with the very big muscles to Lucy's spirit with all the care one would, a priceless family heirloom. Plu accepted the toy with a hum of thanks, swinging his tiny arms around, making the muscled man sail through the air as if flying. I should have given him a better pose. Or maybe I should try and make it articulate next time. Laki said I needed to do everything by hand before I tried making it with magic, but it's really hard to carve stone, much harder than carving wood, but she keeps telling me that doing it otherwise is putting the wagon before the oxen. Lucy blinked in confusion. Isn't it putting the cart before the horse? He shrugged with a small smile. Laki has a unique way of speaking? The blonde stifled back a giggle of amusement. He really wasn't one to talk when it came to speech quirks, was he? In the distance, Lucy could hear a familiar whistle blowing, a small puff of smoke wafting through the morning breeze as the train buckled and started moving. The sensation from the wheels and gears turning beneath her felt nostalgic, the sound of the engine cutting through the conversation as someone announced the train's departure from the station. The grinding of wheels on tracks. The faces in the crowd moved backwards as the station started to grow further away from them. A small breeze with the scent of smoke creeping into their cabin and a wide field of grass stretched out into the distance. She checked the map, tracing the lines all the while numbers flew through her mind's eye. Izuku. Why yes. The green-haired boy looked at her, cheeks coloring as he held a second toy figure, which he'd been gleefully bashing against Plu's in what must have been quite the intense imaginary battle. How long do you think it will take us to finish all of these? She'd only gone on 2 jobs. One was a rescue mission that they picked up themselves, and the other was a faulty job that lasted a single day. Quick and easy, smash and grab, in and out. Lucy had never been the hands-on type of girl. Sheltered was one way you could describe her. Sheltered as in the type of girl that would get locked inside a tower guarded by a giant dragon with pools of magma surrounding it. At least that was how she felt about it. She didn't have the first idea of how to go about building a barnyard, or helping at a farm, or just about anything that wasn't magic, writing, or the multitudes of hobbies her father put her through since she was young enough to walk. None of it felt useful. When I do my usual jobs, it takes me around a week to leave, finish, and then come back. A week? Quickly adding 2 and 2 together, Lucy felt her heart drop through the pit of her stomach. Crap. Is there a problem? If you're in a hurry, you don't need to go. He hurriedly tried to reassure her. No. That's not that. I just realized that if we take too long, I'm gonna run out of time. The landlady is gonna boot me out the door if I show up late. The diminutive woman didn't strike her as the type to be forgiving, and well, she did threaten to evict her once or twice a day. 1 strike and you're out, missy. The mage wept in terror, her situation finally sinking in. They were in the last week of the month. If she didn't show up in 7 days with the money, she might not even have a home anymore. Chapter 4. Lucy was panicking. 4 hours by train. 2 hours by wagon. And she was still panicking. The beautiful scenery surrounding them felt muted as the sudden realization that she'd taken the wrong job made the blonde want to jump off the cart, run back to Magnolia at full speed and beg Mira Jane for anything else. Because there was no way she'd have made it in time if she took this one. The only thing who kept her from jumping off the window was her fellow mage. There's no more jobs left, Ms. Lucy. If you go back you won't get to work at all. That didn't keep her from panicking, but it at least put things in perspective. It was either trying to finish these jobs as soon as possible and run back to Magnolia with her rent, or beg for forgiveness when she got back and make deal with her landlady, which sounded scarier than her previous jobs. Yes, even worse than the Everlew mansion. By far. I'm really sorry I didn't warn you. The worst part was she couldn't be angry at the green-haired boy. It's okay, you didn't know. He didn't know what her situation was, after all. In fact, he was all but sacrificing half of his pay so Lucy would get some work this week. The blonde might not like how close she would be cutting it, but it wasn't any reason for getting mad. So, a whole week to do over a dozen jobs? Lucy wanted to cry. Even if she was optimistic and believed they could get maybe 2 jobs done every day, there was still the issue of moving along the road. Each village was hours away from the next, and of course, once they finished they'd have to turn around and go back to Magnolia, which might take a whole day. Why does this always happens to me? She tried not to dwell on it. After all, this was her first time traveling deeper into the countryside like this. Even when she was on the run, Lucy had kept to cities like Harjan, though it ate through her money like Natsu ate through fire. It was a miracle she made it to Magnolia without any problems. Though she now wondered how much she could have saved taking a scenic route like this. Rolling hills. The smell of fresh grass. The serene quiet was broken only by the birds chirping overhead, or the sound of the horses' hooves as they trotted along the dirt path towards their first stop. Cocoa Village. Lucy breathed in. This was what she left home for. Feeling better? A water bottle suddenly appeared in front of her, offered by her fellow mage. She accepted it. A little bit, yeah. Sorry for freaking out on you like that. Her suddenly trying to jump off the train hadn't done the anxious mage any favors. Looking at her from the corner of his eyes, Lucy couldn't help but feel like she ruined the good first impression she managed to land. I'm not a daredevil, please believe me. She mentally pleaded. Quick, change subjects. Do you come here often? Her mouth spilled before her brain could catch on to the terrible starter. I mean, have you taken jobs here before? Izuku blinked, humming in thought. Well, not at Cocoa Town, it's close to Tulipe, so the jobs I take tend to be the sort of things they could just call someone over from the city to do for cheaper. Farmers don't have all that much money to spare on mages. Usually I help out folks who are short-staffed, or those who are having problems with tougher pests. This is the first time I've gotten a job this close to a town. Lucy nodded. That made sense. She couldn't imagine her father posting a job at a guild. He'd sooner try and do something himself than to rely on someone else, which is why he hardly delegated any work and spent most of his time in his office. She shook her head, banishing the ugly memories. How long have you been doing these for anyway? I'd say, half a year? Maybe a bit less than that. That long? Looking away, the green-haired boy scratched his cheek idly. I wasn't exactly any good with magic when I joined. I actually didn't even know I could do magic until I joined Fairy Tail. From there it took me a lot of practice until I could do even the simplest spells, and well, I didn't feel confident going for the usual jobs, so Ms. Mira Jane set me up with these. Well, that made sense, but wasn't it usually the other way around? You joined Fairy Tail when you didn't even know you could use magic? Laughing awkwardly, Izuku leaned back, shoulders drawing closer as if trying to make himself look as small as possible. Well, it's a bit of a long story, but I didn't join the guild the usual way. One of the members found me after I got into some trouble. He saved me and took me back to the guild so I had a place to stay. That sounded familiar. Getting into trouble, having nowhere to go only to be saved and brought to Fairy Tail. Wasn't that the exact same for her? Man, talk about coincidences. It's just how the guild is. I'm sure you'll get used to it in no time. Lucy didn't have the heart to disagree with the boy's earnest smile. Younger than her, but facing the same problems. It wasn't hard to compare his situation to hers, even if she didn't know the details. It was like Mira told her. Everyone in Fairy Tail carried something. She couldn't help but feel curious. So, who brought you to Magnolia? Don't tell me Natsu dragged you there? She could imagine the fire mage doing that on a whim, or maybe it was Happy's suggestion to drag a poor boy with nowhere to go to the guild so the master would figure out a solution. To her relief, he shook his head. Oh no. It wasn't Natsu. I only met him a week later. Well, that's a relief. Still, that doesn't answer my question. Is it someone I know? Were they at the guild when I joined? She didn't know most of the other members yet, but she could imagine most of that rowdy bunch doing something similar. Izuku blinked. Oh no. He wasn't there. Mistigan doesn't come to the guild often. Last time Natsu tried jumping him at the door, but he fell asleep and we had to pry him off the wall. Lucy giggled. That sounded like Natsu all right. Still. Mistigan, huh? She wondered what kind of person that was. The more she learnt about Fairy Tail, the more she wanted to. So many people she had yet to meet, so many adventures she had yet to go in. Through the rent crisis still loomed over her, Lucy felt tension drain from her shoulders. Pry him off the wall? Really? She snickered. It was very expensive to replace, you know. The guild breaks so much furniture that if we didn't have Lockie around, we'd be in the red all year round. The rest of the trip went by fast. Clouds overhead rolling through the blue sky as morning turned to noon and the sun glared down on them from its apex. The wind made it bearable, and they'd stocked up on enough water to last, but after a while their conversation tapered out into comfortable silence. Until their final destination appeared. It was the farm. About as farm-like as a farm could be. Fields of produce taking over where before there was plain grass. A large fence separated the property from the road, though whoever owned it had linked the road to the dirt path leading up through the fields and towards a house over in the distance. It was picturesque in a way. Simple house. Painted blue, dotted white at places where it had chipped off. It was built on top of a hill overlooking the field, just tall enough to climb through the set of wooden steps leading up to the door. Just off to the side, Lucy noticed something else, an area which had been cleared out of any kind of flora. It looked like a square had been carved into the ground. You kids gonna be all right? Off to the side, Izuku bowed towards the man who'd been driving their wagon up until now. Yes, we should be able to take it from here. Thank you for the help, Mr. Klein. He was waved away by the older man, perhaps an acquaintance from past jobs? The man wasn't all that talkative. Not that it mattered now. They were here. The first job on the list. Hey Lucy. I think I found the client. Point to the side, the blonde could see him. A rather rotund man wearing overalls, a flannel shirt, and a straw hat was off to the side. Hoe in hand, he swung the blade into the soft earth with soft grunts, small mounds of dirt forming as he moved along a straight line leading up from the foot of the hill. He hadn't moved or even noticed them. Probably too far away. Even so, Lucy was determined. The two of them approached the man. Lucy watched Izuku pull out one of the flyers from the familiar pile, a thin smile that screamed, customer service, etching itself on his face. Good morning, sir. We're here for your job request. Finally looking up from where he stood, the man gave them a flat stare. Ah, you're those mage folk I heard were coming. Lucy shifted awkwardly in place. He didn't seem all that impressed with them. Yes, our guild received the request to help you fix your barn. If you'd please check the details for us. Fortunately, Izuku didn't seem to let the man's lack of reaction get the best of him, handing over the parchment with the request to the farmer, who read it over with the same flat expression. Seems fine. You lot took your time getting here though. It's been almost a week. Well, that was a bit rude. Didn't he know how job requests worked? Then again, this was the bonus. Most of our members have been out doing jobs. Unfortunately, yours got to us right as most had left. I had just gotten back when I noticed yours. I apologize for whatever inconvenience this may have caused. He bowed, the apologies spilling out of the younger mage with practiced ease. Lucy followed suit, if only not to appear rude. Suppose that's fine. You folks probably got your hands full with more important stuff. Still, let me show you what needs doing. As expected, the man walked with them to the neat square that had been cleared out next to the hill, and as they got close, Lucy finally got to see how large the property really was. Another field of vegetables stretching out from where the hill sloped down. She could see tomatoes, cabbages, and more, as well as the rest of the fence they'd passed by as they entered the farm. Though unlike the front, there appeared to be massive hole right on the side of the fence, a massive patch of ground having been torn up and exposed to the woods, and what looked like a trench torn open like a wound, roots, branches, and leaves collapsed all around it. What happened there? It almost looked like something crashed through. You young guns think you can handle all of this? Figured I should have bought at least some wood, but the missus said it would come cheaper to call some of you mage people. Being called cheap wasn't exactly something Lucy appreciated. She was still a beginner, but damn it if she didn't have some pride. Izuku didn't seem to be bothered by it, however. It's quite all right, sir. It shouldn't take us too long to put something together. We'll call you if there's anything we need. The farmer gave the green-haired boy a once-over, clearly doubting him, before nodding with a sigh. Well, at least one of ya is dressed up for the job. Now what do you mean by that? She tried not to glare at him. Well, far be it from me to tell you what to do. Food should be ready in an hour if ya ain't done by then. There's a restroom in the house too. I'll be working the field out front if you need anything. Holler when you're done. He made to walk away before stopping. Almost forgot. Try and steer clear off the fence out back ye? We still need to fix it. Izuku perked up. If you'd like I can also dash. Try and fix that? And then charge extra, yes? You and your friend can handle the barn and nothing else. Now, if you'll excuse me. Walking away, the man didn't spare the two of them another glance as he marched past the house and back where he'd been working, not once noticing the glare Lucy aimed at his back. Seriously, what was up with that? Guess we should get to work then. The blonde sighed. The reminder that she needed to work enough to break her out of her annoyance. Even so, standing before the cleared terrain, she found there was little she could do to help. Going over her keys, she didn't think any of her spirits had experience in construction. Crux might have been able to tell her about builders and important landmarks, but the doddering old spirit was likely to fall asleep rather than give them directions. If they had materials to carry, she could have called Taurus. The bull spirit was ever eager for chances to ogle his contractor, so she would exploit him for all the labor he was worth. Cancer was specialized, he was an expert in all things cutting and chopping, but Lucy suspected they weren't allowed to go into the forest to get wood. How are we gonna do this? She despaired, her rent money was farther away with every step she took. I think I can handle it. Scratch that, she was safe. You can? Really? Yeah. It might take me a little bit longer than my usual spells, but I might be able to make a building? I haven't done something this big for a while now, but it shouldn't be impossible. Right. After all the shocks she went through, Lucy had completely forgotten that the green-haired boy was an earth mage. Even if a toy was a bit small in comparison to a whole building. Are you sure? I mean, he smiled reassuringly. It's okay, I'm used to jobs like this. I just need a little bit of space. Lucy was more than willing to provide just that, taking a few steps back as she watched the younger mage sit down, hands digging into the soft dirt, molding it and shaping it. Really, it was like watching a kid going to the beach, digging their hands into the sand with a look of intense concentration. Then there was light as a magic circle shimmered to life. Soft dirt shifted and writhed, almost like mud. It seemed to ripple idly with each breath Izuku took. Amorphous blobs of liquid earth rose from the ground slowly, wrapping around each other as the light intensified. Earth make shelter. The magic circle disappeared with a bright flash, so bright that Lucy had to cover her eyes. Where before was a simple square of clear dirt, now stood a reasonably tall building, about thrice as large as she was tall and just as long. The shadow of the building suddenly covered them. Lucy walked closer, touching the wall with her hand. It felt like pottery? Smooth to the touch, without any imperfection or uneven surface. It was a simple square-faced wall, but it looked like it had been carved from stone rather than anything put together by human hands. Cool to the touch, Lucy almost felt like hugging the building to escape the heat of the midday sun. She had questions, however, and her curiosity refused to go ignored. This is different from before. Before, he had all but created that toy using magic alone, but this time instead of making something from scratch, Izuku had shaped the earth that was already present to create something else. You got a good eye, Lucy. Yes, my earth magic is a type of molding magic called earthmake. It comes in 2 different flavors though. One lets me create earth or stone with my own power. The other method is to, well, put some earth in a mold to create something else. Max taught me how to do that, but he's the type to turn earth into sand, so it's kinda the other way around. Gray and Locky usually do it the other way though. You can't always have ice and wood lying around. That made sense. It also explained how he could get so many jobs done. That's handy. Lucy tried not to feel jealous. Really, out of the 2 of them, she was the one who had the better deal. The ability to form contracts with celestial spirits was by far more impressive than just giving shape to loose dirt, is what she told herself. But it wasn't like she could have helped at all with this job. Probably wouldn't be able to help with most of the ones they picked up. And I'm still getting paid half. The realization tasted bitter. Lucy shook her head. She couldn't think like that. Everyone had their strong points and their weak points, and it wasn't just because she couldn't build a shack or work a field. There were still things she could do. Mister, I think we're done. She called out, waving at the man in the distance. In a way, this was good. The earlier they finished jobs like these, the faster they could get to jobs where she could help, and then finish those earlier too. Working together like that, going back to Magnolia before the week was over wasn't a pipe dream. Yes, she had to cheer up. Oh, already? Really, she should have known better than to underestimate a bona fide fairy tale mage, especially one who was half a year her senior. Really, Lucy should have left preconceptions like these when she walked through the door. It was all she could do not to bounce on her feet in excitement. Maybe this wouldn't that hard after. That's no good. Can you do it again? All. Lucy blinked. The farmer stood before the stone building with the same passive face as before. He'd barely looked at it before turning to the green-haired boy. It needs windows. Izuku for his part didn't even look bothered, instead turning back to focus on his spell. The blonde, however, wasn't as easily distracted. What the hell was that all about? Chapter 5. Lucy was a well-behaved young lady. She'd had a good upbringing, as miserable as it could have made her at times, so she knew that there were things one shouldn't think or say about other people, or in pleasant company. Something she tried keeping up with even if she slipped from time to time, or threw a chair or 2 at people. It was normal. Everyone had limits to their patience. Lucy liked to think she was a measured and calm person who wouldn't overreact over every little thing. Can you do it again? I think the ceiling is crooked. Can you do it again? There's a crack on the back. Again, there's not enough room inside. Can you make it wider? I actually want it to face the other side. But there was no way anyone was capable of putting up with this. Over and over again for the past hour, the farmer would come check the building they made, find something he didn't like about it, ask them to do it again, and then come back 10 minutes later to do the exact same thing, only he would complain about something else he didn't bring up the last time. They would be forced to clean out the terrain again, and Izuku would conjure another into shape. And again. And again. The worst part was that Izuku just didn't say anything about it. Nodding along with every little request and nitpick, he casted the same spell over and over again. Back against the midday sun, Lucy could already see a sizable stain of sweat forming along his spine as he rubbed the wetness that had dripped down onto his eyes. He just stood there and took it. If it was her, she'd have already left. The entire thing reminded her too much of home for comfort. Stuck trying to appease someone who didn't care about your efforts. Sure, this was just a random farmer who hired them, but the situation couldn't help but touch a nerve. And the fact Izuku didn't so much as grumble made her feel even worse about it. Are you really okay, Izuku? This is what, the 8th barn? The young man looked up from where he was kneeling, giving her a sheepish smile. I don't mind it, Lucy. Really, I should have known that this was going to be a harder job. Some customers are just picky. Good thing he was wearing gloves. He'd had his hand buried under the dirt for so long that the blonde was starting to think he might have a hard time cleaning them later. Look, the way the guy is talking to you. It's fine. He waved her off. It happens from time to time. Some customers just like to nitpick. It's easy for me to make these, so I don't mind spending a little bit more time to make sure it's perfect. Lucy wanted to argue. It didn't feel right. The farmer wasn't giving them any kind of instruction. He just let them work and then came back to poke holes at the product. Even if he was busy working himself, couldn't he have taken a little bit longer just to make sure they got the job right on the first go? She watched the ground shift and rise again, the familiar light of Izuku's magic shaping it into a new building. It was pretty large. It had windows. It had a second floor. It was wider. It was facing the right side, and thankfully there weren't any cracks she could see. Maybe this was it? Lucy wasn't sure. She hadn't done anything to help with this job at all, and she doubted that going off on the farmer would help. The man would probably get mad and cancel the job, or just keep whatever Izuku made and then kick them out without paying up. The kind of thing she expected from. Take deep breaths, Lucy. You're thinking about someone else. She didn't need to think about that man right now. Lucy? Oh, sorry, you're finished? Yeah, I think so. Looking at her, the boy's eyes seemed to be searching for something. She'd made a bad job of hiding the fact she was bothered, and now he was probably regretting inviting her. Or maybe that was just her sour mood getting in the way. Still, she went through the whole process of walking up to the man on the other side of the farm, getting him to follow her back to the barn where Izuku fidgeted awkwardly. Lucy liked to think she did a good job of it. Not snapping at the man and being perfectly pleasant as she brought him back, all the while her heart beat against her chest like a drum. Surely this time there was nothing wrong. They were wasting time here. Time she didn't have. Ah. That's all he said. Izuku leaned forward in interest. There was a pause as the man walked around the barn, all the while looking it up and down, knocking his knuckles on the walls, pressing his ears against them. At one point he even liked one of the walls. Lucy wasn't sure what she expected, but it certainly wasn't that. Well, at least it seemed like this time there was nothing to complain about. Walls are too thin. Think you can do it again? Lucy rounded on the man, lips pulled back on an angry scowl as she took a deep breath. But before she could go and tell the man exactly what she thought about the building, a loud clanging bell sounded in the distance, completely taking the wind off her sails as the man turned around. It's lunchtime. You two coming? She felt Izuku's hand on her shoulder, a nervous smile on his face as he spoke for them. Just give us a couple minutes. Sure, don't take too long though. Food will get cold. The man shrugged, walking away. Lucy didn't usually have homemade meals. Sure, her family chefs who worked tirelessly to make sure she had everything she needed to grow up into a fine lady, and her trip from the Hart Philly estate to Harjan was filled with trips to restaurant and fast food joints, satisfying her desires for some of the unhealthier meals she never got growing up. Needless to say, she didn't know what a proper family meal looked like. It looked nice. A large pile of rice took up the center of the table. Beside it a plate of fresh vegetables, probably from the other part of the farm she hadn't gotten close to. There were a few crackers to the side that smelled faintly like cheese. A big jar of lemon juice sparkled under the light coming from the nearby window. But the most important part was the stew. Sitting in a large slab of thick black wood, the stewed meat let out a small plume of steam, inviting them to sit. The sight itself felt nostalgic despite the blonde having never had food like it before. Or a family to have meals with. Not for the longest time, at least. Even so, it looked like the lunch table of her dreams. Shame even the food couldn't do much for her mood. It was unfair, disliking someone despite knowing them for a little bit over an hour, but Lucy couldn't help but shoot the farmer dirty looks whenever she thought he wasn't looking. Not that the man would even notice, he seemed pretty content to ignore them while eating. Probably for the best since it kept his mouth shut. Izuku also remained quiet, though he seemed to look at her out of the corner of his eye every now and again. I'm not gonna snap at him, you know. Well, she probably wouldn't. Maybe. It was just annoying that they were wasting time in daylight doing the same job over and over again when they could be on their way to the next town by now. Being stuck in a job she couldn't help with wasn't at all helping her mood. "Would you like some more, dear?" Lucy smiled thinly, as convincingly as she could. The missus of the house, Lola, was a short, stout, but cheery older lady with wrinkles barely visible around her eyes and a smile that seemed to radiate with cheerfulness. Dressed in a simple sweater and a thick skirt that reached past her knees down to her calves, she reminded her of Miss Spetto and her boundless energy. "Thank you, Mrs. Lola." Giggling, the older lady picked up her bowl, dumping a serving of stew before walking around to her fellow mage and offering the same, to which he stuttered a reply with a smile that looked equal parts fond and equal parts painful. Almost like he recognized her. There's probably a story there. And while her author's heart would like nothing more than to investigate and learn more, it was the kind of thing that piqued her interest, learning things about people around her. Made for a good distraction. While before he looked tired, her fellow mage seemed to be enjoying himself talking with the older lady, stuttering and blushing as she asked one question or another. "I heard that some of you mages end up in magazines from time to time. Mrs. Holly from down the road collects some of those. Are you one of those handsome mages she harps on about, Sonny?" No. Sorry. I'm not exactly the photogenic type." She waved him off. "Hardly. Don't let those city folk tell you off. Any gal in the countryside would jump at the chance at having a nice man like you on the altar." Lucy tried not to laugh. If this continued, the green-haired boy would probably pass out. From that point on, lunch went by smoothly, with the matronly woman flitting about the room, picking at the plates as she made sure everyone had enough on theirs before taking her own seat. Even her husband, taciturn as he was, perked up when she pecked him on the chin, looking away just as embarrassed as Izuku. Oh, she was dangerous. Before long an hour had passed and Izuku left with a wave, eager to go back to the job no doubt. Lucy would have followed him. "Do you have a moment, dear?" But was stopped by a hand on her shoulder and a kind smile. "Quick, think about something. Any excuse." I really should be getting to work now, Mrs. Lola." That did little to convince the older woman who waved her off. "Hardly. I'm sure that your friend can wait a few minutes. Just thought I'd try and have a chat between us gals before you went out there and tried to chew out my husband, you see." Well, that wasn't to be a wait. What? Dearie, you were all but glaring at him for half the meal. It wasn't very subtle. You're lucky the man's about as thick as a brick, or he might have noticed it. Carrying the dirty dishes to the sink, the older woman motioned for her to follow, putting away the leftovers before moving on to the living room. Their home was larger than the one Lucy was renting, tiny compared to her house. But then again, most things were tiny compared to the Hartphilly estate. A comfortable couch took up most of the living room with a coffee table resting in the center and a counter taking up the wall in front of it. Lucy could see a vase with flowers, various portraits and some photos hanging from the walls. Nothing massive or expensive, just the kind of stuff you'd find at a town sale. "Felt homey? Now dear, why don't you tell me what's bothering you?" Lucy considered biting her tongue. She really wasn't the type to spill the beans just because someone was offering. Really. She barely knew these people, so was there even a reason to talk about her mounting issues with the client? And she didn't want to snap at someone who reminded her so much of a dear friend. "It really isn't anything." "It's my husband, isn't it?" She sighed. "Is it that obvious? I was looking from the window earlier, watching you working. That friend of yours is really patient, you know? I know none of the farmhands we have around would have put up with Robbie when he's like that. He's the awkward type." "Awkward? More like insensitive." "That too." The old lady cackled. "Crap, she said that out loud." "You did, but I like honest kids like you. I couldn't stand being around the man when I was younger, either said too much or not enough. Awkward to a fault and forgetful to boot. The number of times I've caught him tracking mud in the living room? He's lucky I have a bad back or I would have beaten his head over with a shovel by now." She let out a cackle, leaning back against the couch. Lucy giggled. It was definitely a fun image. "But you know, he's always been a man of action." Standing up, the lady walked around the coffee table and over to the counter, picking one of the pictures, turning around to show it to her. It looked old and faded. The sort that you took from the older non-magical cameras that were still used for newspapers and magazines. Given that the couple in the picture looked like young adults, she'd bet there weren't any available back then. See here? She tapped the picture with a fingertip. Lucy squinted at the blurry background, quirking an eyebrow as she noticed what looked like a house, a building? Something large just off to the side. It couldn't be their house, it wasn't set on the hill for starters. The barn? Yes, he spent months on that DMN thing, wouldn't stop until he finally managed to put the DMN thing together with his cousin and the rest of the local boys. Somehow he convinced them to help, or maybe just paid the sorry lot. He wouldn't tell anyway why he didn't just call in folks from out of town to handle it. He had the money, but still wanted to get it done. She felt awkward. Where was this going? Turns out he wouldn't come ask me out until he had that big barn ready to show off. Something about wanting to impress my dad? He really didn't have any way to talk other than working. Lucy could see that. He barely talked to them before going back to working the fields. In fact, he only came by whenever she called him to check in on their progress. Well, what are we supposed to do then? He barely gave us any directions and won't accept anything we make. That part got her angry. Not at the farmer, but at the green-haired boy. Didn't he get angry too? Before they were called for lunch, he stopped her from giving their client a good tongue lashing and then acted like she was a ticking time bomb. Didn't he realize that the sleazebag was taking advantage of him? Because he kept doing the work over and over again. They would probably spend hours here. Mrs. Lola sighed. That man. He's never really satisfied. Really, it's all because I convinced him to hire mages to fix up the barn. Lucy perked up. That was news to her. You did? Yes, of course I did. That brickhead would have tried to rebuild the thing from scratch by himself if I didn't. He isn't all that sturdy anymore, you know? One bad fall and he would never recover. Thought I'd spare his bones and my ticker the stress and got him to post the job. Why is he so sour? Because a bunch of mages wrecked our barn. Lucy blinked once. Then blinked twice. Then a third time. Oh. Yes, dearie. Oh. Mrs. Lola gave her a knowing grin. Happened a month ago. Someone down the road was having problems with one of those giant mountain hogs. Demon thing somehow found its way down here and wouldn't leave the man's crops alone. So he put out a request to one of your fancy magic places and a group of them showed up to take care of it. She didn't like where this was going. What did they do? The older woman snorted. What else? Chased the beastie all over the place, gave us all a right scare it did. Then it crashed through our fence before the idiots got the bright idea to try and shoot fire at it. Set us off something fierce when the barn caught fire. Lucy believed her. She'd seen how destructive a fire mage could be. Natsu had all but wrecked half of Harjan's port fighting that Bora idiot and they had to run away from the Rune Knights. Even if Natsu was ridiculously strong, many could cause a lot of damage if they weren't being careful. And she'd bet her keys these ones weren't. Do you know which guild? She really hoped it hadn't been Natsu. Couldn't care less. Though they were a really rude bunch, they didn't even stick around to help us. Old Johnson spent a pretty penny on them. The best in the business, he assured us. That took the wind from her sails. It was one thing to have other mages be the reason they were asking for help in the first place, but she was still glad that it probably weren't mages from her guild who caused this mess. After all, Fiore Top Guild wasn't fairy tale even if they did come close. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you this so you'd feel bad for us, dear. Just so you understand where we're coming from. Mages barely come around these parts as it is, and the last time they did they made a mess, so it's normal to be suspicious. Even so, Lucy felt like that was unfair. A bunch of idiots came in and wrecked the place, and now other mages had to get the cold shoulder? They didn't come here to take advantage of them. Izuku was outside right now trying to help them, and the only reason he wasn't done already was because they wouldn't accept anything short of replacing the first one. Mrs. Lola? Yes. Do you mind if I borrow this picture? I don't see any problem, just give it back when you're done. Handing over the frame, Lucy gave the picture another once-over. The quality wasn't as good as the ones that used lacrima lenses, but she could make out all the details on the couple, and more importantly, all the details on the building behind them. What do you need it for though? Pulling up the pouch with her keys, Lucy looked through them until her eyes fell onto a familiar golden sheen. If she was right, then this might just be the answer to their problems. Chapter 6. Lucy. You want me to do what? Make me a big block of rock. As large as you can make it. Heart beating against her chest like a drum, manic energy moved Lucy's limbs as she jogged back to the field, 1,001 thoughts and ideas flitting through her mind as approached the green-haired mage with nothing but a key and a framed picture in tow. Not the most confident look, but for that she made up with actual confidence. Maybe. You think it's gonna work? He looked doubtful. It kinda hurt to have her plan questioned like that, though maybe that was because she hadn't said much of anything about it other than her need for a massive block of stone. She needed to work on her communication, okay? See this? She forked over the framed picture. They look pretty happy. Looks like an antique though, but I thought everyone used lacrima cameras so it must be really old, but then how did they figure out that lacrima could be used for something as mundane as taking pictures? Can people who don't use magic use them, or do you need to dash? Lucy felt her vision swirl. Oh yeah, he was usually so quiet she completely forgot he did this. And not the picture, Izuku. What's in it, can't you tell? Stiffening in embarrassment, Lucy had to bite back a giggle as the younger mage's cheeks colored at the realization that he'd been rambling again. Instead, looking down at the offered photo, his eyes seemed to almost scan the picture and commit as many details of it to memory as he could, searching for whatever meaning Lucy was trying to show him. There's a building behind them? Lucy let him put the dots together. It's the barn. Yes. They had a picture of it, and that means we can use that as the model for ours. There's no way the client won't accept it. A triumphant warmth bloomed in her chest. Lucy palmed the key she'd picked up for the job, waiting to unveil the next part of her master plan as Izuku smiled in relief. That might be a little difficult. He looked down, dejected. Knowing what it looked like is well and good, but I need a lot of practice to make something down to the smallest detail. Having a picture is better than doing it from memory though, but we might still spend the whole day at it until I get everything right. And there was no way she was waiting that long. Which is where I come in. But I'm still gonna need you to make as big of a block as you can. Biting his lip in apprehension, Izuku nodded nonetheless as he took position. What about you, Ms. Lucy? Lucy's finger ran over the length of the golden key in preparation. Twirling it. Like a baton, she felt her own magic react in response to the contract as she slashed it through the air theatrically, as if wielding a sword. Open. Gate of the Crab, Cancer. Before her eyes a magic circle erupted in a shower of green light, white smoke swirling in the wind as the form of her spirit materialized before them. A large man with dark hair decorated in bright orange, dressed in a simple shirt and pants appeared from the ether. In each of his hands, he carried a pair of scissors and, more importantly, he had 6 large crab-like legs striking out of his back. Is it time for your monthly haircut already, Ebi? Izuku tilted his head to the side in confusion. Ebi? Shouldn't it be Gani? Lucy sighed in second-hand embarrassment. Never mind that. Izuku meet Cancer. Cancer, this is Izuku, a fellow mage of Fairy Tail. As if on cue, the polite teenager bowed his head in greeting. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Cancer. I heard only good things from Lucy about her spirits. Said blonde mage felt a sensation lift from her stomach all the way to her chest. The genuine respect shown by a human to a spirit. It was nice seeing that even someone who wasn't taught to be a celestial spirit mage still could respect them. The first lesson she'd been taught as a mage had been to treasure the bonds she had with the celestial spirits. They were her allies, friends, protectors. Even if she didn't get along with some of them as well as others, she'd always made sure to care about them. Cancer nodded, sensing or perhaps sharing her approval. Likewise. We will be in your care, Ebi. Although. Izuku looked puzzled. Lucy already had an idea where this was going. Perhaps you should see about getting your hair trimmed. The style suits you, but it will block your vision soon if you don't address it, Ebi. Running his hand through the mess of green curls, Izuku seemed to notice them for the first time with a frown. It really has been a long time. Almost sounded sad. He can get a trim with you later, Cancer. For now we should focus on the job, right? Bumping him with her shoulder, Lucy tried to give an encouraging smile, even if her curiosity burnt her. Fortunately, he seemed to understand the cue, giving a thankful smile and facing the empty terrain once more. Just as before, the ground in front of them seemed to melt and shift in place, going from mud to sand, to stone, and then back to the first. She could feel the magic filling the air as the younger mage seemed to glow beside her, straining to put out as much power as he could into the spell. Earth make brick? She almost laughed. Almost. The ground exploding in front of her and a massive block of stone immediately caused her to choke on the snort as the mana was spent all at once and Izuku fell on his but beside her. Really, when she'd asked him to make it as big as he could, she was expecting it to still be the same size as the building. This was almost twice as tall as the building. It's casting a shadow over the hill. She gawked. Is that big enough, Lucy? She opted for gawking a little more. Lucy? Cancer shook her shoulder lightly with an amused smile. Milady, you will catch flies like that a bee. Her jaw closed with click. Hey, what are you young'uns up to over there? A voice called from the distance, and indeed, Lucy could see the form of their client getting closer as he jogged over to see what was up with the second hill that the green-haired boy had somehow made in the middle of his property. Sorry, we'll be done soon. The green-haired boy shouted to the man, looking every bit as embarrassed as Lucy. Seriously, when she asked for a big block of rock, that wasn't what she had in mind. Just how good was he at magic, anyway? Questions for later. All right, Cancer. Now it's our turn. Think you can do it? Showing him the framed picture, the blonde hoped against hope that the spirit's inhumanly keen eye for detail would be enough for her plan to work. Otherwise, she'd have to do a whole lot of explaining and feel a whole lot of embarrassment. Maybe I should have asked before actually getting that thing made? Well, no plan survives contact with the enemy, or something like that. Fortunately, Cancer chose not to comment on it, instead taking the picture from her hands, lifting it as close to his face as he could before shifting angles and doing the same thing over and over again, pacing from side to side. The crab legs coming from his back seemed to twitch idly as he hummed in thought. Should be doable a bee. Though as payment. Oh, right, that was part of their contract. I'm gonna let you style my hair later. Isn't that a bit lopsided? Izuku looked at her oddly. Cancer is peculiar about getting better at haircuts. He likes mine, so I usually let it grow out so he can try different things once a month. It lets me summon him pretty much every day, so it's pretty neat for a contract. And not having to spend money on hairdressers meant one less thing to spend her money on. Shall I get started, Bee? Her heart soared. Please do. Cancer pulled out his scissors, measuring up the block of rock as if trying to find the proper way to start, before vanishing in a blur of movement. Watching him flicker in and out of view was something Lucy would never stop being impressed with. Even more so when before their very eyes the massive piece of stone started to evaporate. Well, not quite evaporate. Dust and sand flew in all directions. It was like a gust of wind circled around Izuku's giant brick so fast that Lucy couldn't even see Cancer stop to carve into the rock with his scissors in what she could only bet was an act against natural order. After all, everyone knew rock beat scissors. Normally. But it was like watching a sand castle falling apart as it was washed over by a wave. Bit by bit, the massive block of stone seemingly disappeared, melting away into nothing, or rather, vanishing into dust as its shape changed and the rough outline of a building started to form. That's so cool, isn't it? Awesome. He is moving so fast, and he can just carve right through that rock like it was nothing. No, he isn't even cutting it, he is shaving away at it bit by bit, but it's so fast that it looks like it's falling apart. Is that some kind of speed magic like Mr. Jet? Are those scissors magic too? Can he use molding magic like me then? Lucy smiled. It was nice being the one in the know. Well, celestial spirits have abilities that, while magical, aren't spells like we know them. Sure, they can learn to use magic, but it's not like they are human, so they can be as strong or as fast as they need to be. It all depends on how much magical energy they get from the contract and its quality. The explanation came easily to her. It was drilled into her head countless times by her tutor after all. Ah, That means you must be a great mage then. Crap, he was complimenting her. Be humble, Lucy. Be humble. Well, you could say it's teamwork. The spirit does the work, but the mage does the heavy lifting bringing them over. Carving a big slab of rock like that into a building is child's play for Cancer. And of course, Cancer being one of the 12 strongest spirits a mage like her could contract with was just stronger by default than most. Even if she were a crappy mage, his strength would still be above average. Not that she was gonna tell anyone that. Ah, so that's what you lot were planning. I got so distracted talking about the plan I forgot he was coming over. In fact, with how silent the man was, it looked like he'd been standing there for the past 5 minutes and neither mage had so much as noticed. Instead, his eyes were glued to the swiftly shrinking shape of stone. Izuku fortunately took charge. I'm sorry for making a mess. I wasn't sure how big we needed the rock to be, so I ended up inconveniencing you. He bowed earnestly. Really, it still gave her a bad taste to see him treat this guy so well. It was surprising, but you seem to be hard at work. I'm not sure if this is going to work. At the dejected look on Izuku's face, Lucy felt a vein throb angrily. Her mouth moved before her brain. At least wait for him to finish before refusing. And for once that seemed to make him actually look at her. She didn't mean to sound so terse, but the frustration was still there even if she knew why he wasn't a big fan of mages. She was fed up with him refusing everything they did just because of how they did it. Lola talked to you, didn't she? What was it with this guy? Yes, why? I made that barn, you know. Bought the wood and the nails. I paid off a bunch of knuckleheads to come help me put it together. It was hard work and it took us a couple tries to get it right. After it was done, well, it was probably weeks after we started. Reaching for his glasses, the man rubbed it against his shirt to clear out the dust. Isn't it too easy? Having magic. You get to break things that took that so long to make, and then turn around and put them back together just because you want to. What does that say to regular folks like us? I just wanted to see if you mages could put in some actual effort, but look at you, you didn't lift so much as a single pebble or tools. Can you really call that a fair exchange? Effort? He thought this didn't take effort. The older man sighed, turning his back on them as if preparing to walk away. You're wrong, sir. And stopped. Lucy stopped too. Because while the voice was familiar, it wasn't the embarrassed, nervous, or trembling voice she was used to, or the overeager, energetic one that bubbled to the surface from time to time, but instead a serious look had appeared on Izuku's face and the way he'd spoken seemed to hang on the air. Listen, kid. I'm not saying I'm not paying. At least you tried to dash. That's not what I was talking about. You're being unfair to her. Do you know how long it actually takes to learn magic? It's not something you can just pop a book open and learn how to do. Ms. Lucy has probably been at this for years. And never mind her, there's all sorts of mages out there who have been learning how to do magic since they were very young. Lucy blinked in confusion. Since when has this become about her? She was the one angry at how the man had been treating Izuku, not the other way around. Even so, it was satisfying seeing the older man step back in surprise, just as overwhelmed by the sudden deluge of words as she had been. In fact, he looked like someone had up and slapped him, going by how surprised he looked. I know it's hard having to work and do things without magic. I hadn't learned how to do it until very recently, and it still took me months to learn how to get things right. Months? He was that much of a newbie? It's still too fast. If a mage is gonna come in here and break our property, they should at least put in the same effort to put it back together. Izuku sighed. I know, and it's not fair. But you're not the only one we're here to help, sir. I have 2 other jobs here and 3 more in another village nearby. Everyone is asking for help, and mages like us have to be fast if we want to help people. Lucy wanted to say something. Anything. But she was completely taken aback at just how much the younger mage was talking. He just seemed so unassuming before. Where was all this mature talk coming from? Helping people? Was that really the only reason? The farmer looked stumped, as if he didn't have a proper answer, though by the look on his face he didn't seem like he wanted to let Izuku have the last word, but at the same time didn't want to just scoff and leave, because that would mean admitting that he was being petty to them. It shouldn't be that easy. It shouldn't. They turned to look at her. Crap, had she said that out loud? Ms. Lola told me that you built your barn to show off. And it wasn't okay for those other mages to make a mess and leave, which is why I asked her for this. She handed over the framed picture, the man looking at it oddly and then back at her as if to ask a lot of very loud questions. This is from our wedding. She smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, but I could only think of this way to make it up to you for what happened. And right on cue she felt Cancer approach them. Milady, it is finished to be. Behind them a massive cloud of dust seemed to float away, carried by the breeze as the silhouette of the building her celestial spirit had carved out of the stone stood over the previously abandoned terrain. It was tall, bigger than the original but not by much. Its walls were wider and thicker too, but the way they'd been carved made them look almost glossy under the light of the sun. Above all else, it looked just like the one in the picture. And judging by the look on the man's face, he also seemed to notice. Wow, it looks incredible, Mr. Cancer. The crabman nodded, accepting the earnest praise. Dharma was silent, looking from the picture to the new barn. His mouth moved but no sound came out. Thumbs running over the frame, he took a step closer, as if wanting to get a better look. This is perfect. Putting his hand against the smooth side of the barn, Lucy could see the man's reflection on the carved wall. It's not the same. Izuku spoke up. There's no way I could make a barn the way you did. Not even with Lucy's help. That was the barn that you made with your own hands. Just think of this one as a replacement. When you guys aren't as tight on money, you can tear it down and you can replace it yourself. But until then, you can have this. Lucy sighed in annoyance. He was being way too nice. And confusing. Wasn't he being all serious and protective a minute ago? Now he was apologizing and trying to make the guy feel better again. She just didn't get him. The farmer looked just as confused, or perhaps speechless. Maybe it was the tongue lashing she gave him, or Izuku's earnest speech on wanting to help people, but the man almost seemed to deflate on the spot, tension evaporating as he cleaned up his glasses. Or pretended to. I didn't want him to cry, just to apologize. Why then was he smiling? I really screwed the pooch on this one, didn't I? Lucy wanted to yell. Yes, he did. It wasn't that bad. Like you said, we just needed a bit of effort. Izuku smiled. It wasn't awkward as before but just as earnest. The joke was a bit flat, but it seemed to get the man to crack a chuckle. The farmer coughed awkwardly. Well, the least I can do is make it up to you too. Izuku tried waving him off. You really don't need to do that, sir. We just burnt a little bit of sunlight. If we hurry we can make it to our next job without any problem. The older man looked pensive. What say we go back inside and I whip you two something nice to take on the way then? We should have plenty of leftovers and I can get Billy to hustle up a wagon for you lot. Closest place would be Veggie Town, right? Lucy sighed. This really wasn't going the way she thought it would. But by the time she found her voice the two of them were back outside with a couple of lunches and a ride to the next town. She didn't even know how to feel about it, or the knowing look that Mrs. Lola gave them on the way out. As if she expected it to happen all along. That part annoyed Lucy the most. What was she missing? Chapter 7. 10 minutes later and the two of them were back on the road. Even so, Lucy felt, conflicted. When she decided to become a mage, she expected things might have been tough for a while, but she believed that she was going to do the sort of jobs she always read about in the magazines. Beat up monsters, explore abandoned ruins to retrieve lost treasures, pose for sorcerers weekly like her idol and now co-worker, Miraji. She knew it wouldn't be like that at the start. She welcomed the chance to prove herself. But, she expected other people to kinda see it too. Just talking with the farmer couple made her realize that not everyone had the same opinion she did of mages, and that even a well-meaning one like Izuku could get caught in between when everyday people were double-crossed or hurt by mages in some way. It wasn't fair. So why did he still try to help them feel better? Lucy wasn't naive. She knew that just like there were plenty of good people, there were also absolute JRKs out there. But the way Izuku just flipped a switch the moment the farmer looked upset and immediately started trying to reassure him. It wasn't something she could see herself doing. Her mind ran 1,000 miles, screaming for answers. Plu plu. Lucy smiled embarrassed. Sorry, Plu. Was I holding too tight? She really should try and keep a lid on her temper, but the entire job just seemed to rub her the wrong way. It wasn't what she expected a mage like her to be treated like when she decided she wanted to help someone. She wasn't an inconvenience to be put up with just to get a job done. She was a mage. Just think of the rent, Lucy. Just think of the rent. But the trip really wasn't turning out to be how she imagined. And most of that could be attributed to the green-haired guy standing across from her. Absorbed on a small notebook, he seemed to be writing down something with a light pen, sparkles of dark green light flickering in the wind as he scribbled down. Angling over her head, she peered down at the pages. It was her? Well, her, Cancer and Plu. Standing side by side in what looked like a cartoonish rendition of a diagram, words surrounding them though she couldn't reach what they said upside down. She could at least make out a familiar shape as Izuku drew a passable portrait of her key holder. She could at least make out what was on the cover. Magic analysis for the future. So she was dealing with a fellow author, huh? You know, if you want to hear more about my magic, we could arrange an interview. Stiffening, Izuku looked up from the pages with a blush on his cheeks. Sorry, this must look creepy. She waved him off. No. It's okay. I just didn't expect you to be all gung-ho about trying to learn about the way I do things. You're an earth mage, no? Sure, just about every mage could learn different types if they put in enough time and effort, but most just kept to the first type because it was easier. He perked up at the question. Earth mage? There's a distinction? Lucy smiled, motioning for him to continue. Any conversation was better than wallowing on her bad mood. See, caster-type magic is simple. You pull in the energy from inside yourself, pool it with the energy outside, and then enact the formula for the spell you want to use. Most do it by memory and come up with their own magic formulas. Like how your keys manifest a magic circle of their own when you use them. Okay, she at least knew this much. No dizziness yet. She could adapt. And how is that different from your earth make? Well, molding magic is flexible. Rather than put together a different formula every time for each different spell, I use a single formula or, well, magic circle to make just about everything I need. You need a lot of practice to actually make it effective, since a multi-purpose circle is much harder to put together than a single-purpose one, and that's not even going into stuff like different magic scripts and how they work. Stuff like Levi's solid script or dash. And now she was getting overwhelmed. So, your magic can make just about everything with a single spell, but it's more complicated because of that? Izuku looked embarrassed. I'm not really good yet. If I try to make something too fast, it comes out brittle. If I take too long, it comes out oversized and misshapen. I'm much better at making small things than I am at making them big. I'd say, it's middle of the road in terms of difficulty, not as fragile as ice but not as flexible as wood. Which is why he was having such a hard time making that barn. That at least explained it. You really know a lot about magic. You sure you've only been a mage for 6 months? Well, I wasn't really sure I wanted to be one, but when I found out I just didn't see a reason not to try my best. It was something to do while I was staying at the guild and, well. She leaned closer. And? Sorry. It's just something silly. Well, don't leave me in the dark. I promise not to laugh. Lucy smiled encouragingly. It was always interesting to find out more about new people, and since he was offering to tell her, why not listen? I really like magic. I love magic. Being able to help people in a way only I can, to reassure them like that. To show that there's someone out there willing to come when they call. It makes me really happy. He admitted with an embarrassed smile. Lucy hummed in thought. That sounded less like a mage and more like a rune. At least how the rune knights presented themselves. Guardians of public order, defenders of the people. Anyone who applied could be a rune knight if they went through training and if they could use magic, but they were still the Magic Council's law enforcement branch and one of the greatest thorns in a mage's side. Sorcerer Weekly was riddled with enough articles about mages getting in trouble with the law that people came to believe that knights and mages got along about as well as cats and dogs did. Was Izuku some sort of pacifist? Wanting to help people but being against actually fighting? That would make sense. Or maybe he was a failed cadet. The runic knights were rather stringent in their recruit selection from what she'd heard. A young man with barely any experience using magic, 6 months by his own admission, of any kind probably would have failed the selection or been written out altogether. Maybe I'm just looking too deeply into this. She shook her head. But was there really any other option? What was she missing? The next farm they visited was larger. Much larger than the one before. Rolling fields sprawling down the plains. Evenly cut into rows that were filled with fresh vegetables of all kinds. Bustling with activity, farmhands moved along the rows, plucking the produce and moving along with practiced ease, dozens of men, both older and younger alike, working overtime. Some of the women and children had chosen to wait for them near the house, picking up the baskets full of vegetables and taking them aside to be cleaned up and washed by a large basin to the side. Even then, they wouldn't be done anytime soon. Urgent help request. She understood why those jobs had that in them. How did they get this much done with that few people? Were they short-staffed for some reason? Or was it just a matter of trying to bite more than they could chew? Not that it mattered to her, a job was a job at the end of the day. And if it was manpower they needed, it was manpower she'd give them. Or well, moo power. Open, gate of the bull. Taurus. Slashing the air with her gold key, a magic circle formed as Lucy's mana reached forth through their world and into the celestial realm, voice calling forth a massive figure, materializing it from the ether as a mixture of ox and human stood amidst the leftover smoke, looming over the field. Good afternoon, Miss Lucy. You're rocking that nice bod as per usual. She sighed. Really, she should have known that was what he was gonna say. Not like she could complain. If Cancer was a precision worker who prided himself on his speed and quality, then Taurus was a brute who served to do one thing and one thing only, charge straight ahead with no regard for what was in his path. Taurus. I need to help at the fields, clean up the field and harvest the crops. The man-bull didn't hesitate, cowbell ringing as he charged for one of the untouched rows with a thunderous bellow. Your wish is my command. Lady Lucy. Moo. Foregoing his massive axe, Taurus somehow came upon a large pair of garden scissors, dashing past the lines of vegetables. The sound of cutting rang on the wind as the plucked produce sailed through the air and landed on a comically oversized basket which the spirit had somehow materialized. Did he bring those along with him? She really wanted to ask if he'd brought those along or if he somehow manifested farming gear just because she asked. Mo. Nice body. Nice body. And somehow his war cry had spread to the rest of the farmers, who seemed to take the spirit's presence as a challenge and immediately redoubled their efforts to try and keep up with the muscle harvest machine her spirit had somehow turned out to be. Earthmake, slide. The green-haired mage didn't seem to notice it, too engrossed in his own task. Though watching as an entire section of the farm rose from ground level and curved into a ramp was plenty of a show, the younger mage sliding down from the top as he tore cabbages from their place in the ground and rolled them down the slide into the waiting arms of the farmhands, who seemed to be making a game out of it to see who could catch the most while Izuku focused just tossing vegetables their way. Lucy was starting to see what he meant by molding magic being useful. If she could call in Cancer, she'd probably be able to finish her own part of the work twice as fast. Tauros was just better when it came to heavy work though. Cancer would complain at being asked to do menial work. Coming from a hairdresser it might have sounded weird, but he saw it as art, and so Lucy would respect his wishes. And it's not like she'd even be able to call him down if he agreed. As a celestial spirit mage, she usually could only call upon a single spirit at a time. She'd heard that some could call more than one if they were particularly powerful, but Ribbon had said those were either one in a generation's talents or experienced such exponential growth over time that they were able to bridge the gap. Naturally, Layla Heartfilia fell into the first category. Lucy wasn't sure where she fell in. Jewel, for your thoughts, hun? Lucy started looking away from the mage as someone called to her. The client and owner of this farm couldn't be more different from the last. A young woman, barely out of her teens, wearing baggy clothes, overalls and a loose shirt beneath the sturdy fabric stood amidst the already cleared rows, guiding the farmhands through cleaning and organizing the baskets. She somehow silently walked over to the blonde without her even noticing. Ah, sorry miss. I was distracted. The farm girl put on an easy smile, waving her off. Not a problem, you looked like you coulda used some company anyway and the others got themselves up and running so I figured we had the time to some chit-chat. Cereza Malcolm was about Lucy's age, though maybe a bit older. She also had one of the thickest accents she'd ever heard. So much so that she had to try and parse out what she was trying to say sometimes. Not that she minded. As far as clients went, Lucy thought the farm girl was a vast improvement over their first one, and that was all she was willing to say on the matter. How she managed to keep all this up and running? It can't be easy. Pardon? Crap, she said that out loud. Sorry, I was just thinking about how much work this probably takes. Well, you to be right about that. It's a lot of hard work. Since our folks left, it's been only me, my siblings, and whoever we could pay to keep the farm going. Not exactly the easiest setup, but we make do most times. Lucy wished she could empathize. But for the longest time she didn't even know her apples were peeled, so she decided it would be probably condescending of her to try and act like she knew what it was like to grow crops like this. Well, I'm glad to be of help. The client nodded in appreciation. And we are happy to have you. Really, when we posted that joke we were expecting about the usual, it's so nice to have another pair of hands here. Especially one that can pop out even more helpers. The usual? Cereza blinked. Oh right, you're probably new, yeah? Never seen you with Goodfellow before. Good what? Who? I meant our little friend over there. Gesturing to the field, Lucy saw that Izuku had seemingly finished helping with harvesting the fields and was instead replacing damaged or broken tools. Things like bent shovels or cracked hammers. A small line of farm hands formed as the mage went about creating replicas with his earth make. Sometimes they came out perfect, other times he apologized and had to make them again when they came out even slightly crooked or cracked. I didn't know he had a nickname like that. Not quite a nickname. It's just how some people at the village took to calling him after the first couple months. See, we'd be lucky if we managed to get a mage to come down here every couple months or so, way too expensive for us. But then he started coming over. Week after week, month after month. For 6 months. Because that's how long Izuku had been at this. Sometimes he brings some of his friends to help, other times he comes alone. But the older people at the village got into their heads that he was the Goodfellow, and I guess the name caught on after a while. That name again. What's a Goodfellow though? I've never heard about it. And Lucy liked to think she was something of a scholar, at least when it came to people who used magic. The farm girl looked delighted at her question. It's a story about a fairy. In the countryside you'll hear all sorts of fairy stories. Some of them are mean, some of them are mischievous, some of them will clean your house or fix your shoes, some will protect the woods and chase out hunters. And then you have the really bad ones that can kidnap kids. Lucy nodded along. She knew about a few of them. Undine. Soph. What kind of fairy is the Goodfellow though? A fairy that loves humans, of course. Cereza jumped over a row of picked vegetables, spinning in place. They say that the Goodfellow is a fairy who works for the King of Fairies. That he goes off into the night looking to play pranks, but always somehow finds a way to help humans. Be it doing house chores or helping work the fields, so long as you don't abuse his trust he will help you. And of course, a little bread and milk goes a long way to show gratitude. She whispered the last part conspiratorially. It was a nice story. And she could see why they would think of the green-haired boy like that. The farm hands seemed to flock around him, offering thanks for asking for something or another. Some of the girls who'd been helping wash the vegetables sometimes flitted around, offering something or another to drink. The story put it in perspective. Do you believe that? Cereza pouted. Let a girl keep a measure of romance in her life, Kay? It doesn't matter if he is a good fellow or not. He's our good fellow, see? And being from fairy tale, well, it became a little bit of an inside joke for us. How did it spread to the other villages? I dunno. Walking through the fields, the two young women approached the house as Taurus appeared to finish his own section of the work, dragging a comically bulging basket with him. Or well, more like dragging slowly as the man-bull failed to consider the fact he'd have to carry all that weight in his hurry to impress Lucy. She'd at least make sure he got something to eat and a thank you before letting him go back. Just because spirits didn't need to eat didn't mean she wouldn't show some gratitude. I guess it's the same way for them. She realized, even if Izuku wasn't a real fairy, people wanted to treat him with respect and reward him for helping them since he went out of his way to do it. That job with the barn left her with a pretty sour taste in her mouth, but at least she could say not everyone would treat them badly. Hard at work, Izuku? Sure took your sweet time coming to see little ol' me. The older girl sauntered up to the mage, smiling mischievously. Izuku approached them, covered in dirt but still managing to blush despite all the sweat and grime. Ah, Mississippi Cereza. Sorry for taking so long, I was dash. She booped him on the nose. Hard at work, yes. I wasn't complaining. She stopped looking shift. Not much at least. I'd be a pretty bad client if I expected you to stop just to talk with me. Lucy blinked. Wait a second. Then why did she talk with her? I'm just glad to help. Their client nodded. Will you be staying over for dinner tonight? The question got the group of farmhands' attention, looking intently at the trio as if wondering whether there might be a party in their future. Even Taurus looked eager, having been offered a giant pint of orange juice to guzzle down on as a few of the children hung from his. I dunno. I guess we're running a bit late, but I was thinking we could have tried to make it to the next village before it got too late. Who are you helping next? The O'Learys? Old MacDonald? Izuku reached into his pocket, pulling out the stack of jobs. I think it's the Vanderwoods? Ah, then maybe you should consider spending the night here. The road to their property has become a bit dangerous. Cereza pursued her lips, looking like she wanted to say something else. Lucy looked at Izuku, who shed the anxiety in favor of visible concern. What do you mean? Their client sighed. I'll explain it over dinner. Just trust me, okay? Lucy felt lost. There was clearly some kind of conversation going between the two of them that she wasn't getting. Who were the Vanderwoods? Chapter 8. Dinner at the farm had been the busy affair. Far different from how things worked at the Hartphilly estate, where food was prepared and then delivered to her room or to massive dining halls when her father was holding business meetings and social functions at their home. Lucy had always felt uncomfortable surrounded by strangers who knew her only as the heiress of the family. Lucky Lucy. It felt awkward back then. She doubted she'd like it even now that she learned how to tune out people who were only interested in talking to her because of business or her father. It had been a long time since Lucy had looked forward to a meal with other people. This was different. It was loud. It was messy. It was cramped. The Malcolm family's kitchen, as it turned out, was connected directly to their dining room, which was connected to the living room, and to the toilets, and to the laundry. In fact, everything that wasn't the bedrooms was stuffed into that first floor. And with Lucy and Izuku joining them, the table had barely enough space for everyone to sit down. Pass the salt. Connie, that's my glass. Sheet, are we already out of eggs? Oi, Cereza. 3 more hard-boiled eggs. To the side, one of the children honked a toy twice on his brother's ear, making him choke on a piece of sausage. Altogether there must have been over a dozen of them. Cereza having taken stove duty for the evening. Lucy couldn't imagine having to cook for this many people every night, but she guessed that they all took turns helping while giving each other time to rest. Izuku stood beside her, flitting from side to side, carrying bowls and plates of food while helping prepare the next batches. It was a fight to grab as much as she could from every serving, but at least it didn't seem like anyone was hogging the food. They were just hungry. And so am I. The leftovers Mrs. Lola gave them helped a lot earlier, but after spending the rest of the afternoon running around to help at this farm, as well as keeping Taurus for so long in the human world, Lucy felt more than a little peckish. Piling up chicken, bowls of rice, fish, and a healthy serving of potatoes. They really liked potatoes. Miss Cereza, the spinach puffs. On it. Looking over at the other mage, Lucy couldn't help but feel nervous. Earlier she had to help convince him that they shouldn't run full speed to the next village, because they probably would have been too tired and hungry to do anything and probably dropped in on their next client in the middle of the night. Hardly a winning first impression in her case. So Izuku had spent the best part of dinner busying himself with helping at the kitchen, picking up from the plates as he walked back and forth between the two ends of the room. How he even had that much energy left she couldn't even begin to understand. While casting spells didn't tire mages out physically, they still tired themselves out mentally to use magic. Never mind that exhausting their magic came with risks of its own. Lucy didn't have to worry about it often. Summoning a celestial spirit took more than their upkeep. They fought using their own power, but the amount they had access to was proportional to how powerful the summoner was. So she didn't have to worry unless she summoned one spirit after the other in quick succession. It did not take long for the table to start emptying. Farmhands bidding her and the others good night as they went to their rooms. Though it was still early in the night, they would have to rise before the sun, so they might as well grab as many hours of sleep as they could. One after the other, they left, lethargic from the day's work and the massive meal. Until eventually it was only Lucy, Izuku, and their client. The other two ate in amiable silence, Lucy having long since finished her dinner. She wondered how many times Izuku had come here. How many times he had stayed the night and eaten with the group. They seemed to know each other well enough, but she could tell that he was tense. That earlier frantic need to dash towards their next client hadn't just vanished. Instead it was on every movement, every step, every word. As if he was counting down the seconds until they let him out of the house. Cereza's cutlery clinked against her empty plate, the farm girl draining what was left from her glass as she leaned against the seat. Izuku had long since scarfed down his own part, not quite shoveling it into his mouth as just going through the motions until the plate was empty and the leftovers were gone. And then the silence got awkward. "Miss Cereza." Izuku spoke for the first time in what must have felt like an hour. Their client sighed at the prodding. It was as good of an icebreaker as they were probably getting. "I suppose I shouldn't keep you two waiting. It's going to be an early day tomorrow." Lucy leaned forward, curious but not to the same degree as the other mage. "Earlier, you mentioned that it was dangerous to travel at night. But that doesn't have anything to do with bandits, right? The way you talked about it was probably something else. Because there was very little that could threaten a mage outside of another mage, or a monster of some kind." "Yes," I said. "That." Izuku's leg bounced against the table, knee bumping impatiently against the wood. "Is something happening, Miss Cereza? The job I got? It was a pest control job, right?" The younger mage nodded. "It didn't mention anything like this. The Vanderwoods must have posted it at least a week ago. I can't tell you when the problem started, though. Strange monsters, creatures I had never seen before, crawled from holes underground. I heard from some of the caravans that they've been feeding off of the crops, attacking silos and barns, killing cattle and damaging the roads leading from the countryside." Lucy bit her lip. This felt like way bigger a deal than what the job described. "Lately, my folks have been running into some of the beasties. Giant white critters shaped like ants with glowing eyes. Spooky things that attack people on the road, chase out animals from the woods and steal from the farms. Where'd they take it? I dunno. But dunno either. It's probably even worse down the road than it's been around here." Izuku looked terribly anxious. "Why didn't you tell us earlier? Included it in a job." Their client shrugged. "Same reason the others around her haven't. We don't have time or money to waste on calling enough mages to handle this. We just gotta cull enough bugs ourselves that things over here won't get any worse." But it wouldn't help the farms farther down the road. Those were probably already overrun. Or having to deal with way worse. "Sorry, Izuku, I didn't know you'd be the one taking this job. Stuff's complicated and the Vanderwoods probably only had enough money for a low-end job. Mages ain't cheap. We rigged together an alarm in the woods, but ain't anything we can do about them. Demon beasties could be digging right under us and we wouldn't know." Lucy thought back to the couple they'd helped just earlier. The suspicion, the willingness to do things themselves before wanting to depend on magic. She probably shouldn't be using the same brush to paint them under the same light, but if they didn't have the money or didn't trust mages to come help them, was it really that much of a surprise? She didn't like it, because it all lined up way too well. "Do you know how they are doing? The Vanderwoods?" Cereza looked down in thought. "Dunno about that. There was a caravan that passed by a week ago, said they were headed down the road to pick up something. They shoulda had already come back, but nobody knows what happened. They probably got jumped by the beasties on the way there." If they were lucky, they ditched the wagon and ran to the river. DMN bugs won't get close to it. From there, the conversation tapered out. Lucy didn't have anything to add, no experience or explanation or plan she could pitch, and Cereza soon bid them a good night before turning in for the night. This complicates things. Their next jobs were meant to be in a farm down the road. A road plagued by these giant bug monsters, which had been attacking farms. Turned out one of their jobs happened to be pest control, but someone probably lied because the scope was way above what they were getting paid for it, either out of desperation or because they were getting tricked into doing more work. She couldn't blame them if it was the second, but she definitely wouldn't go along with it. But what can we do? Call for backup? Would anyone even be at the guild if Lucy called? Scratch that. The trip back to Tulipe would be another full day, meaning they'd end up wasting an entire 24 hours of work just going back to where they started. Numbers could be anywhere from dozens to 100. Lucy blinked, turning to Izuku. Insectoid monsters mean high swarm potential but low intelligence. Ambushes along the side of the road should be difficult. Was he attacking farms for food? Targeting merchants for the same reason? Could they be smarter and manage to recognize caravans as a food source? No. To begin with, there would have been a need for food, implying a larger number than what's been observed. Yes, he was definitely mumbling. Organization hints at advanced pattern recognition. Ants forage for food and bring it back to the nest. Anthills usually are massive underground constructs, but its entrance would be noticeable unless surrounded by trees. Are they aware that this hides them? A giant ant means a giant anthill. Does this species reproduce normally? I wish I had brought Levy's reference material. She tapped his shoulder. Izuku. Sorry. I was mumbling again, wasn't I? She sighed. Well, that's not the problem, is it? You're planning on going through with the job, right? She wasn't sure she would have wanted to, but the looming threat of homelessness meant she just wasn't allowed to pack her bags and go back to Magnolia. If she were being honest, she too felt like she needed to do something. Yeah. I was just trying to think of a way to solve this. The job didn't mention the monsters had spread this far, nor that they were attacking travelers. Really, if I knew, I'd not have left until we had a third person come along with us. Lucy nodded. Killing bugs sounded like something Natsu would have been perfect for. Then again, he'd probably end up burning down a farm. So maybe it was for the best that he wasn't here. Is there anything we can do? The younger mage leaned, looking pensive. If we knew where they were nesting, we could block them inside, or maybe smoke them out. I've never dealt with a monster colony before. Stuff like that is usually closer to the mountains, or deeper in the countryside. Unless they are really big, monsters tend to be skittish around humans. She nodded. The stories made it seem like an everyday thing, but only an extremely aggressive or desperate creature would come strolling into a human settlement. The ants weren't acting desperate, nor were they being as aggressive as they could. The Vulcans in Mbahakob survived by jumping from host body to host body, using takeover so they could avoid having to fight and hunt for food. Even then, they avoided going down the mountain unless there were no travelers to prey on or food to feed their groups. Macau had told her that was the reason why he was called to deal with the Vulcans. They'd been preying on nearby towns at the foot of the mountain. You know a lot of monsters, Ms. Lucy? She'd said that out loud, didn't she? Sorry, I just ended up doing some research after we had to help Macau. I thought that if something like that happened once, it would be intelligent to know more about how monsters behave. She wasn't a specialist by any means. Knowing how a mountain Vulcan behaved wouldn't help her understand why these ant monsters were doing this. What little she did know made her suspicious of the entire situation. No, I agree with you. This doesn't sound like a normal monster infestation at all. Though we can't just write off the possibility that these ant monsters just behave differently. If only Elfman was here, he'd have probably already figured this out. Elfman? That muscle head. Izuku smiled awkwardly. He is a bit much, but he takes most of the monster-related jobs at the guild. If he were here, we'd probably already know if these monsters are behaving naturally or not. The older mage nodded. That was also a possibility. She could just be overthinking and twisting herself in knots. Even so, There was something bothering her. Like there was something obvious she was missing. Do you hear that? Izuku abruptly stood from his seat, startling Lucy out of her reverie as he jogged over to a nearby window. She followed, of course, cupping an ear with her hand, and she closed her eyes and focused on the noises outside. Though there wasn't much. There was the wind chime on the door. There were crickets. Someone's dog was barking nearby. And then, are those bells? In the distance, the sound of something heavy clunking echoed, not nearly close enough to be audible, but enough that she could make it out in the distance if she focused. Then it got louder. No, not louder. Another set of bells joined the first. And she had a bad feeling about what that meant. Are those alarms? Izuku confirmed her suspicions. As if to mock her hope that it was only a nightly musical practice, a third set of bells joined the first two. Louder and more pressing, this time the noise was enough that Lucy could hear it plainly in the distance. Which meant that whatever those alarms were for, were getting closer. You don't think W can't take the chance that it isn't. The younger mage looked tense, coiled like a spring as the realization dawned on him. And Lucy wasn't feeling any better. In a way, they really had tempted fate by assuming they had time to plan and prepare. As if a ravenous horde of monsters would give them even a single night. Crap. She wasn't ready to deal with this. What could they do? Should they call the people downstairs and leave? But where would they even take them? The closest city was a full day away from the farm. Fortunately, or rather, unfortunately, Izuku decided to take the decision off her hands. Running out the door in his work clothes, the younger mage seemed possessed by a frenetic energy, as if he hadn't just spent most of the day working. She barely had any time to think of something to say before another alarm, even closer this time, sounded in the distance. Loud enough that the people upstairs most certainly heard it. Wait. Izuku. Wait for me. Damn it. Why did he choose to act like Natsu now of all times? Barely making out the shape of the young man in the distance, Lucy pulled out a light pen and scribbled a message in the air. Hopefully whoever came down first would see it and warn everyone before she too took off the house and joined her fellow mage out in the fields, careful not to undo any of their earlier work. Izuku, for his part, was already busy. Earthmake floor. The land around the property seemed to shift and warp on itself, dirty sinking into the ground as a large hole formed, or rather sunk, the plains and trees nearby vanishing from sight until only the very top of the tallest trees could be seen, leaving a massive gap at the boundary of the farm. She didn't question it. What's the plan? He wouldn't be doing this if he didn't have one, she hoped. We have to hold them out here. They're probably coming through the woods to avoid being seen, likely meant to be an ambush. We can't really do anything other than beat them back when they try to climb through the hole. Lucy nodded. There was just one problem. And if they try to dig under us? I can tell if they do. It's kinda something my magic can do. Sensing the ground shift, that is. A bead of sweat ran down the mage's face, effort clear as he breathed out a steadying sigh. With how dark it was impossible to see anything past the tree line, and she figured that was why they were doing this now. Giant white ants the size of a dog stuck out like a sore thumb, even in the dark of the night. So when the monsters finally appeared, the blonde had to bite back on a shudder of disgust. Cereza was underselling the size. Looking down from across the moat, Lucy could see at least 2 dozen of the massive critters skitter their way out of the woods, spaced out due to the lack of room. The plain white giant ants gnashed their mandibles together, the clicking noise echoing in her ears while their antennae flicked through the air as the invading pests surveilled the massive hole standing between them and the farm. For a moment, she thought they might have been smart enough to reconsider. Or at least try to circle around the hole and give them at least a couple more minutes of preparation. Instead, they jumped. Tried to. Earthmake, column. Izuku was faster than them. Hands slamming against the ground, dirt erupted and formed into a pillar of solid rock, flying at the ants. And slamming them back the way they came. The others didn't move. Didn't try again. It was so strange, like they were waiting for something. Shifting anxiously, leg tips pawing against the ground, the ants shifted around, giving space to something else, something much larger. White carapace. Blue eyes. Twice, no, thrice as large as the others. If the other ants were the size of a dog, this one was the size of a horse. It was massive enough that the other ants could crawl and stand on top of it, enough that it had to push aside one of the trees to still have enough space to stand at the border of the moat. Unlike the others, it seemed almost unnatural how still it was. Its movements were stiff. Its head turned side to side, even though it should be able to see everything at an angle, what with how large its eyes were. There was just something off about it. As if it wasn't all there? It's wearing something? It was hard to make out what it actually was, but the larger ant seemed to be carrying something, or rather, the glint of something strapped around its head flickered in and out of the dark. Izuku didn't say anything. He was much too busy having a stare down with the bugs. Lucy reached for her keys, anxiety surging through her as the two sides sized each other up. If the massive ant decided to join in on the fight, the group might be able to just jump or climb over the moat before they could stop them. She'd probably have to call in Taurus or Cancer to help. Wait! Izuku finally spoke up, breaking the silence. She feared it might have startled the monsters into rushing them, but instead, they turned around and left. Barely sparing them a glance, the monsters that once seemed so eager to run them just decided to leave. What happened? Izuku didn't look any better. Surprised, unnerved. The younger mage bit his lip in thought as the group of monsters vanished back into the woods without a trace. Sorry, Lucy. I think our job just got a whole lot complicated. Chapter 9. Someone is controlling the monsters? Miss Cereza gasped in surprise, leaning back against her wooden chair. The farm girl looked aghast at the two mages as they went about explaining what happened overnight. It wasn't that much. Izuku had even fixed the moat he dug around the farm. The problem was going through what they learned, and what it meant. Lucy sighed. She reacted about the same when Izuku told her his suspicions. It fits, doesn't it? Monsters tend to be, well, not very smart. They keep to themselves or they attack whatever comes up to their territory. They only come after humans when they don't have food or when something pushes them out of their home. But these ants aren't acting in any way like that. In fact, there shouldn't be any kind of competition for food here in the countryside, and they are big enough that most monsters likely wouldn't pose a threat to them, therefore dash. Lucy tapped him on the shoulder. Izuku, you're overwhelming. Her. Surely enough, the farm girl had dizzy swirls where her eyes should have been, swaying on the spot as her brain steamed in a doomed attempt to absorb all the information that they were dumping on her. Oh, sorry, Miss Cereza. She waved him off, sipping from a slightly trembling teacup. After the alarm bells had gone off earlier, the farm had gone into an uproar, running around trying to save or store away as much as they could. Even if the ants had left after Izuku and her confronted them, there was no way they wouldn't try and come back later for a snack. And they did have to leave for their other jobs soon. It's alright, just, don't you think it's a bit too soon to assume there's an reason behind these critters? They could just be large ants acting like a regular pest. This time Lucy knew the answer. It's more than that, Cereza. I think Izuku is talking about the big ant that we saw earlier. I can't say all monsters are dumb, but I doubt that ants manage to create equipment with lacrima and put it on themselves. Unless it wasn't just the ants. And that was what Lucy was afraid of. Geez, this is really turning out to be a mess. Lucy felt exactly the same way. But there was nothing they could do for them unless they chose to stay and protect the farm, and that would just mean that other farms would get attacked instead. Never mind the farm that was probably already overrun. One of the farms they were supposed to visit and help. Sleep was restless, and she could tell her fellow mage was struggling not to take off. Struggling between abandoning this farm or trying to help the other. Still, it's actually a good thing. And Lucy was lost. How? Not that she doubted the green-haired boy, but that was a hell of an assumption to make when they added monster colony to a probably evil mage. It was the kind of thing her novels were written about. I don't have a whole lot of experience dealing with mages. But if what I heard about them from the others holds up, they are either trying to destroy stuff to feel good about themselves, or because they are getting money or something from it. Lucy caught on. And farmers don't have a lot of money, no offense. She looked at their client with an embarrassed smile. Some taken. She shrugged. But like I was saying, if they aren't doing this for the kick of it, then whoever is controlling those ants had them retreat last night because they didn't want to lose the ones they sent after the farm. And if they don't want to lose numbers, that means they are building up to something. Building up to something? Like an army of monsters? Lucy shuddered. Wasn't that a horrible thought? We don't know. And we can't be sure if there's even someone behind this, not until we leave and investigate properly. Understated was the boy's intention to run towards the Vanderwood property. Lucy didn't know who they were, but assuming that they were repeat clients like Cereza, then he must have at the very least been very friendly with them. She also wanted to help. But well, that was more because the thought of another mage like Everlou abusing their power to hurt people for their own amusement made her blood boil. Are y'all gonna be fine though? This isn't the kind of job you usually take, in it? Izuku sighed, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Yeah, but I can't just let this go on without doing something about it. It was good to know that they were on the same page. We do have a favor to ask. Producing a closed envelope from her bag, Lucy slid it across the desk to the purple-haired girl. If you could have someone deliver this to the post office in Tulipi. At the very least, we'd like to warn the guild that something went wrong with the job. If they were lucky, someone would have come back by then so that they can send help. Although knowing how the mess with Macau went, the master wouldn't send anyone until he was sure something went wrong. Well, that's easy enough. I'll just ask one of the runners to take it to town later. But what are you two gonna do until then? Even if they run to the station, it will take days for this to get there. And they weren't expected until next week. What a mess. Not exactly what she thought this job was gonna be like. But on the other hand, wasn't this exactly what she thought being a mage was all about? Even if it wasn't what she wanted, now here was a chance to go on an adventure and save the day. Almost like a hero. Wherever those monsters came from, it's still early enough that we can follow their tracks. If we can find where they are nesting, we can try and figure out a plan to deal with them. Lucy nodded, before chiming in. We'll be checking on the clients first though. If they are closer to where these things are coming from, and nobody has seen them, we should make sure they are okay. It was the right thing to do, and she was sure Izuku would have done it even if she didn't suggest it. Sorry that things ended up going like this, Miss Cereza. I really... The farm girl put a finger on his lips, stopping him from speaking. Nah, I totally understand it. You two gotta do what you can for the folks in trouble. We wouldn't have it any other way. Lucy giggled, watching the younger mage's face lit up bright red. As it turned out, farm girls were dangerous. Betty was scared. She hated bad dreams. She could never tell when something was a bad dream until she woke up in the middle of the night and her parents let her know that everything would be fine and that there weren't any monsters under her bed coming to bite her, and then they would give her some warm milk, a kiss on the cheek before tucking her back in bed. That was how it worked. That's how it was supposed to be. But then one night she woke up with a big monster near her window, crying in surprise as the large creepy crawling all over their house. A terrible nightmare that had her screaming in fright as she ran to her parents' room. Only to find out that she wasn't the only one having the bad dream that night. The monsters were in her parents' room. They were in the living room. They were in the barn and on the fields. So when the bad men came and her dad tried to make them leave, Betty thought this would be the part where she woke up and everything went back to being all right. Only it didn't, and her dad got hurt, and the last thing she remembered were the bad men locking them inside the barn. Betty didn't know what to do. Her mom was scared. She bet her father would be scared too, if he wasn't sleeping. The bad man hadn't done anything since then. They tossed some bowls of rice and some fruit for them to eat, mostly keeping them shoved in the corner while feeding everything else to the monsters. Their crops, their animals, everything they had that wasn't meant for them, and even then it was just so the bad men could eat it inside their house while they huddled inside the barn trying to warm up. And it got very cold at night, so Betty was having a hard time sleeping. But that gave her time to think. So she came up with a plan. Because the ant monsters were so big, they couldn't crawl through the teeny tiny holes that rodents and other animals left behind in their barn that Betty and her dad had to work and close. Holes that were too big for the monsters or her parents, but just the right size for her to squeeze through. So when they went to sleep that night and she saw the bad men send their big creepy monsters away, Betty decided that was the time for her plan. It was hard, walking around without making a sound. Her parents never left her stay up past bedtime, and she could barely make out their house in the distance, the lights of the living room being the only reason she knew where it was at all, sneaking around the backyard and the hedges that her parents made to separate the backyard from the rest of the farm. The young girl could feel the branches snag on her clothes and scratch her as she pulled herself through. She was lucky nobody noticed. Did bugs like the monsters the bad men bring even hear things? They had big eyes, but she didn't see any ears on them. Focus, Betty, Mom and Dad are counting on you. She slapped her cheeks lightly, creeping closer to the house, pressing her back against the side of the wall as she steadily, almost dragging her feet, got closer and closer to one of the windows. A window she knew didn't lock because she broke it, and then forgot to tell Mom about. A lucky break if there ever was one. But she had to be careful. Just because the monsters left didn't mean that the bad men weren't home. In fact, she could still hear one of them messing around in the kitchen, pans and plates clattering as a muffled voice said something she couldn't quite make with the window closed. Standing on the tips of her toes, Betty looked through the glass. As she suspected, the bad men were there. Two of them, one of them was short and chubby with purple skin, blonde hair and a beard, piling up the food from their pantry on a small plate, eating out of it bare-handed. The other one was tall and lanky, wearing a hood. She couldn't see his face from here, but he leaned over their table, eyes fixed on some sort of crystal ball that they set there. Were they trying to see the future? Did they know she'd be here? Oh no. If they knew, they would be waiting outside for her, or they'd have closed all the holes in the barn. Fortunately, the window she was looking through was just off to the side, so the two didn't seem to notice Betty as she lifted it open ever so slowly, keeping an eye on them as their conversation continued. You didn't tell me there would be mages. Well, the payment was good enough. You chickening out now? There was a grunt, one annoyance. Look, Fork Tongue, you didn't have to take the job. If you don't want the money, we can pack things up, torch the place and leave. Betty bit back on a squeak of fright. Screw that, no. I don't care where you got this job from. You should have told me that there might be mages involved. Do you even know how hard it is to keep that many monsters from breaking out into a rampage? I'd near knocked myself out keeping that alabaster queen from freaking out. The others would have made mincemeat out of us. The shorter man scoffed. I'd have gotten us out. So you keep saying. Well, what's the matter? If one of the farms out here got a couple of low wagers to keep the ants away, we just send the beasties after a different farm. Seems like a pretty simple solution. The hooded man massaged the side of his head. The only thing simple here is you, idiot. That client of yours wants to breed out this colony until it's a monster army. Do you know what it takes to build an army? Food. We picked the butt end of the bunas precisely because there would be enough room and food to feed the freaking monsters. If we start cherry-picking places to raid, then we'll never finish. And what if the other farms fall in line and hire mages too? What then? The two men glared at each other, as if waiting to see if the other would throw the first punch. If they fought here, maybe they would leave? But that would end up messing up her house, which she didn't want. Well, what do you want me to do then? You're the one controlling the DMN things? What did you make them do? The hooded man slumped back. Obviously, I had them retreat. It's better if mages think that the monsters are skittish. Lessens the chances that they might come snooping around. If we start attacking guilds before the colony is ready, we'll be kicking a hornet's nest. The short man scoffed. You've always been too cautious. And you've never been cautious enough. Well, what are you doing then? Me? I'm headed back to the colony. I need to recast the control spell after the queen almost broke free. The hooded man stood up, plucking the crystal ball off the desk and putting it in a bag hanging from his. I suggest you get ready to move soon. The other man waved him off. Yeah, go on, play with your pets. Just make sure to report back. The two of them didn't say much after, the hooded man leaving through the door while the other man finished cleaning out his plate before heading out to the living room. It was late, so he was probably going to sleep. She hoped so. Okay, Betty. Now's the time. Pushing the rest of the window open, the redhead clambered through the opening, wiggling until she was inside. Now came the hard part. Let's see if they left anything. There wasn't much left of their food. A few pieces of bread here and there, some dried fruit that Betty had been looking forward to eating a few days ago. She'd begged her mom to buy them up and down the street when they were visiting the market. Looking at them now, Betty wished she could have a piece. But they were actually perfect for her plan. So she scooped them out the pantry, careful not to make a sound as she shoved them in her pockets. And took off. Don't fail now, Beth Vanderwood. Stick to the plan. So what if the bad men who hurt her parents were mages? She knew something was off the moment they showed up with those monsters to take her home. It was all she could do not to try and stab one of them with a spork. But for all the good that would have done, the redhead found what she needed. Fruit, food, sweets. They were a tasty snack by themselves, but more importantly, her mom told her that fairies loved sweets. That if you left some out, they would come to your house and help tidy up for you. And that a fairy in the woods sometimes came by to help mom and dad in the fields. She knew the story. Goodfellow, the helpful countryside fairy. She knew the stories were true. Her parents told her that the Goodfellow came to their farm every time they needed help, and that he loved the kind of sweets that Betty did. So it made sense to take them to the woods, because then he might come see her early. Then she'd be able to ask him for help. With the monsters gone, it was easy to find her way to the woods. Even if it got darker as she got further away, the light of the moon helped her at least avoid tripping and falling as she dashed through the tree line, small feet carrying her as far as they could, as fast as they could. Before long, she found herself surrounded by nothing but nature. I'm lost. She didn't exactly think this part of the plan through. Did she need to call the fairy? Would he come if she laid the sweets somewhere for him to find? If she yelled, would the bad guys back at the farm hear and come get her? Mr. Goodfellow? Are you there? She whispered it. But nothing happened, save for a few crickets nearby buzzing. Maybe she had to say it louder? Fairies were really small, so maybe their ears weren't good? That was when she heard it. Rustling leaves in the distance. I knew it. Her friends back in the village said her parents were lying to her, but Betty knew that there had to be a fairy in the woods. And now he was going to beat up the bad guys, save her farm and teach her how to do magic. Or she would if it had been a fairy. Instead, a massive white ant popped through the bushes, large glowing blue eyes shining on her like lanterns as it clicked its mandibles. Stepping closer, it was almost half as tall as she was, which was absolutely massive for a bug that should be smaller than her finger. Again, it clicked its little jaws. Why was it looking at her like that? Like it wanted something? Oh! Betty looked at the pieces of dried fruit she'd been carrying. The tasty sweets she'd planned to bribe the fairy with likely attracted one of the bug monsters, because bugs also loved sweets. She blinked once. The ant didn't blink back. It didn't have eyelids. She blinked twice before turning around, taking off. All pretenses of being calm and silent tossed out the window, Beth ran as fast as she could, dropping the fruit as she tried to put as much distance between her and the monster. Eyes stinging, she soon realized she didn't know which direction she was going, or whether it was the right one. It was so dark that it was impossible to make out whether she was closer to the farm or getting farther away. Worse was, it was getting closer. Betty wanted to cry. She was pretty sure she was crying, tripping over herself and yelling for someone, anyone to come get her. The massive ant scurrying after her, somehow knowing where she was even in the darkness, getting closer and closer to her as she tried to escape the forest until it was nearly on top of her. Before pouncing, she ducked to the side, missing being bitten by a hair's breadth. The giant bug face planting against a tree, knocking itself out. All right. That was a lucky break. Betty took in a breath, trying to steady her heart. Looking around, it didn't seem like there were any other ants around, and maybe nobody else noticed when she started yelling? Worry about that later. She rubbed the moisture off her eyes. She had a fairy to find. Chapter 10. Lucy had never been one for hiking. Now, that didn't mean she was a spoiled princess who never did any hard activity. She enjoyed swimming and dancing, and even did a bit of climbing back when she was younger. But she'd never felt like going into the woods, even when her room felt more like a cage. The blonde never considered dashing out of the property into the wilds in search of freedom. Just another item in the list of things she regretted not doing. My legs. She silently wept, massaging the sides of her thighs as she jumped down a ledge, landing a bit behind Izuku, who seemed in his own world, bobbing and weaving between branches, or sliding down the side of fallen trees. He seemed to have a lot of practice with this. Or maybe he really was in that much of a hurry. After coming to the conclusion that the ant monsters were most likely being controlled by something, the mage duo made their preparations and left early in the morning. Enough that while Lucy still felt woozy, it wasn't too much that she felt like she might drop on her face in the middle of the woods. If anything, the exercise helped get her up and going. Cutting through the woods rather than taking the road, dashing through clearings and between the thicker foliage, Izuku rushed forward, almost dragging her along at times. Worry clear as day, she barely kept pace with him as they rushed through the woods. Really, if she didn't think it would be demeaning, Lucy would have summoned Toros and asked him to carry her the rest of the way. He probably wouldn't have even cared. But it was her duty as his summoner to not abuse his trust like that. It was still a drag, having to avoid stray branches and roots. Izuku? Are we close? The green-haired boy leaned against a nearby tree, catching his breath. I think, another hour? We should be close to the Vanderwood farm. Lucy nodded. She too felt pressed for time. Normal monsters would have probably chased the family out, or at the worst-case scenario, taken them back to their nest. Monsters being controlled by some kind of magic wouldn't be likely to act in natural ways unless the one controlling them allowed them to. She hoped the family was safe. Izuku, however, seemed possessed of a frantic energy as he kept ahead of her. Even though they'd spent the previous day working nonstop and barely had any sleep, it was like he couldn't stay still, stopping only to catch his breath or to refill their canteens. Have you worked with them before? Yeah. It was one of my first jobs. They aren't exactly well off, even as farmers. I think the first job I got from them was the one that paid the least. I never asked them why they decided to move here, I was just happy to help. That seemed to be an ongoing thing with him. Wouldn't it be easier to take the road then? There was something she was missing here. Sorry, I forgot to explain. Can you see the marking on the ground? As if realizing he had forgotten to explain their plan, the green-haired mage hurriedly stopped, instead letting her catch up to him so he could point out something? Like grooves on the ground, almost like scratch marks? Are those tracks? She didn't like where this was going. Why? I figured that instead of going to the farm, we should try and find the colony first. If we find the ants, we can take care of them first and... Snapping her fingers, Lucy had an epiphany. Find whoever is behind this. Her fellow mage smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's probably easier to solve this if we find them. But man, to go from helping around at farms to a monster invasion with evil mages behind it? Maybe staying around Natsu ended up cursing her or something? No, that wasn't right. She ended up being kidnapped by evil mages back when she barely knew Natsu, so maybe it was just her bad luck catching up to her? Definitely Natsu's fault. She shamelessly blamed the likely. Still sick salamander. Still, I'm surprised. I thought you did farm work. Monster hunting is a bit far from that. Izuku winced. Well, before I settled down on these jobs, I usually followed around other mages on theirs. Kana and Gray let me tag along a couple times, but it was Elfman who taught me how to track things. That muscly guy with the white hair? The same. He took me with him on a job once, something about tracking a flame bear. He usually does all the monster hunting jobs, or well, most of them, so they thought I'd be safe coming along to see if I liked that type of work. That was interesting. She'd have to see about tagging along some of the others when they got back to the guild. So, how did that go? He made a pained face, looking away. That bad, huh? Mira Jane got angry, she scolded us. I think Elfman is still scared. Lucy snorted. Just, the thought of the kind and cheerful Mira scaring anyone? That just felt like an exaggeration, surely. Then suddenly, Izuku stopped. Something is coming. He pulled her down, their backs against a bush. The green-haired boy looked down, brow pinching in concentration as he laid his hands atop the flat ground. Lucy didn't say anything, it was just so strange, seeing him go from a normal, if awkward boy to being focused like this. It's getting close. I think 3 people. Running. One small, Too big, no, make that very big. Very big was bad. Lucy reached for her hip, pulling out her keys. Only to stop when Izuku raised a hand. Let them pass. They might be heading back to the colony, we can follow them. She felt her stomach turn in knots. It was hard staying put, waiting for the monsters to get closer. The last time she'd seen them it had been across from a large hole and with backup. Barely hiding like this, not making a noise, it made her heart beat against her chest as the ground under them started shaking. Enough that even she could feel it. Calm down, Lucy. Breath in. Breath out. It was just ants. Giant, scary, probably man-eating ants. She was a fairy tale mage, for crying out loud. There was no way she was going to get scared by a bunch of overgrown pests like this. Help me! Lucy yelped, jumping back at the sudden scream. She bumped her head against a nearby branch. Izuku didn't look any better, having fallen on his butt, hand clutching against his chest, as if trying to keep from fainting. What was that dash? Then they came rushing in. The ants. 2 of them, the size of large dogs, dashing through the woods, legs scrapping against the dirt, snapping roots as their mandibles clicked and clacked. Antennae swaying wildly in the wind as they chased after a young girl. Help! A little girl with bright orange hair done in pigtails wearing what looked like a set of overalls. Shouting as she barely kept ahead of the monsters, arms swung wildly as a fountain of tears poured down the sides of her face. Izuku moved before she finished. Thinking, throwing away the plan and their cover, he dashed through the shrubs towards the group rushing towards them. Lucy didn't waste a moment, reaching for her keys, quickly swiping one of them through the air with a flash of magical energy. Taurus, help that girl. She didn't bother with theatrics, her spirit appearing already in motion. Izuku acted before she could blink. Earth make shelter. The ground beneath the girl's feet shifted, walls of rock rising from the dirt, blocking the path of the ants that had been just about to pounce her. Instead, the bug ran face first into the construct with a meaty thud. The other ant, however, was smarter, jumping over the wall and avoiding the same fate as the other. Moo! Don't bully little girls. Only to meet the business side of Taurus Axe. The force of the swing enough to send the monster flying away, probably for the best since she didn't want to think about giant ant gore so early in the morning. Earthmake wheel. The wall shifted form, going from a flat rectangular face of rock into a taller curved shape. Spinning in place, it tore a deep groove into the ground as it sped through the woods, crushing and burying the giant ant before collapsing on its side, leaving behind a trail of destruction that probably would be taken out of their paycheck. Izuku didn't seem to mind. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Is she dead? No, she's breathing. Is she feverish? No, she's still sweating. She bopped the top of his head. Calm down, Izuku. I think she just fainted. From the looks of it, the poor girl must have been scared out of her wits, and getting saved made her just collapse out of relief. Not exactly a pretty picture. She looked like she'd been on the run for a while with how dirty her clothes were. Ours, maybe? Do you know her? He nodded. Her name is Beth. Her parents are the ones who usually hire me to work around here. Sorry, I really screwed the plan. Laying her against a nearby tree, the younger mage looked torn, but it wasn't like she was holding it against him. Though they could have probably done with less collateral damage, Lucy wasn't about to complain about squishing those giant creepy crawlies. And if the girl's home was getting attacked by the DMN things, well, that just meant she was getting business and pleasure out of this one. We came here to help, right? So there's nothing wrong. Tracking those monsters would have been nice, but it didn't mean anything if they let a kid get eaten. Ms. Lucy, there's moo-ree of them coming. Crap. So much for trying to sneak around the woods. The other ants must have heard the fighting, or the mage could tell that a couple of the monsters were gone. Whatever it was, they couldn't stay here anymore. Earthmake, hammer. A massive hammerhead rose from the ground, slamming down like a mallet with a crack of thunder, just in time to catch another ant as it had been about to pounce them. They were here already. All around them more ants. Seemingly appeared as if out of thin air. Crawling from inside trees or beneath rocks. She could even see more of them farther away, running towards them at full speed like the first two. We need to get out of here. Can you carry her? Lucy nodded, picking up the redhead. It would be a bit awkward, but it would be safer if Taurus was freed up to fight the ants. Like it or not, she didn't have much in the way of personal fighting power, but at the very least she could keep up with the other two as she dashed out of the spot they'd been in and made a beeline west. Where are we going? She adjusted her grip on the girl. To the farm. Easier to defend there. Lucy nodded, trying her best to ignore the skittering sound coming from behind them. No doubt the monsters had caught onto where they were hiding and found their fellow squished bugs. Taurus! Can you hang back? Distract them? It galled her to make a request like that. But they couldn't get overrun. For Lucy's nice body? The world. Moo! Not even hesitating, the massing bull man immediately turned back, axe in hand as he dashed into a group of giant ants with a massive overhead swing. Behind them a massive dust cloud rose into the sky, ground beneath them shaking as they wobbled their way out of the battle and further into the woods. Is he gonna be okay? She sighed. Celestial spirits can get hurt, but they don't really die. They just go back to the spirit world. Obviously they could still feel pain, but Lucy was just gonna have Taurus distract the monsters for a few minutes and then close his gate. Better to avoid spending too much magic in one go. They might need it soon. As loud and distracting as Taurus was, he still wasn't enough to draw every single one of the ants away. It was hard to tell where they were coming from when at any given time, the massive bugs would pounce from a bush or crawl from under a tree. The place was infested with them. Where? Lucy looked down, feeling her heart clench. Now was not the time to comfort a scared girl. Not when she was running for her life. Fortunately, her silent pleas were heard as the tiny redhead only seemed to be half woken up, eyes blearily winking as she tried to wake up. You're a fairy? Did I find you? She sounded so hopeful. Lucy couldn't help but smile reassuringly. Yes, you did. We are here to help. She promised. It might not have been what she expected from this job, but Lucy was never gonna turn away someone in need of help. Her fellow mage seemed to agree, though, what was he crying about now? Did she say something wrong? Forktongue cursed. Mages. Not just any kind of mage. No, it just had to be bloody fairy tale mages. Looking through the eyes of his thralls, the monster tamer felt his stomach flip on itself, nervous energy demanding action as the duo vanished before leaving some kind of cow monster to fight his army. Oh, if only those Dmed ants could heart, maybe then he could have used them to spy on those mages. Figure out what they were doing out here in the boonies ruining his job. Should I pull back? He hadn't heard from Null Pudding since their conversation the previous night. The tub of lard was probably still asleep, all too confident that nobody would come badger them so far away from a major town. If only the idiot was here now, maybe Forktongue would have felt the satisfaction of rubbing this on his ugly chin of a face. So much for an easy job. And it had sounded too good to be true. Take a bunch of ant monsters that their client had procured, take them out back to the countryside and then raise enough of the beasties. Forktongue's bread and butter as a ghoul spirit mage was handling dangerous, illegal creatures, using his monster-taming magic and artifacts to keep them under his thrall so they would not go rampant and give away the scheme. But it was difficult. These ants were of one mind. He'd call them a hive mind if not for the fact they were a colony. He'd have to use very expensive equipment to keep the queen under his control, and even then the beasts were prone to going crazy when faced with danger. Just how ravenous would they be without the lacrima crowns keeping them contained? Not my circus, not my monkeys. So what if some eccentric mage out in the desert wanted an army of ants? So what if these bumpkins had to scuttle around until he was done with his work? Getting paid was the important thing. Ghoul Spirit wasn't a guild of mercenaries or assassins, they barely ranked as members of the Balam Alliance, and that was mostly because of their specialty as smugglers. Getting all sorts of illegal goodies from point A to point B, or procuring the goods themselves for an interested client. This job, however, was something only he could. And now only he was going to take the fall for it. Damn it, no. Why couldn't you have found a better client? The spiky a-hole seemed all too giddy to rope him into this scheme, promising all sorts of money in exchange for the monsters. He was the type to go for get-rich-fast plans, but couldn't ever figure out how to keep them running, what with being more of a dumb muscle with informants. And now they had Fairy Tail about to knock on their door. He could have dealt with Phantom. Those crooks loved taking bribes to look the other way, and would have probably ignored a place like this to begin with. He was pretty sure their master even had put on requests at Ghoul Spirit before, not that those were anything other than rumors, but the fact stood that the current #1 guild in Fiore was good for business. Fairy Tail? The thought of them acting like Phantom was laughable by itself. Quattro Cerberus? A bunch of meatheads who didn't even know the meaning of a bribe. Blue Pegasus? There used to be more sympathetic members amongst their ranks, but no luck. Those were the real thorns on their side. How many times had their business gotten ruined because a goody two-shoes from some overhyped job agency just happened to be running their errands nearby? Forked Tongue still felt burning hatred for those useless louts from Lamia Scale, always getting in the way, always making things harder for them. How do I handle this? Fortunately, he couldn't recognize either of the mages, so that meant no Titania, no Salamander, or just about anyone he made sure to learn the face of. Which meant this was still salvageable. All I have to do is think. Obviously, they would be going to the farm they were using as a base. They had that brat with them, and who knows how or when she managed to escape the barn they locked them into. And of course, Null was probably still snoring away, so Forked Tongue would have to make a choice. Cut his losses, or double down. He'd already invested so much in this project, but if he couldn't get away with this unscathed, then there would be no small amount of trouble waiting for him. As for killing the Fairy Tail mages, it was an option, not one he was exactly confident in achieving, but an option nonetheless. Forked Tongue wasn't a strong mage. He'd probably fold over with a stiff breeze. But that just meant he wouldn't be the one fighting. Around him, Forked Tongue could sense his spell hum to life, rousing the beasts from their sleep. Some roused from the soft dirt, others dropped down from the tunnel ceiling above. And more importantly, he could sense the queen stirring deeper within the colony. It would be dangerous to bring her along, given she almost went berserk earlier, but this was an emergency. So long as she survived, they could always start again. They should be arriving at the farm soon. That was Nullpudding's mess to clean up. If they got the drop on him, that was because he wasn't cautious enough. Really, he ought to scurry away and laugh at the idiot for getting caught. Even so, he couldn't risk job details leaking. So he'd have to do something. Leave no witnesses behind was a common saying in Ghoul Spirit for a reason. Chapter 11. Izuku, there are more of them coming. Lucy called. Earthmake, hammer. The green-haired boy reacted instantly, dropping down to his knees, his hands sunk into the ground, glowing with an amber-colored magic circle before another mallet, similar to the one before, rose from the ground, swinging itself sideways. Its aim was perfect as the head crashed into a trio of ants that had blocked off their path, sweeping them aside and throwing them away into the distance. Half an hour of running later, and Lucy was feeling like her legs were about to fall off any moment. Seriously, where did that many monsters come from? It had been one thing to sneak around. Hiking wasn't her strong suit, but she could at least cope with it. Running through the woods while avoiding a literal army of monsters trying to surround them or cut them off. That wasn't her definition of fun. Wow, that's so cool. Though it was someone's definition. After she'd woken up and they explained her parents hired them to take care of the ants, little Beth Vanderwood had seemingly forgotten all about fear and common sense, frolicking through the forest, dashing alongside them with a cheery smile on her face while Lucy and Izuku did their best to deal with the monsters chasing them. Seriously, where was that panicked girl from earlier? But that wasn't the worst part. It was the questions. They just kept coming. So, are all mages fairies like you? Or are only a few fairies mages? Mom told me that she usually paid the fairies to come help, but she never told me how much. Do you guys eat that much sweets? Fairy lady does look like she does. Do I need to be a fairy to be a mage like you? If I eat lots of sweets, does that mean I can get better at magic? Please say that's true. My parents always think I'm lying. As it turned out, the redhead was as much of a motor mouth as Izuku. She was starting to see a pattern. Is it contagious? She might have been a little excited to share her thoughts earlier, but Lucy knew for sure she wasn't that bad. She kinda went a little overboard later, but the young woman couldn't possibly compare to the green-haired boy. Right? Well, I don't know about other fairies, but we are definitely mages, alright Ms. Lucy? You don't really need to be a fairy to work like we do, just know how to use magic. No matter how little, if you can use it to help people then that's all that matters. Izuku, poor unfortunate soul he was, seemed to be the one the redhead decided to cling to the most as she asked a barrage of questions, the sheer volume of which made Lucy's head spin. At least the earth mage seemed to be taking it well, answering a few questions while ignoring some of the more sensitive ones. As for sweets, I know Ms. Urza loves strawberry cake. She always eats it when she's at the guild at least. Natsu doesn't like sweets though, he likes spicy food so you should offer that if he ever comes by. Lucy facepalmed. Was that really something to be talking about in the middle of a chase? But, I'm really sorry, Mr. Goodfellow. I had a bunch of dried fruits I was gonna give you, but I think the ants got those while I was running so we might not have any sweets for you this time. Lucy felt her heart twist at the reminder that these monsters and whoever was behind them had probably been terrorizing this little girl to the point she'd run away into the woods, in the middle of the night, because she thought they were fairies she could bribe to help her. Not much common sense, but a lot of courage. So, between the two of them, the fairy tale mages decided it was best to go along with her imagination. If only so she'd cheer up. I can see the farm from here. Lucy perked up a sigh of relief, leaving her as they pressed through the tree line and into another open field. Though this one was much less welcoming than the Malcolm farm, or even the one before that. Instead, the farm looked desolate, with its buildings empty and wrecked. The only part untouched being the larger house in the distance, closer to them just under a small sloping hill, while the barn and outbuildings looked like they had seen better days. Parts of the roofs were torn out, and she could see some were missing their front doors. No animal sounds, predictably, and the fields looked completely ruined from all the moving and digging around the ants had probably been up to. All in all, she couldn't help but feel her heart sink for the little girl. Sorry about the place. The bad mages really screwed things up. We were looking forward to the harvest this year too. Izuku patted her on the head with a reassuring smile, though she could tell he was tense. Coiled up like a spring. With how this job was turning out, Lucy was in the mood to kick around some idiots until she felt better. Can you tell us in which building your parents are, Betty? It's the big one. They were keeping us there. Moving along the ruined stables, the trio jogged along only to stop near the entrance. Ants. A lot of ants. Crawling over the front of the barn, half a dozen giant critters gnawed and bit at the door, pulling apart large chunks of wood, crushing it between their mandibles before swallowing them whole, mouths tearing through the building, opening up increasingly large holes as they tried to force their way in. Mom. Dad. Well, if they didn't hear them before. Earth make shelter. They definitely heard them now. A mass of earth rose from the ground, pushing the surprised ants upwards while covering the front of the building. All around it a similar process happened as the massive insects were pushed back from devouring the building, some being sent off flying, others getting stuck in the stone. Lucy didn't hesitate. Cancer. Deal with them. Slashing her key through the air, a familiar crab-like man manifested. Scissors gleaming under the sun, he dashed towards the monsters in a blur of movement, metal slicing through carapace in one blinding motion. It was like the monsters in front of him simply exploded into confetti. Ooh, awesome. A crab fairy. Lucy almost stumbled. Hopefully she didn't just dazzle an impressionable child with a display of gory violence. Crab spirit-a-bee. Said Crab spoke from his perch atop the barn. Really, it spoke of Cancer's speed, that the spirit was capable of shredding the ant monsters while still having time to talk to them. Not a hair out of place as he whizzed around the barn, the ants too slow to react to the threat as they were cut down to size. It always surprised her just how strong her spirits could be. It almost felt too easy when they were there to do the heavy lifting. What do we do, Izuku? Her senior mage bit his lip nervously. We can't stay out here in the open. If the ants are already here, then there's no knowing when the others will arrive. We should probably take shelter inside the house. I can fortify it until we figure out a way to take them out. Threaded. Whimpered, shaking her head. Bad idea. Bad guys are there. Lucy grimaced. It complicated things. It's easier if we could catch them. Izuku offered half-heartedly, but the blonde knew better. When mages fought, they usually caused collateral damage. That went double for Fairy Tail. Lucy had seen Izuku fight, and there was no way he could catch someone without causing some kind of mess. Neither of them wanted to destroy the family's house. We could try and set a trap for them. Or I could come to you. The reaction was immediate, but unfortunately it came too late for Cancer, the spirit side exploding in a shower of golden light as a massive spiked fist sheared off an entire portion of the man's body. Cancer! Her spirit barely had a moment to spin around and take a swipe with his scissor, finding nothing but air as his body collapsed in golden light and disappearing as the gate was forcibly closed. The man cackled, looking down on them from up above. Oh, I'm sorry, should I have let you finish planning? I can go back inside and count to 10 if you ask me nicely. The mage was short and round-shaped, his body covered in thick spikes that seemingly rose from his arms and back, the former looking grotesquely oversized as his knuckles dragged against the rooftop. More importantly was the symbol emblazoned across his shirt. It looked almost like a tombstone. Ghoul Spirit. Izuku bit out, standing between Beth and the man. Izuku, you know them? The green-haired boy grit his teeth. A dark guild. Smugglers. Ah, you recognize the mark then? Had a run-in with us in the past? Well, that doesn't really matter now. So how about we handle these like fellow mages? Nobody needs to get hurt after all. Well, nobody important at least. His smirk grew wider, beady eyes bearing down on them intently. And let you keep making more monsters? Already figured that one out, didn't you? The man hummed. Well, tell you what. How about this, me and my buddy pack this all up. I grab my sheet and leave these fine folks alone. Hell, I'll even sweeten the deal. I left a trunk load of cash back inside their house that you lot can split. Great bonus, wouldn't you say? You get to play the hero, get the money, and we get to take our business elsewhere. Fair, isn't it? Lucy felt her stomach roil. The way he said that, it almost sounded reasonable. Almost like he was used to giving this pitch. Just how many times had this man bribed his way out of trouble, escaping into the night while others counted the money and left? How could he even think that they would take that deal? The past few days, Lucy had grown familiar with the countryside. They lived different lives than her. Really, it had been like stepping into a completely different world she'd never experienced. Parts of it were confusing, parts of it were frustrating, parts of it were fun, and there were even parts she was looking forward to experiencing again. She didn't want to become someone who ignored people. Like them. That wasn't the kind of mage Lucy wanted to be. So you can just continue elsewhere? The exhausted mage said, interrupting whatever Izuku had been about to say. The dark mage turned to her with a too wide, too toothy smile. But of course, we don't have to fight. If your folks are making money here, then we'll just reimburse you for the loss and move. That's how business works. You only care about these folks because they paid you, no? Would you even be here otherwise? She grit her teeth. Lucy wanted to say he was wrong. That she wasn't just a shallow person looking to get paid. But the accusation burnt precisely because that was the reason the mercenary took these jobs, because she needed the money. We'll let you go if you drop this job. Lucy started, looking to the side. Did he just? Hey, brat, don't you think you're being unfair here? I'm already offering to go, we gotta earn our keep too. The man looked amused, but she could see wicked pointy spikes sprout along his arms and from his head. Izuku grimaced, taking a moment to steel his nerves. If we let you go, you just start this again somewhere else. I'm not gonna let you do that. Not here, not anywhere. Lucy felt her heart leap at the declaration. Yes, there was no way that Izuku was gonna let these monsters walk away to torment more people, even if they had to let these thugs leave. What mattered was protecting the people here. You heard him. If you don't want us to pack you up, just leave. We won't give you another chance. The small redhead grabbed the hem of her skirt, glaring at the man. The mage glowered. You won't give me another chance, huh? Terrible choice of words there, kids. There was a rush of wind as the man jumped off the building, his shadow covering them as he descended as a massive spiked ball of death. She barely had the time to grab Beth and get out of Dodge before it crashed like a meteorite, the impact blasting Lucy off her feet and across the ground. She reached for her keys, preparing for a fight, only to find air as her pouch came empty. Needle flail. She sat up disoriented, only to see the short man about to jump her, his arm having turned into a massive, round spiked weapon. Little girl clinging to her as the dark mage bearer down on them, only to be blasted off his feet by a giant stone fist. Earthmake, punch! The satisfaction was short-lived, however, as the stone fist shattered and the dark mage cartwheeled away, looking dusty but no worse for wear. 3 massive spikes having risen from his side to block the flying boulder. Beth, go back inside with your parents. Fortunately, the girl didn't stop to ask any questions, turning to run towards the half-eaten barn. It looked feeble, but it was probably the best place for them to hide right now. She'd rather have them run away and leave this to them, but with the forest infested with ant monsters, there was no way they'd make it out safely. They'd just have to handle this guy. First, now if only she could find her DMN keys. Earthmake, hammer. Needle puncture. Izuku, however, seemed intent on covering for her. Conjuring one of the massive mallets from the ground, it slammed against the other mage's spear-shaped arm with a loud crash. The construct burst apart as the man dashed through it, aiming a kick that sent the green-haired boy tumbling back into the ground. Damn it, where were her keys? Feeling around the ground, Lucy kept her eyes on the fight as it raged on. It wasn't going very well. Not for a lack of trying. Izuku was throwing everything he could at the man, but his freaky transformation magic meant the hits didn't quite connect and the man could break through whatever the earth mage made. Though he seemed content on just tossing the younger mage around than to try and gore him like he did cancer. She wouldn't be able to summon him back. Not anytime soon. While it was true that celestial spirits couldn't die, when they were forcibly sent back by having their bodies destroyed, it took some time for them to become conscious and available again. Ah, found it. Half buried near the side of the barn. Her key ring glinted under the sun, probably sent flying there when that brute nearly crushed them. Lucy wasted no time running to the half-open leather pouch. Not so fast, girlie. She felt the man's eyes on her as his body bloated like the puffer fish her father sometimes had the chefs prepare for him, looking like an inflated balloon filled with spikes. The man drop-kicked Izuku away before spinning backwards, headed straight for her. The spiked tore up the ground as he sped towards her like a runaway train. Needle roller. Earthmake, ramp. The ground between them suddenly tilted upwards, curving at the tip just in time for the spiked boulder to roll straight into it, and then up into the air. She didn't waste the chance. Open, Gate of the Bull. Taurus. The massive oxman appeared as called, hefting his large axe above his back. He jumped after the rolling spike ball mid-air, swinging his own weapon like it was a tennis racket. For a moment she feared it might have shattered, before the spikes broke and the dark mage was sent flying back down. Izuku wasn't idle either. In fact, rather than place his hands on the ground as she saw him often do, he instead ran up the ramp he'd set up earlier before jumping over the edge so he'd be falling above the downed hedgehogman. Cupped his hands together, placing them to the side of his body, adjusting his footing ever so slightly so they'd be farther apart. Magical energy gathering in a small sphere, the magical circle forming above the ghoul spirit mage. She'd never seen him do a spell like that. Earthmage. Idle. From the magic circle she could see a mass of earth forming, shifting and hardening, taking an all too familiar form. The doll she'd seen Izuku make during the train ride, only it was supersized, twice the height of a normal man and just as broad. The statue posed with its arms flexed as it fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, burying the spike mage beneath its rock muscles. She brushed back some of the dust and dirt from her face, letting out a sigh of relief as Izuku somehow stuck the landing, even if he did stumble a little bit. She'd give him a 7.5. Miss Lucy, are you safe? Are you hurt? That slime ball didn't hurt your nice body, didn't he? Taurus was by her side immediately, fretting over her as Izuku jogged over. She waved him off. No, I'm fine. Just a few scratches from rolling around. What about you? No, thank you. I've had worse than this at Guild. Just a bit banged up. The green-haired mage looked a bit worse for wear. A bit bruised, a bit dirty, and there was a hole on the side of his shirt, but it seemed like he avoided the worst. Lucy snorted. She could imagine it. What? No one is gonna ask me how I'm doing? The statue suddenly exploded, pebbles flying everywhere as the spiked mage pulled himself off the small crater. Some of his spikes were chipped and broken, others were bent to the side. He bled from the side of his head and one of his eyes looked like it had been swollen shut. He coughed out a wad of spit and dirt, rubbing the side of his mouth. What? You lot didn't think it was that easy, right? We just got to the main event too. Main event? That's when she felt it. The ground rumbling beneath her feet. No, it wasn't just shaking. All around them she could see parts of it shift and rise, as if something were pushing it from above, forming mounds of dirt before distressingly familiar mandibles rose like zombies from a grave. Unfortunately, they were very much alive. What did you do? She exclaimed, cutting into the conversation. You two should have just taken the deal. Did you goody two-shoes really think we'd be willing to part with this much money? Do you even know how much time and effort we put into raising these DMN things? You wouldn't know what it took either, no? I was the one doing the heavy work. The spike mage grunted, letting out a wheezing breath. Kept them here for ya, didn't I? Just make sure to clean up after that mess, Fork. Lucy turned around looking for the voice. Where is he? Where is he? Rising from one of the largest mounds on the ground was another man. Though she couldn't quite make his face because of a hoodie, she could instead see that he was sitting atop the largest bug she'd ever seen, the massive white ant she remembered from Cereza's farm. The one who retreated when they found it, wearing the weird lacrima crown. From rearing the queen, to finding a mate for her to copulate with, to establishing a nest somewhere the tunnels these things dig won't collapse on top of them. I've been overworking myself getting these things to grow. Tunnels. Her mind latched onto that word. There were tunnels beneath their feet. Tunnels probably all over the property. That was why there were ants popping out from every direction in the woods. They just hadn't seen any of them rise from the ground like these ones were because the trees and shrubs likely covered them. The whole farm was turned into a colony. They were using it on the surface along with the woods as a decoy. Well, whatever. We lost some bugs, but that just means we need more food to make more. Starting with you lot. The hooded mage looked at them with a sneer, hands resting atop the giant ant's head, gripping the ground like a bridle. Izuku, can you still dash? Her friend nodded. He looked tired and beaten up, and that massive spell from earlier probably drained him more than the others, but he still looked very much willing to throw down, eyes zeroed in on the mage atop the monster. Keeping her back pressed against his, Lucy did the same and locked eyes with the spiky freak. 2-on-1 was already hard enough. But this? Well, Lucy was certainly gonna have a hell of a story to tell by the time they came back. Fairy tale versus ghoul spirit. Taurus. Needle blast. Earth make dash. The fight was on. Chapter 12. Lose it. Betty was confused. She was scared. She was terrified because the scary men and the monsters were back, and it felt like that nightmare all over again. She wanted to run back home and hide under her bed, to wait and see if she would wake up after all. But at the same time, Betty was happy. She got to meet the fairies. She finally got to see and talk with Goodfellow, the magic fairy that everyone loved and talked about. Her most favorite story in the world, and she got to meet him and a very nice fairy lady who helped save her from the big monsters. If this was a dream, then Betty wasn't sure she wanted to wake up. You don't need to be a fairy to work as a mage. The words kept playing over and over in her mind. Words she'd wanted to hear for the longest time. Because Betty always assumed she had to be super good with magic to work in a guild, and people always teased her about wanting to abandon the farm and become a big fancy mage who didn't care about farmers or the small towns. No one she talked to ever thought it was a good idea. Even her parents said that she'd be better off here, because the mages were likely to bully her. That wasn't right. No matter what everyone thought about mages, Betty knew she wouldn't be like the bad ones. She wanted to be the kind who would come when people were in trouble and help them. Like Miss Lucy. Like Goodfellow. You can be a mage like us. The words rattled around her head, replaying in her ears over and over again. Something she always wished anyone around her would say. Here and now, there were people who hadn't teased her or tried to convince her to do anything else. They were right there, fighting to save the farm while she was busy trying to tear the boards off the side of the barn. "Mom! Dad!" She called out to them. No answer. Oh no. Had the bad men taken them away? The big ants were eating the house because they wanted to get to her parents. They must still be tied up inside, or asleep. Or maybe they couldn't hear her with all the noise. Think. Betty was a farmer's daughter. All she knew about was how to tend to fields or take care of the animals. She was smart and could write and do all her numbers, but nothing she read about could have prepared for what was happening around her. Like something out of a history book, the two nice mages fought against the bad men who took her home, their icky monsters crawling out of the floor to try and bite them only to be swept aside by the nice Mr. Cow who Lucy called back for help, fighting the ugly pufferfish man whenever he tried getting close. Her eyes, however, were on Goodfellow, the countryside's favorite. She'd always loved hearing about him, and now she could see why the stories were so popular. Earth rising from the ground to form tools or harden into walls, or sink into holes to catch the monsters. If any farmer could do what he did with magic, she was sure they'd never have to worry about work ever again. Watching him work, her little heart soared. That's what she wanted. That's who she wanted to be like. But whenever she asked, everyone would say she was better off staying as a farmer. That she should think of her parents. That it was almost unfair that she was the one who wanted to leave while everyone had to stay and work harder. That the Goodfellow was only one fairy who couldn't be everywhere, so she had to do her part and help her family and the other farms around. Betty found her answer, however. She wanted to be a mage. And someone finally said she could. But they were now in danger. When the fight intensified and Mr. Cow vanished, the redhead felt her breath hitch as the bad man rushed after the two, fear gripping at her. Rather than crawling back into the barn or running away like she did before, Betty instead felt her feet twitch and her legs scream at her to move. "I have to help." Feet carrying her away from the barn, Betty ran to the fight, eyes stinging as her little heart beat wildly inside her chest. Closer and closer, she could see the fairy mages fighting notice as she approached, looks of fear and surprise crossing their faces as her hands raised, and she felt the familiar surge of power rise from within her. Betty was a farmer. Her parents were farmers. Everyone else thought she would have made for a great farmer herself. But not because of where she lived and who her parents were. But because she had this power. She didn't know what to call it or where it came from. One day, when she'd been helping her mom wash the vegetables, she suddenly noticed that instead of 2 carrots, there had been 3. Instead of 4 peppers, there had been 5. Then she realized the potatoes she washed grew bigger. As big as pineapples. Carrots as big as her eyes, onions as big as her head. Tomatoes that seemed like they would pop like balloons if you poked them. Betty remembered parents being so happy about it, so relieved. But it didn't take long for her to realize they weren't happy for her. They didn't ask what she wanted to do with her magic. Before, she didn't know what to call it. She'd wanted to help them. But she also wanted to do more. But here and now, she finally came up with a name. She could imagine it, the shape and taste, the way it felt around her hand. The way it looked when her father brought them back home. Watching Goodfellow do it, she slowly figured out what was missing. BGMI. Lucy bit back a curse. The fight wasn't going very well. They weren't exactly losing, but without being able to gang up on the pufferfish freak, there was no way the two of them could land a knockout. Taurus was strong and could fight him off, but he was just too slippery to get a good hit on, even as beaten up as the guy was. It had taken a 3-person setup to get him the last time. Instead, rather than right the bull spirit, the man seemed content to run the clock on Lucy's magic. The longer they took taking him out, the more of those creepy ants rose from the ground. And the less energy she'd have to fight him. Though it didn't stop the man from trying to cheap-shot Lucy whenever he could. When fighting a celestial spirit mage, aim for the summoner. It was smart, and she wondered if he'd fought against her type of magic or was just used to taking cheap shots at people and accidentally lucked it into a plan that worked against her. It was hard to tell. "Toros on your left, 2 of them." Her friend turned like a spinning top axe, sending the incoming ants flying away, probably in pieces. "Needle flail." The dark mage took the opportunity to sucker punch him. the spiky, inflated arm digging painfully on the spirit's gut, sending him stumbling backwards with a surprised moo. Before vaulting over the spirit and aiming for her with another, equally spiky arm. Shelter! Only to be uppercut by a rising wall of dirt. Lucy turned around, shooting Izuku a thumbs up. Nice save. He smiled reassuringly, though it looked brittle considering how his own fight was going. While Lucy was having to deal with the occasional annoyance and the slippery mage, Izuku had been covering both of them against the giant ant monster and the mage commanding it, though the man hadn't done much other than control it, and the other smaller monsters. Tossing them at the grinding to tire out the earth mage. For the first time since she's known him, the green-haired boy actually looked winded. Was it that big spell? She knew it looked different when he cast it, but could it have been something he couldn't do very well? Since round 2 started, he defaulted to his standard casting method, sinking his hands into the ground and shaping it into hammers, pits, walls, and fists. But there didn't seem to be any end to the monsters. Meanwhile, the hooded mage just hung back, watching Izuku tire himself out. She realized that they were being whittled down when a fresh wave of creepies crawled out of the holes that had formed around the large ant. As if drawn to it. Lucy figured it couldn't be a coincidence. There was a reason the monsters were coming to that thing first and not just tunneling all around to surround them. Izuku with Taurus, batter up. Credit where it was due, neither one of them hesitated. Earth rising to take the shape of a circle just in time for the massive ox-man to hit it with the flat of his axe, sending it spinning wildly across the field and towards the grouped ants, running over a dozen monsters as they rushed to block the wheel from crashing into the queen. Your back's open, girlie. Of course, Taurus doing that left her unprotected. Earth make, punch. Or so he thought. A massive fist shaped from dirt crashed into him. Then another. Then another. Rocketing the dark mage backwards, the spikes on his legs keeping him from being sent flying off, instead digging deep lines into the ground. You holding up okay? She could help asking. Izuku looked well tired. For the first time since they started working together, his gloves and pants were caked with dirt and mud, his hair was sticking out awkwardly, some of it matted against his head from sweat, the rest looking frazzled as the younger mage took deep steadying breaths. Unfortunately, their combo hadn't worked out as well as she'd hoped. They'd flattened a bunch of ants, but the big one was completely unscathed, and of course, the hooded mage on top of it seemed to only annoyed by the inconvenience, calling up more and more of the ants. Just how many tunnels were there? How many of those things did they have stashed away? Lucy knew they couldn't fight forever. Eventually, either she would be unable to keep her spirits around and become a burden on Izuku, or they would tire him out and they'd lose the only capable of dealing with multiple ants. She couldn't help but kick herself for not having asked Cereza more about them, or just picked up a book on monsters. There had to be something they could do here. If they were lucky, they ditched the wagon and ran to the river. That's what she said, wasn't it? Izuku. What? Are you hurt? The green-haired mage stiffed at the sudden call. Do you know which direction is the river? He stopped to think, but Lucy could see his thoughts going full steam at what she was implying. Because if the ants wouldn't get close to water, that meant they would sink like rocks if there was enough of it, which is why they'd picked a farm to build their colony under. Unfortunately for them, Lucy happened to have a spirit with more than enough to do it. But given how temperamental she was, they'd probably have to kiss the farm goodbye. Never mind what would happen to Betty and her family if they got caught by one of Aquarius' tidal waves. There was just no way Lucy was going to do that if it meant getting others caught. But what if they had somewhere to drain all that water? Izuku bit his lip in thought, shaking off. A cloud of dust as he pointed to the side, directly behind the large hole from where the hooded mage and the ants were crawling out from. Think you can do it? There was a brief pause as he took a breath. Shouldn't be that bad. But, can't you call a second spirit? And there was the issue. She needed to send back Taurus to summon Aquarius. And he'd been the one helping keep that spiky mage off their backs while Izuku fought the ants. If he vanished, that would leave them exposed. I just need a few seconds. She tried to reassure him. It felt like asking a lot. He smiled awkwardly, trying to put her at ease. Even if it looked crooked and forced. She appreciated the thought behind it. Taurus, come back. Trusting her judgment, Lucy felt the gate close as her spirit finished clearing out another wave of ants trying to circle around them, the Oxman's body vanishing in a familiar cloud of golden sparks as she put his key back inside the pouch, only to reach for another. This one felt familiar in her hand. The key she was given when she first became a mage. Lucy didn't even need to look to tell, she'd held onto it for so long that the shape of the golden key might as well have become an imprint in the palm of her hand, the familiar blue sigil of the water-bearer sparkling under the midday sun as it glared at them from up above. "No, you idiot! Stop her! They are up to something." Unfortunately, the hooded mage seemed to catch on to what they were doing, even if he couldn't tell what the plan was. The sudden vulnerability was enough for the man to finally act, barreling towards them on top of his giant monster. The other thug wasn't far behind, breaking out into that spiky rolling spell from before. A pincer attack. Earthmake, shelter. Open. Gate of the water-bearer dash. They were too late. Around them, the hastily put-together walls crumbled from both sides as the mages broke through, dust and pebbles flying everywhere as the ant's head pierced through the stone and latched onto Izuku with its mandible, the green-haired boy squawking in surprise as he was yanked off the ground, the ant thrashing about as it tried to crawl through the hole, smaller ones trying to fit through the gaps as Izuku tried and failed to pry himself off the bigger one's grip. Lucy was luckier, but not by much. Sent flying by the spiky rolling ball, the rolled on the dirt, bruised from where a few rocks caught her. The more pressing issue was that she'd lost her key again. One of the stray rocks must have caught her hand, sending the twinkling god key off to the side. The spiked mage didn't waste a second trying to crush her with his inflated arm, cackling in delight as she barely avoided it, rolling to the side. "Now I gotcha, brat." Lucy backpedaled, hands patting the ground behind her for her key as the man jumped after her, arms raised above his head, massive spikes growing out of his forearms as they turned into wickedly sharp morning stars. But then she saw it. A familiar head of red hair. Beth! What was she doing here? She told her to run. So unless Lucy had gotten a concussion from a stray rock hitting her, or the girl had a twin sister she didn't know about, the young girl they'd saved was running straight towards them, straight into the waiting jaws of the ants as they started swarming over the walls, and certain death slowly descended upon the blonde mage. She opened her mouth. You do what? Tell her to stop? To run away? That she was sorry? What she didn't expect was for the little girl she'd carried through the woods to suddenly glow with a familiar a magic circle forming in front of her as she raised her hands and the world seemingly came to a stop, the mage about to strike her finally noticing they weren't alone. But it was too late. Vegemake, red pepper. A massive red pepper shot out of the magic circle, the size of Lucy's forearm, lying like an arrow aimed at the dark mage who, already in the middle of attacking her, couldn't dodge or block as the massive chili pepper slammed against the man's spiky face and exploded in a cloud of red dust. My eyes, they burn. Arg. Stumbling back blindly, the man rubbed at his face, yelling and cursing as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Bloated spiky arms swinging around wildly, missing her by a hair's breadth as she rolled back onto her feet. Suddenly, those dancing classes and all the painful stretches didn't feel wasted anymore. Lucy kick. She lashed out, foot flying upwards in a straight line. Not aimed at the face, but rather embedding her very expensive, if worn shoes into the man's privates. Causing him to double over is agony as she hit him below the belt, causing the redhead behind them to cheer at the comeback. She really hoped she wasn't being a bad example here. The blonde wasn't quite done, however. Grabbing the mage while he was busy agonizing, Lucy spun around, putting her back into throwing him off the floor, and at the still struggling earth mage, or rather, the ant trying to turn him into a chew toy. The spiked man hit the side of the monster's face, which started thrashing around and shrieking in pain. Either some very strong pepper, or the world's luckiest eye poke. She didn't care to check which it was. Izuku took that as his cue, slipping between the monster's mandibles, stumbling as he tried to regain balance. He didn't need her to tell him what to do, magic circle flaring to life as stone formed from thin air once again, this time mid-swing. Earthmake, home run. A massive bat of rock slamming against the queen's side, Shattering on impact, the force threw Izuku forcefully against the ground with a breathless huff as the wall toppled over and pushed the massive monster onto its back, crushing not only a mass of ants that had been trying to climb over it, but also the two mages under its weight. It burns. It hurts. Sheet. Get off me, you idiot, I'm allergic to that stuff. Get it off. Get it off. You get off. I can't reach the crown with you on the way. Lucy let out a breath of relief. That really had gotten too close for comfort. But they didn't have time to catch their breath. Izuku looked halfway ready to keel over, and she wasn't all that content on fighting them again. It was now or never. Now where did I drop the key? Here, Miss Lucy. Beth reached out a hand, grasping the familiar golden key. Lucy didn't know whether to scold her or thank her for the help. She felt like doing either would probably just give her the wrong impression, so she would settle for doing both later. Izuku sat up with a groan. You okay there? She couldn't help but ask. Shaking his head, the green-haired mage gave her a shaky thumbs up, pushing himself so his knees rested against the floor, hands sinking into the soft dirt in preparation. A look of focus on his eyes as he seemed to glow with mana. This will be the last one, Lucy. Better make it count. She planned to open gate of the water-bearer, Aquarius. There was a flash of golden light and a splash of fresh water as a blue-tailed mermaid shimmered into being, floating over them, carrying what looked like a massive urn on her arm. Or perhaps it was a cup. She'd never asked. Only knew that it made her look like one of those statues her father used to buy and place on fountains. Her mother loved those. You look like crap, brat. I feel like it too. She smiled thinly. Her oldest spirit sked, pushing back her hair as she surveyed her target. The queen managed to push itself upright, and the smaller ants seemed to close in around it, as if forming ranks in an army, the hooded mage having established control after kicking the other ghoul spirit mage off. The bugs? Couldn't you have found a better reason to summon me? Lucy smiled despite herself. After all these years, she could tell when Aquarius was actually mad, and when she was just doing it out of habit. Standing behind the three of them, the spirit took position, holding the urn overhead as she arched her back. The rush of magical power leaving Lucy as the entire colony seemed to sprout from the ground to meet them head-on. Get them, Aquarius! Izuku! Earthmate! Ramp! It was like seeing a natural disaster unfold before her very eyes. The ground collapsed and moved, sinking the ant monsters into the ground as the earth suddenly became smooth and sloped, the ants struggling to move closer as the slid further and further away from them, lining up the shot perfectly. A bead of sweat slid down Izuku's face, his magic reaching further and further away from the farm, smoothing the earth and sinking it below ground level. As if forming a channel. Torrent! Aquarius spun around, unleashing her own spell. A deluge of water blasted from Aquarius' urn, rushing down the ramp like a tidal wave, flooding the tunnels and carrying mud and stone with its current before following the path of least resistance and becoming a river. Force of the water was terrifying. Lucy would know, she'd gotten thrown around by that spell more than once. Watching it wash away the monsters and dark mages felt good, however. Try and get them away as far as you can. From here the slope should lead them straight into the river, right? Izuku nodded, though he looked uncertain. I think so? I don't think I ever tried that before. Figured you'd rope someone else into one of your crazy plans, brat. Who's this supposed to be anyway? Your boyfriend? Her spirit huffed, merely pumping out more water as she washed away the remains of the monsters. Lucy groaned, hiding her face in her hands. It's nothing like that. Aquarius cracked a malicious grin. That goes without saying. Not like you to get a man, this early, huh? The blonde opted to keep her mouth shut. Mainly because the earth mage looked a few shades of red away from turning into a pepper himself, trying not to gawk at the spirit as she tried to needle some kind of answer or another out of him. Speaking of peppers, a mermaid fairy. That's so cool. You guys got them good. Betty danced behind them, whooping for joy as the evildoers were sent further and further away. The farm girl laughed and jumped around, pigtails flopping in the air as she celebrated their win. Hey, what's going on out there? Beth, is that you? Of course, That was exactly the moment that the barn behind them started shaking as someone knocked at the door. The wood budging against one of the earth walls that Izuku had created earlier, trapping the clients inside. Oh no! I forgot to untie my parents. Beth ran back to the barn fretting as only a kid would over getting caught doing something she shouldn't by her parents. Lucy sighed. She wasn't looking forward to explaining this. You don't think they'll mind a bit of remodeling, do you? Izuku, unfortunately, had chosen that moment to flop face first into the ground, energy completely spent. Lucy couldn't really blame him, falling on her, but as the day finally caught up to her. What a mess. She marveled at the torn-up property. They might have overdone it a bit. I'm not cleaning any of this. Aquarius, helpful, reminded her as she vanished. The blonde sighed. Talk about a simple job, huh? Chapter 13. Lucy reclined against the couch with a shuddering sigh. Man, what a week this was turning out to be. From building barns, to harvesting fields, to fighting an invasion of ant monsters and 2 dark mages. The blonde couldn't help but marvel at how things seemingly escalated out of control in the past few days. And they still had so many other jobs they had to get to at the end of it. But for now it was good to lay back and relax. A warm shower, some warm food courtesy of Beth's magic, and a slightly lumpy but comfortable couch was more than enough to make her stress and fatigue melt away as she snuggled up against a blanket that their clients had given her. The couple was all too willing to let them stay and rest after the big fight. And what a fight it was. Lucy wasn't sure if they'd even believe her if she told the story when they got back. I must really be cursed to go into these wild jobs. First the Everlew mansion. Now this. She was 2 for 2 on jobs turning into all-out brawls with evil mages. So hopefully the next one would be a more simple and easy mission. You're still up? The lady of the house, Mrs. Vanderwood, was a lot like her daughter. Wearing overalls and having a head of red hair, though hers was darker than her daughter's carrot shade of orange. Lucy wondered if it was something in the family or if they really just liked looking the part when they worked. She was quite blessed in many aspects, some of which even put Lucy's own assets to shame. I'm just relaxing, thinking about how everything went down. The older woman took a seat next to her, letting out a big sigh of relief herself. The wood creaked lightly as they lingered in front of the fireplace, the flimsy embers keeping the stew they had earlier warm. They would probably be eating stew for a while. You two really saved us, you know that? Lucy rubbed her neck awkwardly. It was nice to hear it, but still strange when someone complimented her so eagerly for something she actually cared about. You're welcome. The redhead giggled. I mean it, you know? When those 2 invaded the property with their pet monsters, we didn't know what to do. We had to just focus on surviving and hope that they either left by themselves or let us go. My husband, he isn't very good at saying things like this. The strong silent type, you know? It probably burned something fierce that we couldn't do anything, and that Beth had to see us like that. No parent wants their children to see them hopeless like that. The blonde looked down. Mr. Vanderwood was laying on top of a large plush chair, Beth cuddled up as they slept together. A nondescript fellow with dull gray hair, he hadn't done much other than thanking them and offering to let them stay at their house, which had been miraculously left alone if not a bit messy from those ghoul spirit fellows lounging around and not cleaning after themselves. Lucy tried to understand how they felt. She didn't remember a lot about her own mother, but sometimes she wondered if that's what Layla Hartfilia would think if she knew her daughter had become a mage like she once was. Is this your first time traveling around these parts? First time, yeah. The older lady sighed. I'm afraid we gave you a bad first impression. Our requests usually don't turn out like this. Normally we just have him help us in the fields since we don't have that many farmhands. People don't enjoy coming all this way just to work, and we end up having to rely a lot on Goodfellow. She blinked owlishly. That nickname was really popular, huh? She wondered why she hadn't heard it before if this many people knew Izuku. The green-haired boy hadn't so much as twitched since he fainted. All the spells he'd been throwing around, plus the running and fighting hadn't done him any favors. It really was just adrenaline and stubbornness keeping him up as long as he had. Or maybe he just wouldn't have stopped until they saved the farm. Laying on a spare mattress, The boy slept peacefully, snuggling against Plu, who somehow managed to slip between his arms. The entire time they've been traveling together, there wasn't a moment where Izuku hadn't been thinking of helping others, or how to best help them. Stubbornly trying to appease that farmer, running around the Malcolm's farm, rushing out to defend them from the ants, and then dashing through the forest to save the Vanderwoods. Could he have done it alone? She'd like to think he'd been fine. But the opposite was more likely. I'm just happy we got here in time to help. She was being sincere, even if she was just meeting them now. Lucy remembered how terrified, how desperate Beth had been when they found her, and how relieved she was when she woke up. It tugged at her heartstrings. Would I have rushed to help them if Izuku wasn't here? She'd like to think she was the sort of person who would have come regardless, but it wasn't easy to ignore the circumstances that lead her to being here in the first place. If not for Izuku taking the jobs nobody wanted, would anyone have come at all? Would anyone else have come to help them? Stop that. Lucy flinched, forehead snapping back with a flick of the older woman's finger. What was that for? She whined, rubbing at the sore spot. You were thinking something silly just now. I can tell. The redhead gave her a knowing look before taking her hand, the one marked with the guild's emblem, running the tip over her fingers over it. There is no need to consider anything, okay? You saved us, Miss Fairy. The blonde looked down, eyes stinging lightly. I'm glad we made it. Dimmin when had spring started. All this dust was getting her choked up. Null Pudding pulled himself off the rushing waters with a gargled shout, spiked fingers digging into the riverbank as he struggled against the current, chin digging into the dirt as his stomach flopped into the mud. He cursed. His eyes burnt. His body was bruised all over. And something bit him. Probably one of those useless monsters. Well, that was a bust. And he'd been so confident on the job too. The pay was too good, and Null Pudding knew himself better than to resist the allure of easy jewels. Maybe he could have considered calling more people. Maybe he should have just fed those farmers to the ants and been done with it. Maybe he could have picked some other place. But that didn't matter now. The colony was gone. Forktongue was gone too. Probably drowned with that monster of his, or carried some other way by the river. It didn't matter now. The job was done for and he wasn't getting paid, and Null was pretty sure he had a fish stuck in his underpants. Yeah, definitely. Something down there. Overall, one of the worst days he'd ever had working for Ghoul Spirit, but even that didn't matter now. Everything was small compared to his anger at this very moment. Those meddling brats. He cursed, magic bursting through his skin and puncturing his clothes. They were so close. So dim and close to getting that order ready. It was like watching perfectly good jewels get washed away by the river, all the effort he put Forktongue through in the past month, all of it for nothing. Null Pudding wasn't even sure he could go back to the guild without getting the PSS taken out of him by the others. Big Bad Null got done in by a couple baby mages. Maybe he's losing his touch. He could already imagine the jeering. The loss of trust as his spotless record was torn into 1,000 pieces. There was just no way he'd ever be approached with a job like this ever again if word got out that he failed. Neither from the guild nor from any of his regular clients. Who the hell would hire muscle that got beaten up by 2 kids? He'd have to jump town. Find a new place to rebuild his cred. Naked mummy? Maybe. We're both under oration cease, so they shouldn't ask too many questions if I pop up. And if their guild master happened to be a pushover, maybe he could even kick him out and take over. Yeah, that could work. But first he needed to tie up the score with those 2 snot-nosed brats. Did they think just because they sent him packing that he wasn't gonna come back for seconds? There was only so much naivety to go around before reality caught up to them, and Null Pudding was gonna thoroughly disabuse them of that the next time he saw them. The dark mage staggered. Something was making noise. In the middle of the riverbank, glowing in the middle of the mud, was a large palm-sized crystal ball. Not the type that charlatans use to swindle tourists in Harjan. No, it was the genuine article, a lacrima worth more than Null Pudding made in half a year of work. Just sitting there, in the middle of the dirt. Crap. It's the client. Digging it out of the mud, Null Pudding felt cold sweat run down his back at the thought of nearly losing something more expensive than Ghoul Spirit's guild hall. The purple lacrima at least looked spotless, No cracks or chips fortunately. There was no way his broke but would be able to reimburse it. Then again, the man on the other side of the crystal might be angry with him either way. Damn it, Fork. If you were here I could have used a meat shield. He wondered if it was too late to just break the DMN thing himself and be done with it. Unfortunately, like everything that had to do with money, he just couldn't let go easily. Not when he just happened to have just the perfect excuse handy. Never mind the perfect little scapegoats too. Null Pudding reporting. You are late. The voice on the other side wasn't amused. It had that annoyed quality of someone who knew they had been kept waiting. His voice coming through the crystal clearly as the spike mage made eye contact with the image on the center of the lacrima. My deepest apologies, sir. There were complications. So I see Null Pudding. He didn't sound like he cared at all for his state either. We don't know why, but one of the farms hired a group of mages. They snooped around, found out we'd been rearing that colony of myrmidons like you asked, decided they'd play hero and come fight us, or I dunno, maybe someone caught wind of what we were doing and set them up to it. He spoke quickly. There was no use trying to hide details from the client, especially for someone who'd been making as many waves as this man had been in the underworld. That is disappointing. You assured me there wouldn't be any interruptions. Null Pudding rubbed at his eyes. That brat spell was still stinging like hell, and he could barely keep them open. I could hardly account for mages to be out and about in the Buna's dash. That is precisely what I hired you for. Null Pudding reared back. Crap, he'd said too much. When I hired you, you assured me that you would take that rare valuable specimen and rear it into a full army. You were promised handsome payment and even took a full half in advance. Now I ask, Null Pudding of Ghoul's spirit, where army? The dark mage lowered his head. Groveling it was. Gone. One of the mages conjured up a tidal wave and flushed out the colony. Whatever ants didn't drown in the tunnels are probably in the bottom of the river. The memory of his defeat stung worse than his eyes. The man in the crystal was silent for a moment. Disappointing. Needless to say, don't expect to hear from me again. Consider this my official dismissal of you, Ghoul's spirit, and whatever jobs they enjoyed under my patronage. Null Pudding felt his veins ice over. If the others learned he lost such a big client, it would be his head. Where, sir? There is still a way to salvage this. He spoke hastily without thinking. The man in the crystal gave him a distasteful look, lip curling as he stroked his beard, peering down at him as if finally noticing a cockroach. There is nothing to salvage from this, you fool. You were beaten, and the Myrmidon colony lost. Yes. But I can still get even with those interlopers. Allow me and Ghoul's spirit to act in your stead and rectify this mistake. We will make sure that those brats and the rest of the DMN fairies burn. People will see it all the way from Harjan. There was a pause. Fairies, you said? Null blinked in confusion. Yes, the mages who ruined our job were from Fairy Tale. He might not have seen any marks on the boy, but he recognized the emblem on the girl's hand when he'd had her on the ropes. He hadn't mentioned it while they fought, but knowing where the two little sheets came from gave him something to cling to. But he could still save face. Yes. It might take some time, but we will make that goody two-shoes guild that you can't get involved with our business and expect to come out clean. And of course, that also satisfied his fresh new vendetta while giving him the chance to protect his reputation in the Balam Alliance. Yes, it was perfect. No. Leave it be. Null Pudding started. Sir, you can't expect me to just dash dot. Yes, you will. If you still wish to get paid. The mention of money was enough to get the dark mage to look up from the ground. Puzzled as the man's tone suddenly changed, even if he still looked decidedly annoyed. Instead of throwing your guild into that particular meat grinder, you will instead come to me and we can negotiate your contract again. Provided you are still interested? This didn't make any sense. Even so, the allure of payment was too strong. Payback wouldn't put food on the table after all. Where should I meet you? The man on the lacrima grinned. It was a self-satisfied, smug, ugly thing. Good to see you're still smart enough to pick the right options. Null Pudding. But that is for later. For now, I would like it if you told me more about these fairy tale mages, and not spare a single detail. The spiked mage grinned, feeling the evil intent behind the gleam in the man's eyes. If you say so, boss. You're going to be working for me from now on. You are free to dispense with the formalities. Null Pudding grinned. He didn't know what exactly he'd said to make the man change ideas. Or maybe knowing that Fairy Tail was behind the entire mess was enough to make the man instead want to know more. Well, that didn't matter, so long as he got paid. As you wish. Master Ivan. Can't you stay longer? You sure you aren't hurt? It was weird how much a single night of sleep could change everything. She still felt a bit sore and tired from the day before, but the sleep and the food had somehow more than made up for it. Though Lucy couldn't help but miss her home and the very comfortable bath she had waiting for her. They still had more jobs to finish before she could claim her reward. There was still rent to worry about, even if that worry felt less pressing than it had at the start of the journey. Now the blonde waited by the sidelines as the green-haired boy tried and failed to get the petite redhead off him without hurting the feelings, all the while stammering out excuses for why they had to go. He wasn't very good at it. But Lucy had a feeling he was the sort who got along with kids. I'm sorry, Betty, but we really can't stay. There's other people waiting for us. We gotta help them too. Unfortunately, little Betty didn't seem willing to part with them all that easily, latching onto Izuku's leg like a baby koala as he tried limping out of the house and towards the wagon waiting for them outside. No, please. At least take me with you. The green-haired boy choked out something she didn't quite hear. You guys said I could be a mage too. At least take me with you. I want to join. Lucy giggled, leaning back with a sigh. At least she wasn't the one having to deal with that temper tantrum. You're a bit too young to join, you know. Have you asked your parents? I'm not even sure we have vacancies at the guild right now. Lucy considered yelling out that guilds didn't have vacancies and that apparently Fairy Tail welcomed random kids as members all the time, at least as far as Mirajane and Natsu had told her. She, of course, didn't say that. Not while she was standing next to the girl's father. For all the noise he made, the man might as well be a statue. Though he didn't seem annoyed as much as amused by his daughter's antics as Izuku went from trying to appease her to pleading with the 9-year-old to let go of him. The Goodfellow, ladies and gentlemen. She giggled fondly. Are you sure about leaving? So the man could speak after all. We wouldn't want to impose on your family. We stayed around to help clean up after the ants, but anymore and we would be running late to our other jobs. There is still a lot to get done. And for some reason she didn't feel as daunted by the workload as she was before. Instead, she almost looked forward to it. How many people were out there waiting for them? Would they be demanding? Would they be welcoming? Would they be in trouble? Beyond her own need to finish the jobs, Lucy could honestly say she wanted to learn more about these places she'd never been to, and meeting people whose lives were so much more different than hers. It sounds like an adventure. Oh, she'd been speaking out loud. Yes. The man confirmed it bluntly. Okay, random change of subject. Are you guys going to be all right? The gray-haired man nodded. We'll make do. Beth's magic will help, but you two cleaned up the worst of it. We won't go hungry when winter comes. The mention of Beth having magic still brought her up short, though she figured that if anyone ought to have vegetable-making magic, it ought to be the daughter of farmers. She certainly wouldn't be caught dead eating icky vegetables. I'm glad. We wouldn't have minded staying to help if you needed it. And she was being honest, even if it would have meant running late. The man nodded, not one for emoting it would seem. Thank you. As for the pay dash, Lucy held up her hands. We'll claim the reward you left at the job office. No more, no less. Her tone brokered no disagreement from the man wearing his arm in a sling. She felt terrible enough taking money from them already. Lucy didn't need them struggling even more just to pay her of all people. It didn't feel right. I see. She giggled. The strong silent type, huh? Are you okay with that though? Beth wanting to join a guild. When she told her father she wanted to be a mage like her mom, he'd blown his top and sent her up to bed for a whole week. Something or another about throwing the family name into the mud just to laze around all day. The man looked at his before sighing. It is her choice now. Well, that was definitely better than her father. So points for that. Fortunately, Mrs. Vanderwood eventually appeared and helped pry her daughter off Izuku's leg, the boy's face lighting up in embarrassment as he tried and failed to console the redhead with promises of coming back soon, or helping her practice with her magic the next time he was there. All probably true. If the amount of jobs he did was any indication, he'd be back eventually, and Lucy wouldn't have minded coming along either. But I want to go with them. The teary-eyed look might have made Izuku fold like clean laundry, but her mother just gave her an affectionate pinch on the cheek, scolding her for trying to give the fairies more work to do when they already helped, and all the usual things Mrs. Speto said when Lucy was being a brat. She could recount some of the lines by heart these days. And leave all the chores at home undone? Gonna leave it all to your poor old mother? Ah, guilt-tripping. So nostalgic. Lucy sauntered over to the group, patting the girl on the head. You don't have to worry, Betty. The guild is still gonna be there after you are done. Just work on your magic, and I'm sure everyone will love it when you join, in a couple years. She added the last part more hastily, the mother's side eye making her swallow dry. She didn't want to get scolded. Fine. Beth sighed, letting out a pout at the rejection, Izuku mirroring her for entirely different reasons as he stepped away from them to collect himself. Lucy following him as they finished their goodbyes and promised to come back at some point if they ever needed it again. Before long, a familiar wagon driven by a familiar old man came into the distance, waiting for them on the side of the road. The two mages climbed on the back of it, waving away at the Vanderwoods as their farm, somehow still standing and not that bad for where slowly vanished in the distance. I'm wiped out. Izuku patted her on the back, watching as the confident blonde deflated like a balloon. If it makes you feel better, it doesn't always end like that. Lucy gave the younger mage a stink eye. What? Your jobs don't constantly turn into fights against dark mages and their armies of monsters? He smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as the wagon creaked and shook beneath them, the wheels catching on pebbled and stray branches rocking them lightly as the two mage relaxed. No, this has been like, only the second time it's happened. Lucy absorbed the information, nodded in understanding, and proceeded to bonk him on the head. Lucy, what was that for? He whined, nursing the comic goose egg that peeked through his green curls. The blonde huffed. Really, was that the kind of reaction you should have to an epic adventure? And why didn't he tell her he'd done something like this before? All kinds of reasons flared up in her mind before she realized trying to scold him for getting himself in danger was a bit hypocritical of her. He really ought to ask for help more often. Just because. Still, where is our next job? She hastily changed the subject. Despite the danger, the annoyances, and well, everything, she really was looking forward to the next one. The rent wasn't paying itself. Interlude I. Mistigan was a man on a mission. Had been for the past few years. He understood the importance of his work. Knew that somewhere in the world, great catastrophes happened every day and that he was uniquely suited to deal with some of them. As arrogant as it may sound, the masked man couldn't allow anyone but himself to answer that call. Who else would? Master had been understanding. In fact, the fact he wasn't even the first citizen of Edolos to join the guild had come as quite a shock. But also relief. Working for Fairy Tail as one of its enigmatic S-class mages had given Mistigan the freedom to pursue his goals without being impeded, as well as a reliable support network. Unfortunately, his wishes to fully join in on their merrymaking were unreachable. How could he? When he looked like a copy of Seagrain, one of the members of the Magic Council, Mistigan felt it would bring undue attention to the guild if he were to work as a normal mage. But that didn't mean he did not care for and appreciate the guild nonetheless. It was just a matter of how often he could show it. So long as he came back on occasion. So long as they were happy and healthy. So long as they were safe. So long as the catastrophes from the other side remained contained. That was enough. According to the request, strange lights have been seen at the foot of the mountain at night. Leaning back against the trunk of the tree he was perched on, Mistigan leafed through the reports he'd obtained from the nearby village that for the past few weeks had been suffering with this mysterious phenomena. Flickering lights in the woods. Vanishing citizens who left to investigate. Spells of weakness that affected everyone at seemingly random intervals. Mystigan considered whether this might be another distortion caused by anima. The usual symptoms were there, but that didn't mean this couldn't be something else. Of course, he'd rather believe the missing people were alive and well in Idolos rather than dead, but it was cold comfort given how desperate this town was to call for a S-rank quest. Even so, it was a pretty long reach in this case. Not every lead he took in searching for the distortions was a hit. And if it turned out to be a false lead, it wouldn't matter. These people still needed help. That was why, for the past few days, Mystigan had wandered about the forest surrounding the mountain, careful not to make too much of a racket. Whether this was anima, or something else preying on the town nearby, he didn't want to act rashly and spook it. Or even worse, get caught in the anima and transported back home. Now, where are you? Jumping from the thick branch, the mage reached for the staves, hefting 4 of them out of the sheath, before plunging their tips into the ground. A dark violet light emanating from them as his hands formed the proper signs to guide the magic within. 4-layered magic circle, warping compass. The magic circles, one for each of the 4 basic elements, overlaid themselves, before the symbols merged to form a single one. Floating between the staves, the magic circle looked akin to the face of a clock, with multiple hands moving about as the spell's range spread over the land. No dimensional rift. Not yet, he hoped. Maybe not ever if he had a say in it. But there is some form of build-up. While one of the hands of the compass was still, another was wobbling wildly, meaning there must have been a large amount of ether nano being drawn to this location. It could be something caused by anima, especially if the rifts closed before fully absorbing whatever energy it had drawn in full. The compass was pointing north, towards the mountain. If ether nano was being gathered in that direction, then it might also be the location where the next distortion might start. Anima by design was meant to prey on large concentrations of magic power, transporting it and depositing it in the form of lacrima on the other side. If this was still on the build-up stage, then all he had to do was disperse the ether nano, maybe leave one of his extra staves here for a fortnight. It would be a bother, parting with one of his priceless tools. But any sacrifice was a small one in this mission. 2-layered magic circle, cloak of fog. 2 of his staves glowed, their tips flashing with a combined darkness and water spell, the ether nano washing over his body as the world seemed to shimmer around him, his very body looking as if it had been turned into a cloud of mist. Perfect for avoiding attention. From the wildlife, other people, or spells. Now then, where will this lead? Walking through the woods, down the slope leading to the mountain, Mystigan felt a change in the very atmosphere as she got closer. A sense of dread, perhaps? An omen that something wasn't right. Most would heed these feelings and turn back, the darkness of the night and the creeping silence of the abandoned woods more than enough to drive fear into the average person. Clearly they weren't the only ones to leave this part of the forest alone. No animals. Not even insects. Even something as simple-minded and instinct-driven felt compelled to avoid what would be their natural habitat. The ether nano in the atmosphere was thick, almost forming a miasma of its own as magical power swirled through the air currents like plumes of mist. What a puzzling phenomenon. Ether nano or magic power in general wasn't something that should be visible unless through a magic formula. For there to be such a dense concentration as to make it visible, an area like this would quickly become toxic for any human or animal that lacked a sufficiently strong magic container. Even the trees appeared to be affected. Some had strips of bark peeling off. Some had become desiccated and dead, while others had grown out of proportion, becoming bulbous and alien. Without any intervention, the area might be irreversibly warped, causing the spawning of monsters or diseases. Was this just another effect of anima he hadn't witnessed until now? The evidence was too circumstantial. I have to find the epicenter. The largest accumulation of magic power. Even now the warping compass span around, guiding him closer and closer to the mountain, the mist of ether nano growing thicker the closer he walked. Until he was at the foot of the mountain. A mass of stone jutting out towards the sky. There didn't appear to be any clouds overhead, even if the fog made it difficult to tell. Fortunately his spell was sturdy enough to deal with concentration of energy. Guiding him up and around the mountain, the tip of the compass grew more erratic and his own breaths came up short. This didn't make sense. To accumulate enough ether nano like this, had something changed? Was this some form of natural disaster? Fortunately, it would not take long for his efforts to bear fruit. A cave, or rather, the guarded entrance of one soon came into view. A large entrance carved into the stone, lit up by small torches hung on the walls. In front of it he could see two hooded figures, both wearing some sort of uniform, their faces concealed by the cloth and the fog. Both held simple staves tipped with spherical lacrima, likely because casting spells in such a saturated environment would cause them to misfire and go wild. They were prepared for this. Were aware of the effects this area had on themselves and on magic. Is this some kind of ritual then? It complicated his job if there was some sort of dark guild or cult involved, but he'd accepted it nonetheless. His pride as a mage of fairy tale demanded he see this task through, and more importantly, if this was anima, then the fate of the disappeared villagers might be more grim than he first believed. The hooded figures didn't notice him as he approached, his mist-shrouded form too similar to the plumes of ether nano, only reacting when he was on top of them. Sleep. The spell knocked them out immediately, blasting the two against the sides of the cave. The hooded mages slumped unconscious, barely making a groan of pain as he forced them to take a nice long nap. Perhaps a bit more forcefully than intended. But he was in a rush. There are tracks. He kneeled by the cave entrance, noting the various footprints that seemingly overlapped with one another in a spider web of patterns and shapes. Too many to tell reliably how many people were here, but if he'd had to guess, it would have to be around 10. 15 perhaps? No matter. Walking down the entrance to the cave, Mistigan noted with interest that while the interior was rough and unshaped, it seemed to grow more defined as he walked down the path. Cave stone giving way to a smooth corridor and a set of steps leading further into the depths of the mountain. Ornate and detailed. Not a random formation then. Something had been built into the mountainside. Some form of abandoned military base? He was unfamiliar with the history of the Fiore kingdom, but even he knew about their ongoing tensions with Bosco and Seven. They were close enough to the former that this could have very been some kind of outpost. What could these people be using for then? And why was there such a high concentration of magic around it? The third mage he ran into didn't have the answers to his question, faintly gasping as the masked mage sunk his knee into his gut and put him down with another sleep spell, twirling his staff back into its sheath as he turned around a corner and found a much larger corridor. Though this one wasn't only barren stone and torches. Instead he found something interesting. Artwork. Tapestries. Hanging from the walls were various iconography and memorabilia depicting some sort of being. The symbols were unfamiliar, but the image of mages kneeling before and receiving some form of gift from a great figure sat upon a throne was easy enough to figure out the meaning of. A cult then? He hummed in thought. Mistigan hated dealing with cults. The country was rife with those who looked to the past for greater power, depending on the doctrine and teachings of ancient mages, kings, and other such entities for the power to achieve their goals. More often than not, those objectives caused innocents who crossed their path to suffer needlessly. The image of a small red-headed girl flit through his mind, her missing eye covered by a white eye patch. Scum. And he let the next hooded man know exactly what he thought, a blast of magical energy felling the man before he could so much as scream. Mistigan's spell fading away, having reached its time limit just as he'd unlocked the door at the end of the corridor, the heavy-set wooden doors creaking open as he slipped through the gap and into the next room. There were people inside. More so than in any other. There were also cages. 2 rows of cages, 6 of them total. Iron bars, simple locks. And inside, the missing villagers he'd wager. There had to be at least a dozen being kept here. Mistigan's eyes glanced over them, looking for any who might have required immediate help, but found no blood, only bruises. It did little to quench his anger. Fortunately, the trio of cultists standing guard happened to be there. Silence. He raised a staff, the spell enveloping the room as one of them screamed something, another reaching for his staff. Bind. The second fell to the floor, limbs constrained by rings of energy. The third one was quicker to react, shooting a fireball at him. Raindrop. A simple water spell from another of his staves quickly extinguished it. Mystigan surged through the plume of steam, knee slamming against the back of the first man's head as he attempted to open the door. His face cracked against the door soundlessly, body slumping on the floor as the masked mage slid backwards. The third mage shot a stream of flames against him this time. Such simplistic spellcasting. Extinguish. His own fire staff absorbed the fire, drawing it away from those trapped in the cages. When wielding magic staves, or any type of holder magic really, there were two factors which determined who the strongest one was. The quality of the tools one had at their disposal, and the creativity with which they wielded those tools. Two-layered magic circle, hollow strike. Floating behind him, two staves floated in the air forming an X. A wind and darkness formula forming before them as the ether nano, a wave of magic power, shapeless and invisible to the eye, surged forth from below the man's feet, blasting him upwards against the ceiling with such force it cracked. Two-layered magic circle, gravel descent. Earth and water formulas combined this time, a mass of clay being shaped from the falling debris, cascading down onto the fallen mages before quickly hardening, pinning the three down onto the ground. Mystigan sighed. He lost his cool there for a moment, taking a second to take a deep steadying breath as he allowed the silence spell to be undone. Mystigan walked towards one of the cages, pressing the butt of his flame staff against the lock, the absorbed head melting the iron into slag. Don't be afraid. I am a fairy tale mage. The village nearby has posted a request. The occupants, an older woman and a little boy who'd been huddling at a corner. He tried to be short and concise. He didn't have the same fame as Urza or even Natsu. Strangers had little reason to trust him besides his name, and anyone could lie about being a man who didn't exist. Thank you. We weren't sure if anyone would come. He nodded, allowing the elder a moment to compose herself. What is happening here? We don't know. Those man in hoods never talk to us, they just keep us here. Every time someone wanders in they get snatched and put in these cells with us. We've been barely fed and there's little water, but they've kept us alive. He nodded. I am grateful. Whatever they have planned, I will need to deal with. As for you all, the rest of the locks melted with a wave of his staff, the absorbed mana spent as the doors of the cages fell off their hinges. Wait for me at the entrance. Take a left on the corridor and up the stairs. Don't leave the cave. With such a massive concentration of mana outside, you wouldn't make it to the village. He cautioned them, at the very least he'd have liked to start the draining process, but whatever was happening here had to be stopped first. He put the restrained cultist to sleep, just in case. Slipping through the doors in the form of mist, the fairy tale mage noted the difference as soon as his body became corporeal. The sudden pressure as mana seemingly rushed around him like a current, drawn to whatever was in the room. It was dark, barely lit by candles, though he could see some form of magical script glowing along the length of the wall. Not a familiar alphabet, but he would have time to translate it later. Instead, Mystigan focused his sights on the room down the corridor. Though it was less a room and more a massive hollowed-out expanse within the mountain where a great shrine rested at its center. A gigantic, decorated slab of stone with a large staircase leading down to the floor. Atop it, one of the cultists kneeled, hands stretched upwards as he chanted something. He must have arrived in the middle of some kind of ceremony. More concerning of all was the massive lacrima crystal that hovered above the altar. It was the size of a person, floating over the leader of the cult as he raised his arms in reverence, the lacrima absorbing the plumes of ether nano that flowed through the mountain, an ominous light coalescing in its center. It almost looked like an intruder. Mystigan sighed. He dawdled for too long. Stop him. He must not stop the ritual. The four mages rushed down the altar, staves ready to fire at him as the magic circles coalesced in bright flashes of light. Light blue, dark green, orange, fire, wind, and water. Mystigan was faster, his own trio of staves forming a six-fold star between him and the cultists. Three-layered magic circle, affinity counter. Water for fire, fire for wind, earth for water. A spell that immediately reacted to an attack by firing off a counterspell of a suitable attribute. and through the superior craftsmanship of his tools, immediately overtake the attackers with the element they were weak towards. The blasts of water, fire, and earth slamming against the group and washing them away. The man on the altar didn't so much as twitch. Hear me, O Great One. Hear me, O Precious One. Reach me. Bless me. Devour me. Open the way down the window of time. Follow my voice. Follow your loyal servant. It was as if he was in a trance, gathering the ether nano in the atmosphere, pouring it down into the lacrima. His voice reverberated through the temple, echoing in Mistigan's own mind as space seemingly rippled and warped around the massive crystal, the shape within growing, becoming more defined. A looming sense of dread pressed against him from all sides. No matter what, I have to stop it. However, there was no time to figure out a counterspell, nor analyze the ritual for a safe way to do it. He tried the obvious first. Sleep. Unfortunately, you couldn't put to sleep someone who was already in trance. Gravel descent. The mass of restraining clay splattered against a barrier as it rose to defend the man, runes faintly glimmering in the dark. A basic defensive enchantment then? Not strong enough to stop him, but just enough to force his hand. Then all I have left is brute force. A certain pink-haired boy would have been proud. Mistigan moved quickly, body turning to fog. He surged towards the ceiling high above. Taking aim at the altar, the surging magic power in the air provided more than enough fuel for what he was about to do, even though it would probably be a bit rough. He just had to calculate the precise amount of power needed to destroy that thing without causing a cave-in. Such a thing would be impossible for anyone but Mistigan. He was a fairy tale wizard, after all. Staves buried into the stone ceiling, Mistigan felt the current of ether nano divert towards them, as if a drain had been opened into a pool close to overflow. 5 circles of magic formed between him and the altar below. His hands flew through the seals as he imposed his will upon the wildly fluctuating magic. 5-layered magic circle, sacred song. 4, 3, 2, 1. His spell surged forward in a pillar of light, the multi-element formula much stronger than the usual. It poured down like the wrath of an angry god down into the cult leader and that wicked lacrima, his voice warping and the crystal sphere pressed against the ground. Then through the stone construction as the force of the blow pushed into the bedrock underneath them with a thunderclap. Mistigan sighed, taking a deep, steadying breath. Earthland was just too overwhelming when it came to magic power. Even so, the results never ceased to amaze him. The damage was barely within his calculations. But it seemed like whatever ritual the man had been compelled to perform had been obstructed. The currents of mana had stilled and the oppressive feeling emanating from the crystal had subsided. Half buried as it was, the mage eyed it warily. Usually when dealing with evil rituals, this would be the part when a final spiteful gambit went off. But maybe he'd just been reading too many novels. Mistigan chastised himself. Not everything happens like in Dash. Stories. The lacrima came undone, bursting apart in a shower of dust. A gust of wind shaking the cave as the energy put inside was suddenly released. Mistigan recalled his staves, ready to face whatever had been trapped within the lacrima as he descended from within. Only he found no monster or fiend. No curse or weapon. It was a young man, lying in the crater, unconscious. Mistigan was stumped. What just happened? Goodfellow. Arc 2 Origins Chapter Text. Chapter 1. Makarov. Being a guild master was a tough job, Makarov reckoned. Not at first, at least. When he'd received the mantle from the second, Fiore had been going through a PRD of relative peace. Outside of the usual troublemakers across the continent, the early years of his tenure as master had been largely uneventful. His retirement from going on missions was certainly a relief for the council. Then the guild got quieter. Rob and Goldmine left first to start their own guilds. Then Porliusica retired to become a full-fledged doctor, though she seemed more like a hermit witch these days, holed up in her house in the woods, yelling at whoever passed by uninvited. Yajima joined the council. Rob disappeared one day. Wraith didn't make it either. For a time, Fairy Tale became a sleepy guild. Boring. The farthest thing from what it had been back in Makarov's own day. Lacking that fire, that spirit that illuminated the lives of its members. But then things changed. Little by little. New members joined the guild and brought with them their own little sparks. Starting with the walking human demolition crew guildarts. Wakaba and Macau, older as they might have been now, they too had been terrors back in their earlier days. And then, the next generation came with a hurricane. Mistigan. Kana. The Strauss siblings. Natsu. Grit. More and more children joined the guild over time. The halls got louder and the world vibrant with color once again. Of course, that also meant his desk was covered in complaints and collateral damage bills these days. Because apparently none of the brats knew the meaning of the word restraint. So much booze money was lost. It made him want to cry sometimes. But Makarov was glad instead. A guild was supposed to be a fun place, where mages gather to find lifelong friendship, to find acceptance in their peers, to even find love on occasion. If things got too peaceful, then the elderly mage wouldn't be able to enjoy his drinks. It just didn't suit Fairy Tail. And lately he had a feeling that more and more troublemakers would be joining them. The latest two having just returned. We are back. A voice called from the entrance. The guild members present greeted Izuku as he dragged himself through the door and towards him with the newbie in tow. Battered, tired, but still smiling. There was something to the two that made his heart lighter. Their clothes looked like they'd seen better days. The newbie dragged her back against the ground, groaning listlessly like a zombie. Her hair was sweaty and matted against the side of her face, and there were a few bandages covering her arms. The green brat looked like he'd rolled around on the floor a few dozen times, his clothes were torn here and there, and there was a barely noticeable bruise on his collarbone, but all in all the two looked safe and sound. But even though he'd learned to trust in his children years ago, there was always a part of him that couldn't settle down until they were back. Welcome back, you two. He greeted them as was custom. What kind of guild master would he be if he didn't congratulate his mages for a job well done? We are back, master. Izuku bowed his head lightly. Always one for formality, that boy. But that wasn't bad. More of his brats could stand to be respectful like that, even if it would come off weird from them. Actually, no. Makarov would probably feel worried if Natsu started speaking formally like that. But he was digressing. So, how was the job this time? He was eager to know. Stories were the only way he got to feel like a proper mage these days. The newbie's answer was to sit on one of the chairs and flop bonelessly. That bad, huh? Took her on one of your job raggers, didn't you? Izuku scratched his neck, embarrassed. It wasn't really my fault. Sure, it's tiring, but we had to rush things after dealing with that ant nest. The blonde let out a long, suffering groan. Makarov giggled, seeping from his drink. It had become something of a ritual at the guild. Everyone went with Izuku at least once in his countryside jobs. It looked like easy money after all. How hard could it be to just do a couple chores for farmers, right? It should be easy for a wizard. Or so they thought. Most came back looking like they were put through the ringer and swore never to do it again, just like the newbie. There were even cases of those who gave up halfway through and came back only to get a healthy dose of teasing by the rest of the guild. After months of this, it became something of a rite of passage. So everything went fine then? This wasn't the average job rush, after all. They even sent a letter the other day detailing a crisis involving a monster colony that had popped up out of nowhere. Truthfully, if the duo had taken too long coming back, Makarov might have considered sending someone after them just to make sure. Perhaps hypocritical of him, but there was a difference between lacking trust in your children and them calling you for help. Aside from the ant nest and those ghoul spirit people, we really just had to rush the last stretch of jobs. Izuku helped the newbie back to her feet, the girl looking like she was half asleep. Worked her to the bone, it seems. Didn't have to rush that much, you know. He smiled awkwardly. She insisted. Something about paying rent. The mention drew another long-suffering sigh from the blonde. Rent? Money, got it. No homeless. The guild master smiled. To be young and broke. He didn't miss that part of the job one bit. So there was a dark guild involved in this mess? It surprised me too. It's unusual to see them in the countryside. Makarov drained his mug. He agreed. While it was common for dark guilds to hide out in places where there were fewer people, the majority of their activities took place in populated areas. Assassination, smuggling, human trafficking, stealing property. Anything and everything that was outlawed by the council was the purview of dark guilds. Monster breeding was a new one. Ghoul spirit, can't say I have ever heard of them. Dark guilds were so short-lived after all. The only ones who truly endured the test of time were the ones at the head of the alliance. If the dark guilds were broadening their scopes and expanding into monster breeding, then Makarov would have to do something about it before it grew into a problem. Definitely something to bring up in the guild masters meeting coming up soon. Ugly, pufferfish, double chin. The newbie groaned from her perch, shuddering at what must have been some reminder of the fight. Well, it seems you two had everything under control. So I can only say congratulations on a good job and on returning safely. He laughed, pouring himself another drink as some of the other members gave the two returning duo a toast. Not a care in the world, these brats. Especially Kana. Though she was just looking for an excuse to drain more booze from her barrel. A few of the others ran over to Lucy and Izuku, demanding stories or souvenirs. Barraging them with questions about their job. Business as usual, really. Only none of them seemed to notice as a shadow moved away from the impromptu party, slinking around the group as it made its way out of the door. A brief flash of green and red was all he could make out as the door closed behind it. Makarov sighed. He smelled some trouble there. Giant monsters this time, huh? You're moving up the world, handyman. Wakaba shot the boy a thumbs up, letting out a puff of smoke, shaped like a hand, giving the boy a second thumbs up. Monster slaying is a man's romance. Lucy is a girl though, Macau noted, blinking owlishly as the large man flexed into the scene. Guess the man of the hour needs a drink then. Come, big sister will serve you some. Izuku squawked in surprise, face cherry red as Kana moved into his personal space with a mug and some very expensive-looking rum. Makarov snickered. It never stopped amusing him, seeing the brats crowd around their friends. Watching from afar as the young man tried to pry his face off the drunk girl's chest for what must have been the third time this month. Elfman yelling about something manly or another as he instead tried to tell them about his own job. It was fun. Being in a guild. Tell us though. Met any cute farm girls this time? That looks like a bruise on his shoulder, Wakaba. Is it finally happening? Is our young friend discovering the joys of love, Macau? It's not like that. I got bitten. The boy sputtered, rushing to defend himself. Unfortunately, that only fanned the flames. A bite, he says. A love bite, more like it. To be young and popular again. Unfortunately for Izuku, the guild decided he was in for some teasing this time. The two older mages praised the boy's supposed coming into adulthood as they hollered from their chairs. But, no fair. Don't betray your big sister like this, Izuku. Say you still love big sis? And he was locked up tighter against the girl's chest. An enviable conundrum most of the time. But unfortunately the girl didn't seem to hold back after a couple drinks, accidentally asphyxiating the younger mage with her own body as he struggled to pull himself free. What is going on here? And suddenly, death loomed over them. An angelic-looking white-haired girl whose blue eyes spoke of untold horrors as she materialized behind the group with an empty tray. Macau and Wakaba choked out a laugh as they tried to excuse themselves from the conversation. Elfman went stiff. Still as a statue or perhaps like a mouse standing in front of a snake. The man could sense danger. Mira Jane, Fairy Tale's very own. Poster girl, looked as radiant as always. Truly, to the unobservant the girl looked about as cheerful as always, but Makarov knew those familiar signs. A barely twitching eyebrow, a smile that felt just a smidge too tight. And of course, the familiar aura of dread that seemingly poured over the group unbeknownst even to the woman herself. Mira, this isn't what you think. The poster girl smiled beatifically. Kana, you're suffocating him. The tipsy girl jumped backwards, tumbling over the counter and hitting the ground on the other side with a hollow thud, fortunately letting go of the young man before taking the dive out of blast range. Smart girl. I'm safe. Izuku gasped out, finally freed from Kana's grip. Unfortunately ignorant to the much larger beast that had set her eyes on him. Makarov pitied the poor boy. Welcome back, you two. Mira, everything hurts. Lucy raised her face from the counter at long last. There. It's all over now, though. She comforted the younger mage. You didn't say it would be that bad. It completely slipped my mind. But you did say you needed the money fast. I thought you'd have been fine. Because of course only Mira would forget to mention that going out with Izuku was considered more hazing than a proper job. And it wasn't even because they were bad jobs. Izuku just took too many of them, and nobody could really keep up with him when there was a job rush. So lending the boy a hand became a game of how much you could take before tapping out. Going the distance was pretty impressive for a newbie. And you? Lashing out, Mira Jane took Izuku's ear, painfully pulling on it as her usual smile became annoyed and her eyebrows pinched together. And Mira? The poor boy was wrenched closer. What were you thinking? We got all very worried when you sent that letter. A giant monster nest in the middle of nowhere? No backup? You didn't even wait for a reply. And you even took Lucy with you. I swear. Makarov winced, scooching over to the side as Fairy Tail's resident beauty said about scolding the boy. Usually Urza would be one doing this kind of thing. But well, who was he to argue with the girl? He might end up being scolded next. I'm sorry. I just didn't think at the time. And we were in a hurry. You should have waited. I would have sent someone. Elfman opened his mouth, looking to say something, and then immediately clamped up with a look from his sister. She must still have been mad about that. Now, Mira, don't you think you're being a bit harsh on him? Lucy pulled herself upright, likely wanting to defend the other mage. It reminded the older mage of how he and his team would cover up for one another whenever Master Prech got too many complaints about them. It didn't work back then. And I'm being serious here. I know you guys were rushing, but if something that dangerous happens, you are meant to call for help. Natsu is one thing, but not everyone can handle monsters like him. Izuku winced, looking down at the ground. It's not like that. The ants took over a farm. They were gonna eat everyone. Lucy joined him, cold sweat running down her back when Mira leveled her stern gaze at the blonde, the two mages looking like they were in front of a much larger and scarier monster than the ones they spoke about. Before Mira Jane sighed. I guess I can't really scold you guys if it was for a good reason. Izuku and Lucy sighed in relief. But, and there it was again. You and I are gonna have a talk about what is and isn't appropriate to do in a mission with a newbie, Izuku. You've been a member for half a year now, so you can't go risking the other members like this. Especially if they just happen to join. So that's what this was about. Well, it explained why she was acting so out of character at least. Sorry, Mira Jane. Do try and be more careful next time. She nodded, letting go of his ear, only to then grab onto his sleeve. Good. Now let's go get you home. You smell and those clothes are falling apart. Really didn't Warren teach you to always take a fresh change with you when you're leaving for a longer job? Do you need me to call him for you? Dragging the young man and his bags away and deeper into the guild. Izuku's squawking and incomprehensible babbling fading into the distance. What just happened? Lucy blinked, shocked. Big sister scary. Elfman slumped against his seat. Not the welcome you were expecting, huh? Sorry about her. Mira, she can be a fair bit overprotective at times. Taking a seat next to the blonde, the guild master leaned against the wall with his staff in hand. He'd heard a lot about what she and Natsu had been up to. The mess in Harjan. Rescuing Macau in the mountains. He even knew a little bit about their latest job. And now she was off in the countryside getting into misadventures with Izuku, one of the most harmless members of the guild. Really, he had to wonder if somehow she was the one attracting trouble and not them. Is he gonna be in trouble? I wouldn't worry. You two didn't do anything illegal, just reckless. It's like I said, didn't I? Doing what you feel is right. That's the essence of a fairy tale mage. So long as you come back safe and sound, then I won't scold you. Touch. She really seemed upset with Izuku though. Makarov shrugged, sipping from his mug. Well, I suppose that has to do with how he joined the guild. It's not like she doesn't have a reason to act the way she does, all things considered. The newbie seemed to stop and think for a moment. He did say he's been a part of the guild for 6 months. It's more than enough time for something to have happened, and it's not like being a mage is a safe job. Considering the timing, could it be that something happened while he was a newbie? But they still let him do solo jobs, so it can't be that. Then something happened while he was in a job with someone else. You seem to have picked up quite the habit, you know? I did that again. Lucy slumped, banging her head against the counter. The guild master sighed. Well, it wasn't like the brat would mind if he told her. You're not off the mark though. Really, it's a bit more complicated than just a job gone wrong. It's a bit of a long story too, but I wouldn't mind telling you if you were curious. He would probably need something a little stronger to go with the story though. The blonde looked torn. Are you sure? I don't want to pry if it's personal. He waved her off. He would tell you himself if you asked. So I'll just save him some time and let you know now. Just in case Mira tries and scold you too when she gets back. As unlikely as that was, Mira seemed to have a soft spot for the blonde girl. About as much as she had for Izuku. Now then, to where to start? I suppose the beginning would be best. The beginning? I thought another member introduced him to the guild. Mistigan, right? Makarov's eyebrows climbed over his forehead. It wasn't normal for a newcomer to already know about their masked member. Really, if Izuku told her about him, then there really wasn't any problem in telling the rest of the story. Mistigan doesn't come to the guild often, so don't worry about missing him. But yes, he was the one who brought us Izuku. It must have been 7, maybe 8 months ago by this point. Time sure flies. He still could remember that day quite vividly. It wasn't every day one of your best mages called him for an emergency, after all. Never mind what it actually was about. Wait, I thought Izuku has only been here for 6 months. Perceptive, wasn't she? Yes, like I was saying. The way Izuku joined was a bit more complicated than normal, you see? Usually we don't really test new member or ask them to give any details about their private lives. But there was an issue with Izuku that had to be solved before I could let him do jobs. She leaned forward, tiredness all but forgotten as the blonde latched onto his words. An issue? Well, there was more than one issue really. But we'll get into that soon. But no, the reason why I couldn't let him join at the time was because he didn't know how to use magic. Not exactly the type of person that a mage guild can hire, right? Lucy blinked, looking gobsmacked. He'd never get tired of surprising youngsters. He couldn't use magic? Then how did he? Makarov raised his hands. We'll get to that. Just save the questions for the end. So, like I was saying, it was a normal day like any other,